Hello there, guys, and welcome to General Election 2024. First things first, we're at the very beginning of the stream. We've got half an hour to go until the exit poll is in. I just want you guys in the chat to let me know, can you hear me? I sometimes have slight trouble with this microphone, so let's make sure we've had a vast array of polling, MRPs, all the rest of it, which have projected various levels of Tory destruction in this election, some going as low into the low double digits, others saying perhaps they end up with 100 seats, maybe a bit more than 100 seats, something like that. Whatever way you paint it, though, it's projected for a Labour victory. Whether it's a majority or a so-called supermajority, that's where we're going to end up. What I'm interested in this election, really, given that we kind of know the end result of who ends up in Downing Street, is going to be just how wrecked do the Tories get? Reform, they've burst onto the scene. And it's really interesting, Reform, because there's an awful lot of seats that I've looked at where it really feels like it's on a bit of a knife edge, whether it could flip Reform or not. So I've seen some estimates with Reform maybe as high as, a few dozen seats, others down low in the single digits. I think it's a absolute baked-on guarantee that Farage is winning Clacton. And there's a few other seats that I've looked at which I think are pretty juicy for them. But that's going to be another interesting thing, just where Reform come out in the exit poll will show us. The Greens, they're probably going to put on, I'd like to say at least one seat, maybe a few more than one seats as well. The SNP are obviously going to be falling back in Scotland. I don't really know how Plaid's getting on. I think Plaid are maybe set to win a seat or lose a seat. They're going to stay roughly as they are there. Jeremy Corbyn, Islington, thought at first perhaps he'd be holding on to that one. Polling of the seat seems to show that maybe it's just out of his grasp a little bit. I don't think George Galloway and the Workers' Party are going to be returning any MPs in this election, though. Now, there are lots of you here in the chat, and I've got a few of you here waiting in the wings to join the stream as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through a few comments from you guys before bringing the guests on. So what have we got to say? Let me scroll back up a little bit. Badger Army says exit poll could be interesting. How wide the majority is concerning for Labour. Text so many seats being close or just normal scaremongering. Well, I suppose what we're driving at here is that when we get the exit poll, we're going to see just how close it ends up being in some of these seats, whether they end up flipping Labour in incredibly large numbers or not. Apollo TD, our Tory insider, tells us, my Tory sources expect 80 seats, Reform on double digits. Things are worse than expected by CCHQ. Very interesting there. So Richmond Awesome says, Swiss, can you wish me good luck? Of course I can. Pizza on the way for Jack. Fantastic. Hello, Charlie. Lee Ball says, remember, this could be least accurate exit poll for years, with Reform, Green surges, SNP uncertainty, Palestine protests, Muslim votes and independence, etc. Plenty of local anomalies. The thing is, exit polls, generally speaking, are pretty accurate. They're pretty accurate to within only a few seats. However, occasionally, they do get it wrong. So on any given election, we can say, yeah, we'll see the exit poll. That's probably a good idea of where things are going to end up. But Lee makes a very good point there, which is there are so many additional factors in this election, especially where the Tory vote share ends up, that they're right on that level of, do they drop off massively or do they hold on to quite a few? Because round about 20 points or so in the polls, that's really the territory between them getting a strong 100 and something seats or dropping fiercely down into double digits. And it all flips on a few percentage points. That's first past the post for you. So I suppose, without me trying to make some grandiose prediction, the exit poll will be wrong. At the very least, I could say, I suppose, of all of the elections we've had in recent years, this is a likely candidate for the exit poll, perhaps, to have difficulty in calling it as well. Maybe. I don't know. A few more comments here from people. Let's see. Ollie can see me. Good evening, SL101. Oh, hello, Ben. Ollie says, Reform makes me sick. Conservatives is turkeys for Christmas. Reform is lemmings for cliffs. Charlie Simmons says, I'm so excited. Liebel says, could be over 100 coin toss. No, genuinely. When I was looking, and I need to admit to you, unfortunately, I've not been able to predict all the seats. I really wanted to, and I had a good stab at it as well. I made it into the hundreds of how many I did, but just as far as work-life election balance went, I wasn't able to do them all. But from the amount that I did, and I did a fair few in the east and the southeast, a lot in the east, actually. I started on east before I went west, so it skews heavily east, all the seats I've predicted. There's a lot that I have as being so close between Labour and the Tories, or Tories and Reform, or three-way toss-ups between Labour, the Tories and Reform, or Lib Dems in the mix, three-way toss-ups between Labour, Lib Dems and Tories, or what. There are so many seats that first and second and third could only end up being a few percentage points away from each other. That's a hell of a knife edge to try and predict something on, where you've got the difference between something going Labour, Tory or Reform, all within a few percentage points of the vote. And that's what we're looking at in a number of seats. So I'm really interested to see what's going to happen, as you can imagine. Right, what else have we got here? Sky Echo, Makuta Pterodax, Charlie Simmons, Cameron Hickman, Lee Hallam is here. Hello there, Lee. Bill Tycoon, the most wrong exit polls have been recently was 2015, but even then they only underestimated the Conservatives by 14 seats. Subterranean Music says, odds of hung parliaments, in your opinion? Anything likely other than the Labour supermajority? Odds of a hung parliament, I believe, to be approaching zero. Every bit of political gravity in this election, all of my indicators that I've looked at, and it's not just me, it's what basically everyone's been saying, is that we're on course for a Labour majority, a large Labour majority. The point of contention really does seem to be whether it's historic, humongous, one-party states Labour majority, or whether it's just a healthy, strong, decent Labour majority. But I really do think that that's the range that we're working within here. I don't think we're going to end up with a hung parliament. It's not on my radar personally for how it's going to go in this election. We've got 30 of you watching. We're doing rather well considering the exit poll's not out yet. We'll do a few more comments and then I will bring in some of the guests. Holy General Election Stream says ABM. Frank says, sorry, Swiss, just had to get some prerequisites out the way first. Haven't missed anything, have I? No. Just the introduction and the chat. Jerry says, I've got to get up sort of early, but I'll stay for the exit poll at least. Right, I have 3 guests waiting in the wings here. I will bring them on one by one to say hello. I believe, Callum, you were the first one waiting in the wings. How are you?
Yeah, I was the first here because I can only really stay till about for another 5 to 10 minutes because I'm going to be having a little election party with my dear old dad.
Oh, fantastic!
We're going to sit down to the BBC's exit poll and the sort of BBC's main coverage with some gin and tonic. And I've got a bottle of wine chilling for when the Tories first lose.
That sounds wonderful. I wish I could have such a relaxed election night. Sometimes
I'm not relaxed. I am shitting bricks.
Well, what I mean is, I'd like to just be able to sit back and soak it in and just watch it rather than
not have to make content.
Yeah.
Well, I wish I was able to stay for longer. And if things start to sort of cool down later in the evening, are you streaming most of the evening?
I'm going to stream for as long as my body tolerance. Yeah. My body is on the line for this stream.
Well, if things start to slow down, if I think I might relax for a bit and see how you guys are doing, I might be back later, but no promises.
Okay.
I might end up just collapsing, going to bed, listening to Radio 5, or is it Radio 4? Whichever of the BBC radio channels is doing the sort of side coverage, I might listen to that.
What I would be hard pressed to not do before I bring on the other guests, given I've only got you for a limited time, Callum, I want to ask you if you've got any predictions for how it's going to go, and specifically as my Scotland correspondent, if you have how you think numbers in Scotland might go.
So I'll start with Scotland. I think that the SNP will do slightly better than some people are suggesting, but still massive losses for them. My prediction, I think I sent it to you. I certainly asked you if you wanted help, and you never responded.
I've got a few messages waiting in my inbox.
Yes, so
from the last couple of weeks.
my prediction is that Labour will gain 28 seats, winning 29 overall. Almost all of them in the Central Belt, a couple in Fife, and Helan and Yar, which is the Western Isles. I then think that the SNP will hold on to some of their seats hold on to all their seats in the north, their Highland seats, and will hold on probably to their Ayrshire seats, and might take Dumfries and Galloway from the Tories, as well as South Aberdeenshire and Gordon, where Douglas Ross, the former Tory leader, is standing, because he did resign in the middle of the campaign. Absolute cunt that he is. In terms of an overall prediction, also the Liberals will probably win the 5 seats they had in 2017. In terms of overall predictions, I think it will be a Labour majority on par with or about 1997.
Okay.
But with a strong Liberal SNP performance, we'll then see the Tories reduced to 110 to 130 seats. I'm kind of more conservative in my estimates on how well the Tories will do. I think
that's within my ballpark, to be fair.
I made the argument that there was, even in Scotland, there's about half a dozen seats that are too close to call, including my own. I have absolutely no idea how Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch will vote. However, if I was to make a bet, I would say a very, very narrow Labour gain, like in the hundreds of votes. I think basically outside of like Glasgow, Edinburgh, and a couple of places in South Lanarkshire, we are going to see some of the tightest marginals of the election in Scotland. In England, I'd say there's like 100, 150 toss-ups, where it depends on whether or not Reform turned out and took away Tory vote, how many Labour supporters voted Tory, hell, even the effect of things like the localist parties, independents, and then the Workers' Party. As in just them taking a few thousand votes in certain constituencies, just tipping it in such a way that, say, hypothetically, the extent of George Galloway losing Rochdale, but Labour having a very small majority there, sort of thing. I think I've said this before. Labour will have.
I hate to cut off your flow, but
I just wanted to say 3 more words.
Go on. 3 more. Right, 3 more words. I can deal with 3 more words.
Broad.
Yep.
But shallow.
Agree. Much agree. Let me spam my agree button there. I want to try and bring on the other guests before we get to the exit poll. But I appreciate your thoughts there, and I understand you've only got limited time with us at the moment. Our next guest I will bring on, we have Mr. John Cooper, who I believe has been out canvassing or campaigning today.
Oh yeah, Twist. I've been canvassing since around 9 a.m. and I've only just finished. Well, I finished about 15 minutes ago, 15 or 20 or so minutes ago canvassing, and just on the train back to my town. I've been
that is a shift.
Yeah, I've done 12 hours of canvassing in 3 different Witsy constituencies, including my own.
And what's the what do I want to ask? What's the vibe on the doorstep? What's the impression you're getting from people you speak to?
I think for mostly for Hitchin, the Hitchin ward, the constituency, everyone I know is hold on a second.
Oh, no problem. I've actually got a prediction for Hitchin on my spreadsheet somewhere. Carry on.
I'm going to have to go.
Yeah, let's see. Hitchin, everyone I've knocked on has said that they've voted.
Hang on, John. We'll let the train announcement finish first. And thank you to Callum for joining us, by the way. Callum's just disappeared off there. As for Tom and Jerry, I'll see you both waiting in the wings. I'll bring you in just a moment. What were you saying about Hitchin, John?
Hitchin, every on has said they've already voted Labour. It's a very close one, and I think it's leaning very positively to Labour. I think it's very much being one of those seats that flips to Labour. My seat, which I think now everyone knows is Letchworth, but thanks for that announcement. But let's see. I didn't really get to do any canvassing there. We've mostly been posting leaflets, but we've been building ground with locals, and at the very least, we've either going to win it or very close to win it, like in 1997. But I think we can build ground to do well in the county council elections there. So that's looking good. And Stevenage is the other canvassing area I've went to. And from what I can tell, that one looks very positive as well. Looks like it might go as Labour as well. But then again, Stevenage is always one of those seats that whoever wins the election gets the seat.
What I've got here, John, for Hitchin, and as you can see, it's a little bit sparse by predictions. I kind of did some and skipped over others. Hitchin, I didn't seem very confident on. Hitchin, I said lean Lib Dem, but toss up with Labour and Conservative. But on the ground, you're feeling leaning more Labour, are you?
Yeah, it's every door we've knocked on that people who said they're going to be voted Labour have gone out and voted Labour. So at the very least, that Labour vote is going to be very, very strong there.
Okay. John, I'm going to bring in another one of our guests here just so we can get everyone in before the exit poll. So we have here Thomas. Hello there, sir.
Hello.
Welcome to Election Night 2024. What are you predicting, sir?
I have a seat range and an exact prediction that I created yesterday, and I can give it to you here. I've got vote share as well. I'm going to give myself 3% for vote share because that's what the pollsters do, so I should be able to do that as well. Labour will get between 38% and 41% of the vote. The Tories will get about 22% to 25% of the vote. Reform will get about 13 to 16% of the vote. The Lib Dems will get about 11 to 14% of the vote. The Greens will get about 4 to 6% of the vote. The SNP will get 3% of the vote. And in terms of how that translates into seats, I think Labour will get between 400 to 450. The Tories will get between 100 and 150. The Liberals will get between 40 to 60. The SNP will get between 10 and 20. Reform will get between 1 and 2. And the Greens will get between 1 and 2.
Okay. I think that there's certainly some similarities we've got in our predictions there. I think in terms of the vote share ranges on Labour, I think me and you are pretty much on the same level. I think I'd put them in that kind of a bracket as well. I think probably the difference between us is that I think I'm... Oh, another train announcement. I think that... where was it that you had the Tory vote share and the Reform vote share? Could you repeat that one for me?
The Tory vote share was between 22 to 25%, and Reform was between 13 to 16%.
Kind of mad how the Tories could be, for once it's in our lifetimes, below 30% of the vote.
I think. Oh, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you there. I think that personally, I would put the Tories closer to the bottom end of the 20-something%, and I would put Reform solidly on about 15% or higher. That's, which I know kind of falls within the range, but I'd say the centre of gravity for my ranges is a little bit lower for the Tories and a little bit higher for Reform than you have there, Tom. Which I think when translated into seats, even though it's only a few percentage points, I think that probably lands Reform on closer to anywhere between half a dozen to a couple dozen seats, rather than just the. I expect they will get more than two, personally.
If you want, I did an exact numbers. If you wanted to pin me down on some kind of exact numbers, the exact numbers I had. Where are they? Here they are. The exact numbers that I had were: Labour would get 428, the Tories would get 118, the Lib Dems would get about 62, the SNP would get 15, Plaid would get 4, and then the Northern Ireland Reform would get 2, Greens would get 2, and then the Northern Ireland seats were allocated in different ways.
All right, thank you, Tom. I've got one eye on the clock here, and we've got 10 minutes till the exit poll, so I don't obviously want to miss that. I'm going to be swift. James Fielding in the chat has given a £20 super chat, so thank you very much, Mr. Fielding. Good luck tonight, Swiss. We'll join later. Enjoy the exit poll. Thank you very much, James. Look forward to speaking to you later on. Jerry is the last of our guests waiting in the wings here, who hasn't had a chance to speak yet. So hello there, Jerry.
Yeah. Oh my God. What a fucking state this country's in.
That's the enthusiasm that I'm now. Callum, who was here a moment ago, he's my Scotland correspondent. You are my Ireland correspondent.
Okay.
What's happening over in Northern Ireland?
Okay, so basically everywhere it's a swing seat almost. Not everywhere. There is some safe bets, but it's like East Belfast could go to Alliance, Lagan Valley could go to Alliance. If it's a really bad day, like Mid Ulster could go Alliance. Fucking South Antrim could go UUP. Although I'm hoping it doesn't because I made a bet that if it goes UUP, I have to sing that fucking Jack Grealish TikTok song. So I'm hoping that isn't a thing. But apart from that, I mean, it's like South Belfast could go anywhere. East Londonderry could go Sinn Féin if it's a really good night, which I find really fucking funny because it's called East Londonderry because it's that fucking Protestant. Don't know. I'm watching that exact fucking coverage.
I've got Sky News on here to share with you lot. I've got Sky News on the telly there as well.
Yep.
Right, we've got just under 8 minutes to go. I was just testing that out. I'll bring that back up again. I've got that waiting.
Sorry about that, Swiss. I was just getting through the ticket booth. I am now desperately cycling back towards my house to see if I can make it in time for the exit poll.
John, how far are you? Because the exit poll's in 7 minutes.
It should normally take 6 minutes from where I am living.
Strings going.
So it's like I might just make it at the very last minute. If you believe.
By the way, I have the Northern Ireland. I did some Northern Ireland results as well. So if Jerry wanted to correct me on them or say I was wrong on them, I've got the Northern Ireland ones I did as well. I did.
Yeah, I've got my fedora on.
I had Sinn Féin on 7. I had the DUP on 5. I had the Alliance Party on 3. I had the SDLP on 2, and I had the UUP on 1.
Let's see. For me, I'd say Labour around 420, Tories around 120, Lib Dems around 50, SNP around 20, and the other parties 5, 3, or 2, depending on how well of a night they have.
I'd been thinking in the run up to this, the Tories in a range of between 70 and 130. So if I'm going to be pinned down on a number, I'll go with a nice round 100.
All right, fair enough.
Last night I was like, oh fuck it.
Oh, hang on, sorry. Sorry a second, John. You might have to mute yourself when you're not talking.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just pretty pedaling to the meadow, if you will.
The great winds.
Yeah, it's like a fucking wind turbine. It's not my backyard.
Godspeed, John. All right, a few more comments here. SG says we're in the last few minutes of the Tories' reign of terror. Lee Ball says counting down to those bongs. Go on.
Why do I feel so nervous about it?
I've already had the last fucking spliff of the 2019 Parliament.
Why do I feel so nervous about this result when, 1, I'm confident about what I've predicted based on my track record, and 2, because I don't care that much about what the government's going to be because I don't think Labour's going to be that good. But yet, for some reason, I'm nervous about this result.
It's the Labour doom and gloom effect, Tom. It's rubbed off on you.
We've had so many. I think we're, on the one hand, used to so many elections not going the way we'd like them to. I think, on the other hand, this election, it does feel unpredictable in ways. The headline result, Labour government, pretty darn sure of that. But everything else around it is so in flux.
I mean, for all we know, we might be seeing the death of the Tory party.
I think we just want. I think what we want is essentially, we want some kind of indication that the Tories are going to have a bad result, and we want some kind of data that has got a lot of backing to it that we can work with. I think that's what we all want at the end of the day, and that's why there's so much jitter at the moment.
Very quickly, and I will jump us over to the live feed of the exit poll in a minute because we are only minutes away. How did you guys vote today?
I voted Labour.
You voted Labour? John, I'm assuming you voted. I'm assuming you voted Labour.
Yeah, I posted voted Labour, and I definitely did. And if I didn't, well, that would make my canvassing kind of pointless, wouldn't it?
Oh, yep, go on.
This doesn't leave this fucking live stream.
I can't promise that. Go on.
I voted Green.
You voted Green?
No, because listen, it was like literally, it's like DUP, UUP, TUV, Alliance, SDLP, Sinn Féin, Greens.
If it makes you feel better, Joe, I think a few people in the chat said they voted Green, even though they didn't want to.
Well,
funnily enough, this leads into revealing how I voted. All of my family, my mum, sister, and 2 brothers, they all voted Green in this election. I, for the first time ever, voted Liberal Democrat, which I'm not especially proud of, but what I thought was just, it felt like a safe free hit. I'm in a Labour seat. I know it's going to go Labour. As much as I want to punish the Tories, a little bit of me also wants to punish Keir Starmer. So I was really torn between voting Labour, Lib Dem, or spoiling my ballot, and in the end, I went Lib Dem. But
Swiss, you went full Lib Dem. You never go full Lib Dem.
Whoa, hang on a minute. I haven't gone full Lib Dem. You got to.
I forgot to say something about my vote.
Go
on. I wrote the word nonsense next to the DUP box for a laugh.
Well, let's hope that doesn't invalidate the vote. Was it next?
No. There was literally a ballot in Northern Ireland where some dude wrote shit next to all the candidates' names and then wrote not shit to one of them, and it was a valid vote.
I'm getting people in the chat calling me a traitor for voting Lib Dem. Blue guy is not pleased. Lib Dem. ABM, however, says the Ed Davey magic.
We've got just under 2 minutes till the exit poll comes out.
And I've just arrived at my house, Swiss, funny enough. I've made it for the exit poll.
All right, here we are then. Here we are. On the verge.
Oh, there's John Curtis smiling.
You know what's funny though? I felt that if I voted Labour, maybe afterwards I'd have a pang of regret doing it. Actually, I kind of regret a little bit voting Lib Dem. I think maybe I should have spoiled my ballot. Not that it would matter.
I'm going to put on the BBC exit poll, but I'm going to mute my TV. That's okay with you, Swiss?
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I'm gonna put on the volume of the feed that we've got here, so the viewers can hear it via us.
Will it be a clear majority?
Right, you guys could hear that, couldn't you?
Lead, or will it be?
Yep. All right, jolly good. Well then, guys, however you are watching at home, whether you have the BBC, Sky News, ITV, Channel 4, whether you're watching directly via us, maybe you're huddled up close to a radio, or just on Twitter scrolling, it's time for the exit poll, boys and girls.
I think they have some woman pronouncing it for BBC.
To duplicate their ballot. They did. This is what's happened, ladies and gentlemen. The exit poll 2024.
20 seconds.
Oh.
15 seconds.
I think we're slightly behind live, so don't shout it out, okay? Wait for it on the feed.
All right. It's 10 my time. $410.
Wait! Don't shout it out.
Sorry.
Oh.
Okay. God. Right. Let's just pause that on the screen. Okay. So 410 for Labour there, 131 for the Tories. I was one off my range. I said 70 to 130. They got one higher. God damn it. Reform 13. I feel quite pleased about that one. I thought that they'd get a dozen or more or so. Greens still on 2. Poor Greens. They could have maybe done better. Guys, your thoughts? Exit poll.
Wow. Okay, so it was never... So the Tories did better than probably what many people were thinking of. I think, at the very least, 131, they can at least be, one hand, not a good result, but I think it's not the doom and gloom of the death of the Tory party, which so many exit polls have been doing. Labour, I think, let's see, as far as I can tell, this is either their third best result or second best result. What it was maybe give or take in 2001.
Guys,
I've just spotted the SNP as well. The SNP's on 10.
Yeah. In many ways,
guys.
I think this is the biggest. I think this is the result that they haven't done since 1974. So it's the probably worst result since they've been in their rise. Lib Dems, this is their second best result, and Farage, this is the best result he's ever done in his party, whichever one it is.
Right, I heard Jerry. Go on, Jerry.
It tells us a lot.
If you include Northern
Oh,
Ireland,
hang on. Someone might need to mute their telly while they're chatting. By the way, sorry. Carry on, Jerry.
Okay, so 23 other seats, 18 of them are Northern Ireland, one's a speaker, and 2 of them will probably be Plaid, so that's like 2 or 3 independents.
Oh, so does that mean Jeremy Corbyn?
It's very possible that
dream team.
it's very possible that it could be possible that Corbyn did somehow win his seat last minute. If so, that would probably be a bit of a personal blow for Starmer because he wanted to try and probably get rid of Corbyn completely. And interestingly, Tom Watson actually went to canvass for the seat today, and I think even Peter Mandelson was canvassing there. So arguably, that would probably be something that stings on them the wrong way because they probably would have preferred to get rid of Corbyn if he did or did not lose that seat. Now,
Oh god,
but yeah,
I just
sorry. By the way, Swiss, sorry that I spoiled the the number before
Dude,
the
my
thing.
microphone,
I just couldn't
my microphone
resist
was muted. I was screaming at you.
it. I am
like,
terribly.
"Get one job."
Couldn't. I can just help myself, I guess. Sorry.
Okay, right. Usual caveats to throw out. Then this is the exit poll. Even though the exit polls are generally pretty accurate, they still range.
Okay, sorry.
I'm
really sorry about this.
Yep.
I'm looking at the Sky News coverage. Ed Burnham is like sitting there all scuffed up, and Ruth Peterson just looks like she just saw her family get shot. Ruth Davidson.
Where was I? So the seats can obviously be quite different, and like I'd said, on some of those seats where it's incredibly knife edge, the exit poll can call it one way, but actually, if it's only 1%, 0.5%, something like that off, it goes the other way. So especially for some of those smaller parties, I think it'll be interesting to see. I think there's still quite a few questions about how many seats Reform gets, and indeed the Greens for that matter as well. If the SNP are really where they are in Scotland on 10 seats, that's a hell of a lot worse than we were sort of pegging that they'd end up. Tom, I don't think I've heard from you yet. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing?
I will say one thing before Tom gets back. If I recall, the last exit poll had Labour on 191 seats, and in the end they got 202. So it could be give or take off 10 or 11 seats for the two main parties, I think, depending on how badly they did. It could be that Labour's more around 400 and Tories around 140, which won't be as too bad for Sunak, but it'll still be still the worst result that the Tories have ever gotten in a general election.
I'd say we actually here's a question. Here's a question for you guys. Does Sunak step down after this election?
Wait, here's the thing. They're showing exit polls for like Cabinet Big Beast. Jeremy Hunt might lose his seat.
Oh, hang on. Oh, let me bring it back up on the feed here so we can see what we're looking at.
Like Basildon, too close to call. Devon Central, too close to call.
Also, so they've identified quite a few of them as too close to call then.
Yeah.
It could be very well, Swift, that this might be the most, it could be very well we have a very completely different, result from the exit poll, and might be the most inaccurate exit poll since 2015, if that's the case.
I don't think
honestly,
it'll be... I wish we could get some prediction on seats. Can we get anything in terms of seats anywhere?
What you mean in terms of specific seats? How they're going to go?
Yes.
I'm not sure if we've seen that yet, but I've got the Sky News feed playing live now, so if they show anything on screen, we'll be able to see it.
Yeah.
Blue guy in the chat is dubious about Reform's chances. 13 doesn't seem likely. I don't expect them to win more than 2 at most. I was holding out for thinking Reform. Like I said, there were quite a few seats that I thought were very knife edge whether they could go to Reform.
Yeah, like if you want to know what seats will go Reform, you just look at all the closed up buttlands in the country.
I had what did I have on my little spreadsheet here? I had Clacton, obviously. I had Boston Skegness. I had Ashfield. I wasn't that sure on. Maybe not. Where else did I have for Reform? I had Basildon and Billericay. I had that as a toss-up between the Tories, Reform, and Labour, so that was another possibility. Castle Point, Central Suffolk, and North Ipswich. Clacton and Boston are the only 2 I think they can win, says Blue Guy. Do we have vote share, says Liberal Zardos. Not yet, I don't think. Not that we've seen put onto our screens just yet. Liebel adds variegated results. Most variegated.
To be fair, there is a possibility that Reform could probably win that many seats. There are a lot of people who I came across who were Reform voters that were very, very strong. Like the number of Reform people was a lot stronger than I predicted it would be. And it does look like that is being followed through here. So I think I can see that happening, to be honest.
Swift, I'm seeing some forecasts. Swift, I see some forecasts for Labour. They're up 3 in the north, up 4 in the Midlands, up 2% in the south, down 2% in London, up 18 in Scotland, and down 2% in Wales, according to BBC.
Thank you. Hopefully Sky News will share that for us as well.
How have they won by so much if that's how high they are then? Is it just because the Conservative vote has just completely and utterly collapsed?
I'm assuming so. I mean, you've got to consider as well that given where the SNP are at, quite a few of Labour's gains come from Scotland. Well, not quite a few, but you know.
I mean, if this exit poll
larger
is
amount
correct,
than thought.
If this exit poll
is correct.
If this exit poll is correct, then you're basically talking complete and utter obliteration in Scotland for the SNP.
If that's the case, and if the Reform one's correct, then the SNP has gone from the 3rd largest party to the 5th largest party, and I guess the Lib Dems have gone back to their title of 3rd largest party.
What I will say, though, is that this was within my seat range. Like, my seat range was completely accurate.
No, you were quite right with the seat range there. I'd say the difference with us, actually, I think you called the big parties closer, and I ended up getting Reform more closely on the money.
I was just 10 off from my prediction. I was just 10 off from my predictions for 10 off from Labour and 11 off from the Conservatives and about 11 off from the Lib Dems.
But the all-important thing, of course, guys, is the fact that we've not actually had any results yet. The exit poll points us in a direction, but Sunderland, the Sunderland counters are busy at it. Look at them go.
Yeah. Angela Rayner's currently on BBC at the moment. I'm not sure what they're saying because it's muted, but I thought I'd just let you know, Swiss.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not sure if you want to switch to that, if you want to hear what she has to say.
I'm sticking with Sky for the time being because they're the ones that have a nice, easy feed on YouTube for me to stream. The BBC player is a bit more iffy.
Do you know what this result reminds me of? It reminds me of the local elections. The Labour Party has gone up a tiny, tiny little bit, but the Tory Party vote has utterly collapsed.
It's basically an election where, well, I was going to say everyone apart from the Tories, but actually probably SNP and the Tories, to be fair. But SNP and Tories have collapsed, and then everybody carves up the carcass and gets a little slice. And it doesn't matter whether you're doing better than you were 4 or 5 years ago, or whether you're level pegging than where you were 4 or 5 years ago, because that many votes are dropping off the Tories and the SNP, everyone else is benefiting.
Oh, yeah. Ian Duncan Smith has 1% chance of winning. So does Steve Baker, and Grant Shapps has only 6% chance of winning.
Do you
What about
have
Michael
anybody?
Green?
Do you have anybody else like Penny Mordaunt or Jacob Rees-Mogg?
It's only just showing those 3 MPs at the moment. I'm not sure if they're going to switch, but
I had
oh wait,
I had Penny Mordaunt's seat as leaning Labour to win it, from what I remember.
I would say, yeah, that seems pretty accurate overall. But yeah, basically, this is
Swiss,
more or less. While I didn't get the exact seat numbers right, the overall trend I was predicting was correct, and I did say that they would get their worst results since 1906, and that's what happened.
they've got even worse so than 1906. Oh wait, Jeremy Hunt, 90% chance of winning. Penny Mordaunt, 25%. Jacob Rees-Mogg, 47%.
So, basically, by the looks of it, Mordaunt is probably going to lose her seat then.
Yeah.
And so is Jeremy Hunt. And Jacob Rees-Mogg is basically 50-50, pretty much.
Yeah. Swiss, I'm going to join on my Chromebook now, so not on my phone. So hopefully I'll be a bit more clear. So I hope that you don't mind that.
No problem. Right, I've taken off the Sky feed for just a moment because it was I felt it was slowing my internet down just a tiny bit, but I'll bring it back up if we've got anything to share from that. We've got Mr. Cooper joining from his other device there as well. Guys in the chat, because there's 30 odd of you watching and plenty of you commenting as well. How close is the exit poll to where you thought things would end up? Did any of you predict? Oh, John, I'm getting a little bit of background noise from you.
Sorry, I was just moving my kitchen door. I'm sort of cooking a late dinner while I'm also streaming with your Swiss. I've just not had any dinner at all, so I was just going to do that. Hope you don't mind.
No, that's fine. Just mute yourself when you're doing stuff, but that's no problem.
Yeah.
But I just want to ask the viewers, how close is the exit poll to how you thought things were going to go? I'll read a few more comments that we've got from people here as well. So Claire King says 25% chance of Penny winning. Liberal Zardos says, oh, this will ruffle feathers for Labour to get 70+% of seats on roughly 37% of the vote. Campaigning for PR, here we go. It is going to raise questions, isn't it?
It will be interesting. Well, there's one interesting thing about this is the fact that even though Labour will probably have like their third best result, the bit of the vote share will be something that you'll see Starmerites and Corbynites argue about, because Starmerites go, see, our candidate won, but let's see, Corbynites might use, but our candidate got more percentage of the vote than you in like a previous election. Now, granted, you could argue vote share doesn't really matter, pretty past the post, but it could lead to like the fact that, in a sense, some people there was an election that more people voted for Corbyn than Starmer in his peak, if you will. But yeah, I think you will see arguments like that online if that is the case.
Oh, I mean, it's such a disparity, isn't it? Getting almost double the percentage of seats that you are votes. If it ends up playing that kind of way.
This is the problem with first past the post, is you can have something like this happen and your party basically disintegrates. Where if you don't win enough results, basically, if you don't win enough vote share, you don't win enough seats. It doesn't matter what the overall vote share is.
I'll read a few more comments here. Gary Williams says, ain't no party like a Lib Dem party, baby. Didn't see the SNP getting knocked down this hard, lol. To be fair, nor did I. Apollo TD, our Tory correspondent, says, with a $4.99 super chat, sorry, that penny must have been Mordaunt, the one missing. Sorry, can't join. 131 seats. Big win for us Tories. Not going to lie, though. Just at looking forward to a change of government and will back Starmer as my PM because World War III.
World War III.
Aaron Telford says best news would be Sunak losing his seat. That could be the ultimate. That could be the ultimate flotilla. I'd love to see it. Jack says, I really, really hoped for sub 100 Tories. AG says Tories doing better than expected. Lee Hallam says, I didn't make a prediction, but I don't think it's very surprising. I didn't expect the supermajority that was being predicted. A few more here. Claire King says, if Penny loses, who will be Tory leader after the GE? that is a can of worms we will open up later because we will get heavily sidetracked if we start talking about a future Tory leadership contest at the moment. ABM, the Tories will get something like 130 seats, an absolute disaster in any other election, but because we've all spent weeks gawking at tantalising polls, putting them even lower, it will seem like doesn't say that, but it seems like a win. Badger Army says end of Scottish independence. Blue Guy, Labour got 40% of the vote last time. Lee Hallam, I wonder if reform... Wait, Labour got 40% of the vote last time. They didn't get 40%
They got
in 2019, did
in
they?
2017 and
2017, yeah.
in 2019.
That's it, yeah. Lee Hallam says, I wonder if reform will take any from Labour. The MRP poll that said 18 had 3 from Labour. And Zardos says, well, if Farage gets into Parliament, he'll be a lightning rod for such a campaign, love or loathe him. Oh, this is the thing, isn't it? Farage in Parliament with MPs with him as well, if he's managed to do as much as he's done purely from the outside of Westminster politics up until this point, him suddenly going into Parliament is, I mean, this seems like a ramping up for Farage and reform. As he'd sort of said at the start of the campaign, this is what we're looking ahead to is the election in 4 or 5 years' time after this one. But if they're starting off with a dozen or so MPs in this one and probably coming in second place in, I'd assume, at least a good 100 or more seats, then that probably does give them scope for improvement down the line in the Parliament.
It does indeed. To be honest with you, I mean, he's done far better than anybody expected if this is indeed the result he ends up getting. Because everyone thought the maximum he would get would be like 2, and he's got 13, which is just a massive, massive, massive surprise. I wonder where on earth they're from, though.
I think there's
possible that Farage at the very least has won his seat.
Oh, for sure. And I think there's a healthy amount of them coming from the east and the southeast. As I say, I think Essex will be an area to watch. I think there's at least 2 or 3 there, which could yield reform. Indeed, I think there's one neighbouring the constituency I grew up in, which could be flipping reform if the exit poll is to be believed. Guys, when are we expecting our first results? I'm assuming it's going to be Sunderland or Newcastle or one of the two.
Isn't it usually like around 1 a.m. or something?
Oh, sooner than that, I'd hope.
It's Blythe.
Blythe?
Yes.
When are we getting Blythe?
It'll be at about...
I'm seeing Blythe and Sunderland on BBC. I think there was also Newcastle there for a little bit. So it's a race between those 3 places.
Yeah.
And when are we expecting them?
Oh yeah. By the way, Swiss, Labour has, if you see with the exit poll, Labour's gone up by 209, Tories down by 241, Lib Dems up by 53, Reform pretty much up by 13, Greens up by 1, Other up by 1, SNP down by I think 38, I believe.
Blythe versus Newcastle versus Sunderland South triple threat match. Beautiful. Who will be first?
In many ways, it'll be kind of fitting because it's like some seats will be between Labour, Lib Dems, and Tories, and here you have 3 seats, 3-way battle.
So are we expecting our first? Liberal Zardo says usually between 11 and 12. I think we do sometimes get some just before midnight, don't we? From northeastern seats, if it could be Blythe or Newcastle or Sunderland. Lee Hallam adds, reform targets are up the East Coast and in red wall parts of Yorkshire and East Midlands and the Northeast, basically the East. That, you know what, that probably goes to figure when I'd said to you that the seats that I'd actually worked through seat by seat predicting, and I hadn't managed to get all of them done. I got maybe just under half of them done. Most of them were in the East. Most of the ones that I did were in the East, and there were quite a few seats that flagged up to me where I went, oh yeah, reforms within a few points maybe of being able to take this one or that one.
Yeah. I would probably say with this result for the Greens, they have not taken my seat at all, or because there's some speculation they'll get North East or North Hertfordshire, North Herts or something. But yeah, I don't think they'll get that seat if they've only got 2. It'll be one of those other cities.
It'll be Bristol and Brighton, which is what
Oh,
people
Conservatives
predicted them.
forecast down 24% in the north, down 25.9% in the Midlands, down 23% in the south, down 16% in London, down 10% in Scotland, down 80% in Wales.
All right. But yeah, 29% down in the Midlands. So the Midlands is probably going to see quite a lot of Labour gains.
Let me take a few more comments real quick here. Blue Guy says, "What is a Blythe? I don't know of anything about the world north of Watford. You London metropolitan liberal elite." Claire King says, "Lib Dem conference will be interesting. We will have MPs." Oh, this was something I was going to mention quickly, just on the Greens. Obviously, projection-wise, it looks like, okay, maybe only a couple of seats, but I think they are going to be in strong second place in a handful of seats as well, if the exit poll bears out, which probably bodes well for them into or at the end of a term of Labour in Parliament, where the Greens get to be the opposition to Labour from the left. And if there's certain seats that they came a good second in, then come the next election, probably the Greens take those seats off of Labour. So they're setting themselves up for continuing to make gains further down the line as well. Psychoben says, well, regardless of how well the Tories, Labour or Reform do, it's nice at the very least to see the SNP got a massive kicking. Lee Hallam says, Labour North, Lib Dems West, Tory South, Reform East. Compass complete. Let's contemplate that for a moment. Labour North, Lib Dem West, Tory South, Reform East. It bears out a bit, doesn't it? I could certainly see the alignment. Liberal Zardoz says, the seaside towns that slumps when cheap air travel started and never fully recovered, those reform targets. Blue Guy says, I actually live even further south of London. Not all us southerners live in London. Stop stereotyping. How could I, a man born in Essex, possibly be accused of stereotyping my fellow southerners just because I've not lived in the south for a decade or so? Right then, so... Badger Army asks, what is the lowest seats the Tories have ever had? Is that
This is it.
1997? Well, apart from this.
It was 1906.
No, the 1906 was the lowest they ever had, where they got 156. Oh, this is interesting. Barnsley South. Someone has uploaded into the group chat the Sky News exit poll constituency where they can predict where your seat may go or not. Barnsley South has a 98% chance of going Reform.
Barnsley South. Barnsley. I'm not even sure if I had Barnsley South.
And Barnsley. See, I've looked them up. Both Barnsley seats are projected to go Reform.
Ooh. Hang on a minute then. Did I get round to doing Barnsley? I don't think I did, because it's not ringing any bells for me. No, didn't even touch Barnsley. Wow, 98% likelihood of going Reform. I've got here the 1906 election, by the way. The Liberal Party, back when there was a Liberal Party, long before the Lib Dems. 397 seats. The Conservatives, 156. Irish Parliamentary Party, 82 seats. 82 seats. I suppose it was the whole of Ireland back then. That's when
Ireland was a part of the UK, and they all voted for the Irish Nationalist Party.
And Labour on 29 seats as well, with the original Keir before the one we have now.
Yeah. See, we finally got a Keir that's Prime Minister, though for many lefties, it's the wrong Keir.
And yeah, you can see this map of the country here. Wow. It was a very different world 120 odd years ago, wasn't it? I mean, there are still some constituencies in like the southeast that have just been blue for absolutely forever. But it looks quite different.
I think at least the one difference is for the Tories is, unlike the Liberals from 100 years ago, they've at least managed, at least for the time being, avoided complete annihilation.
My goodness. I've got loads of comments here. I'm going to try and read a few more of these. So let's see. Lee Hallam says that is one of the Labour seats on the MRP he'd spoken about when you were saying about Reform and Barnsley there. The Tories did really bad back in the 1832 election. Oh, go on then. Let's have a look at the 1832 election just to get a point of reference here.
Is that when the Conservatives were called the Tories back then?
Back when the Conservatives were actually called the Tories, and back when we didn't even have Liberals, we had Whigs instead. And they got 175 in that election. Oh my God. What is that? Is a cursed map of the UK there. Boston and Skegness too close to call, says Lee Hallam. Claire King says, love that the exit poll is out and Swiss is looking up elections from the 1800s. SG says the Tories and the Whigs. Right, I'll stop sharing that for a minute anyway. There's only so far back we can go, and I think the 1800s just about runs up against it, really. But in a nutshell, yes, this is the worst result for the Tories in contemporary modern politics, certainly in post-war politics.
Since the advent of universal suffrage, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I think in a way, our the history of our modern nation state seems to sort of begin at the very end of World War II, because we sort of talk about everything in terms of the post-war era onwards, and if we're grading it against that, then or indeed suffrage, if you want to say, then yeah, this looks set to be the worst results that the Tories have had. Basically, they have a result this bad, it would seem, once every 50 years, every 100 years.
Oh, by the way, I found a couple more Reform seats. Great Yarmouth in the east of England is projected to go to Reform. 99% chance of it going to Reform. I'll see if I can find any more.
Okay. Tell me, is Castle Point amongst them?
Oh, I'll take a look. Castle Point. No, 88% chance Tories gain it.
What did I have for Castle Point? Because I seem to
Basildon is
Castle Point.
Basildon and Billy Curry, or however, just Basil.
No. Billericay. I'll have you know,
Basildon and Billericay then.
Billericay is the town that I lived in until I was 5. I grew up in Billericay.
Okay. Basildon and Billericay is too close to call. 56% Tory.
I've never been to Billericay. I've got nothing to do with the people in Billericay. Those Reform voting trollops.
Well, they're not voting Reform. It's either Labour or Tory.
Elfers Live. Sorry, go on.
81% chance of Lib Dems gaining Godalming and Ash, which means Jeremy Hunt is going to lose his seat more than likely.
I had them for that one. Yep.
Penny Mordaunt will more than likely lose her seat as well, because it's 70% chance of Labour gaining.
Live.
Oh, Islington. Let's when we look at Islington North. Too close to call, but it doesn't say who could win it. That's annoying. What? Okay, name me another seat, and I'll look it up.
Oh, okay.
How about Stevenage?
Stevenage. Let me take a look. Stevenage, 99% chance Labour gain it.
Okay, Hitchin.
99% chance Labour gain it.
Ooh.
Waveney Valley.
99% chance Tories hold it.
Ooh.
Sorry, what?
Boris Johnson's seat, or former seat.
Uxbridge and South Ruislip.
Uxbridge, South Ruislip, 99% chance Labour gain.
Rochford, please.
Rochford. Oh, it's Southend and Rochford. 73% chance Labour gain. Too close to call overall.
Hang on, no. I misspoke. Sorry, Rochdale.
Oh, Rochdale. Okay.
Yeah.
99% chance Labour gain it.
Oh, Galloway, my boy. I'm so sorry. I'm not really.
But I'm going to look up Birmingham Ladywood. 99% chance Labour gain it. Yeah, I thought so. Yaqub is not becoming an MP.
I had that one. I had Labour having Birmingham Ladywood. They've got a clean sweep of Birmingham.
Try my seat, North East Hertfordshire.
North East Hertfordshire. Let's look that up. North East Hertford. Doesn't seem to come up with anything. Hang on.
Oh, maybe try. Let's see. East Hertfordshire, maybe.
Where is it you're looking, by the way, Tom? What website are you on?
Sky website. Keep in mind that there's been a lot of boundary changes and there are constituencies that don't exist anymore. So they might be named something completely different.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to look up some seats of my own. I'll look up Monmouthshire. 61% Labour, Tory gain, too close to call. What about Montgomeryshire? I want to know what that one went in the end. Oh, that's a joke. 97% Tory will hold. That's a shame.
Okay, how about Broxbourne? Because that is the safest Tory seat in Hertfordshire.
Broxbourne is 95% Labour gain.
Ooh. If they've lost that seat, they've lost everywhere in Hertfordshire.
Yeah, and this is the crazy thing, is the Tories are not even in contention in Broxbourne. It's a Labour reform marginal.
That's what I'm talking about when I say that reform's going to be in second in a lot of places.
Ooh, that's big because the electoral calculus had, let's see, Tories holding Broxbourne by 0.01%. Or like 0.1%.
Tunbridge Wells is another too close to call seat. It could go with them. It could go away. A whole Tory, it's completely 50-50. What about Sutton Coldfield?
Just while you're looking those up, I want to read a comment from Lee Ball, who says, "Hey, Swiss would be willing to make my live debut when there's room. You'll have to guide me through the process, though. I'm a live virgin." Lee had expressed an interest in coming on at some point soon, and I think it might be his chance to join us for the election stream tonight. So, Lee, you have me on Twitter, don't you, Lee Ball? Let me see if I can message you on Twitter.
I think I see my one and Broxbourne. I see Broxbourne, going Labour, and let's see up there. I might have saw North East Hertfordshire going Tory still, which is a little disappointing. No, wait, that's North East Hampshire. That's still Tory.
Lee Ball, send me a DM on Twitter just so I've got a chat open with you, and I'll send you the join links to the stream. And then as long as you've got a internet capable device with a microphone on it, you should be fine to join.
By the way, I've got some more results. I've looked up Cannock Chase, 81% chance Labour gain that.
I'm gonna look up the Stoke-on-Trents because it's dear after my heart. I already know the way Stoke-on-Trent North is going.
I know them. They're all 99% Labour gains.
Well, Stoke-on-Trent North, according to this on Sky, it's got 96% likely Labour gain and then 4% possible reform gain. Conservatives aren't on the radar. Jonathan Gullis, my old mate, gone.
He's gone.
Yeah.
So basically, I was looking through all of them. All the Stoke-on-Trent seats are Labour gains, with the only one being a potential odd one out is Stoke-on-Trent North, where it's small sliver of a chance Reform gain it, but more than likely Labour's going to gain it.
All right, Swiss, I think let's go a quote from Starmer saying, no, they've cut it off, sorry.
It was like, to everyone who campaigned for Labour, thank you for your help, and we will do a mandate, typical politician thing, basically.
This is a victory for hard-working people and hard-working families all around the country.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I've looked up Eanes Mon, which is Anglesey. Again, I'm not a Welsh speaker, so anybody, I just can't say those sort of words. But either way, 70% chance Plaid gain. I predicted that going to Plaid in my prediction map, and everyone said I was wrong. So that's one I'm glad I got right.
Bask in it, Tom. Bask in being correct. This is the best time for it.
Brecon is a 99% chance of the Lib Dems gaining that. Now let's take a look at Rishi's seat. 99% chance Labour, Tory gain it. That's a shame. I was hoping that would go, but it was not going to go.
They've got Clacton as 99% chance
Reform
gain. Yeah.
Ashfield is.
Oh, Ashfield. I'm looking at. Oh, they've got it too close to call.
But this is the thing, it's not a reform gain, it's too close to call between Labour and Ashfield independents.
We could have a bona fide independent winning in a general election.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That
that's
doesn't happen too
interesting.
often. Oh, what about I think you'd already read it out, but I've forgotten already. Islington North. What have we got on that one?
It said too close to call, but it didn't give it anyone going to it. I've looked up Mansfield. 96% chance Labour gain, 3% Reform gain. So it's a Reform Labour area.
So this is what we're saying, guys. As much as we've got our exit poll, we've got our provisional numbers of how things could end up going. There's a number of these seats which are on such a knife edge that there's just no way of knowing what way they go until them results come in. And some of them are going to be very juicy, interesting seats for independents and smaller parties.
Very
By
possible.
the way, Bolsover is 90% chance Labour gain, but 10% chance of Reform gaining. So another one where the Tories are not in contention, and it's Labour Reform battlegrounds. There is going to be a lot of seats in this country that are Labour Reform battlegrounds.
So does that mean that down the line, if Farage keeps his party going, he could be able to contest and possibly make Reform a much larger party within the House of Parliament?
Very possible. He could very well be to the Tories what the Lib Dems are to Labour, a spoiler that basically takes votes away from them and seats.
It could be very well that in the future, in terms of first past the post at least, is that on one side you have Labour and Lib Dems on the left to centre left spectrum, and on the Conservative side on the right side you have the Tories and the Reform on the centre right to right spectrum of politics.
Is there any more any more constituencies you want to give me for predictions?
Not off the top of my head. But I will have a think, and I will just add to what was being said in that.
How about James Cleverly's seat?
Braintree,
80
likely Labour gain.
No. 89% Tory hold, 9% Labour gain. Braintree.
Hang on. What did I have for Braintree? I only did these bloody predictions. I've got that leaning Conservative. Why did I say leaning Labour? Right. What's the point of me doing these predictions if I can't even remember what I've predicted? That doesn't help.
You've got a very busy night, Swiss, so no one will blame you.
I've had a busy week. It's a busy night.
How about Kenny Baganott's seat?
Hang on. I'm trying to get some thoughts out here. What I was gonna, it's not even that important now. What I was gonna say though is that when we said before, you were saying that there's going to be a lot of places where Reform are second to Labour. There's also going to be a large number of the remaining Tory seats that they have. Those are going to be split between Reform in second and Labour in second as well. So Reform are going to be second place in a lot of seats at the end of this. And you only then need Labour to start faltering in government, and then maybe they start picking some of them off at by-elections, assuming the Tories don't actually recover.
Yep. That very well could happen. Oh, I found another Reform seat as well. Bassett Law.
Hey, Tom, your seat is up on the live feed.
Which one?
Portsmouth.
What, south?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's just saying Portsmouth.
Oh, well, it does both. Well, it does both of them. So yeah, I can see it on the live feed. Well, that's nice to look at.
Blue guy in the chat has said Portsmouth North is too close to call.
Well, it's 70% chance of Labour gaining it. I've looked it up. It's 70% chance Labour gain it, 5% Reform, 25% for Tories. So it's very likely that it's probably going to go to Labour, but not by much.
Oh, but
Which is what it is.
Apollo TVD has said something in the chat if you want to bring it up, Swiss.
Yes. Can't believe Labour only on 36% of the vote. Is that the provisional national vote share they're on? Based on
that's the provisional national vote share that they basically are only on 56%.
My goodness, 36%, worse than Cameron in 2015. Boris got 44% in 2019, and obviously the comparisons with Corbyn in 2017 say Starmer not popular, says Apollo TD. No, indeed. Labour aren't getting all the seats they're getting in this election because people have been running out the door to vote Labour, and Labour have won 50-odd% of the vote or something. Labour are getting the amount of seats that they're getting because they're doing good, and the Tories are doing absolutely abysmally.
If I had to guess, then you've probably seen the provisional Tory vote fall below 20%. Then, if that's what the result is.
Oh, Lee Hallam said Hartlepool 91% Reform gain. Hartlepool. You remember when I posted in the group chat the other day? I was like, "Oh, Reform Hartlepool."
It's actually on BBC Live right now.
And you said, Reform would have to do better than the Tories in the national vote share to be in contention for that one. But I had a feeling, something about Hartlepool. The types of voters that could flip that easily from Labour to Boris Johnson Tory because of Brexit and all the rest of it strikes me as the type of voters that could easily flip to Reform as well. So I had thought Hartlepool was on the radar, yeah.
Well, yeah, Peter Mandelson's actually on the BBC guest Ritzy panel at the moment.
I'm not watching the BBC at the moment.
Yeah, I know. It's just it'll be interesting to see his reaction if his seat goes Reform or his former seat goes Reform, because it was Hartlepool. It was his seat, right? That's why we have the Hempstead, not Hartlepool quote. Right?
Oh, was that Mandelson's old seat? Hartlepool, huh?
Yeah, by the way, apparently the provisional... This is really weird. The provisional vote share is as follows. Labour on 36%, Tories on 25%, Reform on 17%, Lib Dems on 9%. So my prediction of Tory vote share was correct.
You were correct, and I was correct about Reform vote share. We both... Right, okay. Okay, then. So we're both a little bit right and a little bit wrong on the old Tory Reform differential there. Did you say Lib Dems on 9%?
Yes.
Oh, that just again first past the post, isn't it? Getting potentially less votes than they got the last time round, and yet inflating their seat number like fourfold or more.
Yeah, it's like whenever they get the less vote share, they do well, but when they get more vote share, they do terrible.
So, imagine the Lib Dems on 1%, they'd get a majority.
I think, to be honest, this whole thing, if this is what ends up being correct, then first past the post is a joke electoral system. How can you win 36% of the vote and win 170 seat majority? How is that possible?
Well, it's a bit like when we were chatting about why did Rishi Sunak come back early from D-Day, and I sort of said I have no answer for you. It just is what it is, and this is the one of the extremities of first past the post, isn't it? Really, this is what first past the post traditionally a system that reinforces and supports the idea of two parties that you choose between. What if a large bulk of the voters decide not to pick? I mean, hang on a minute. Okay, provisionally, Labour 36%, Tories 25%, right? So that's 61%, less than 2/3. Less than 2/3 for the two main parties, or to put it another way, over a third of the voting electorate voting for other parties than the main two. And that's why first past the post is getting stretched in this way. I'll do a few...
I mean, all I say is that if this is correct in terms of the provisional vote share, then it basically proves the point that people like me, and to be fair, a lot of people on the Labour left, have been making for months at this stage, and that's basically this. Starmer is not popular, and Labour are not particularly popular either. And the only reason why this has happened is because the Tory party has collapsed and the Reform Party has taken a massive chunk of votes away from the Tory party, as well as seats. And had it not been for Nigel Farage, the Labour Party would have won a small majority or maybe even been a hung parliament. So it's Farage that has basically led this to happen, basically.
Big time, big time.
Basically, we're in a we're in a multi-party country or state, but with a two-party system.
Yes, yes, that
Yes.
sums it up very well. We have a voting public that wants to vote and indeed does vote in ways that the voting system was not intended for. Thus, we are going to get some very strange results in terms of national vote share versus number of seats across both the larger parties and the smaller parties.
Yeah. I will probably think we'll see Starmer talk about how our change has paid off, but I do think internally there will be some nervous things like, okay, we've managed to win a landslide, but it's not because we're necessarily as popular as we were during the New Labour years. Or even
It pretty much
Corbyn years.
It pretty much shows me that if Labour is not able to govern effectively, they will be a one-term government. This again just goes back to proving my prediction that I made at the very start of this election that Labour would win, but if they do win, it will be a one-term government because this support is so incredibly shallow that it really only takes a small swing for it to end up with the Tories back in government again.
And I think as well, and I agree with that point, but I think as well, if you have the result that we had in 2019 with Tories with Tories coming to power as they did, and Labour doing so badly, and then only the next election you have a complete reversal of fortunes, Labour doing even better than the Tories did, Tories doing even worse than Labour did. It goes to show that it's this idea that you've got to accomplish a swing of this much in order to win the next time round, or blah blah blah. It seems to be so much more fluid now, the way that people are willing to vote and how easily things can change, rather than just once upon a time where you had, I don't know, 500 odd seats that usually stayed the same, and there was only just a small handful of battleground seats that you were fighting over this way and that. It's totally different, it seems.
Yeah. By the way, Swiss, John Curtis is on BBC.
I heard you the first time, but I'm afraid once again I shall reiterate I'm not watching the BBC at the moment.
Yeah, I'll just let you know he's probably making his point of what is of his analysis of like the election. So if you want to watch that later, I'm just letting you know.
Thank you. POV Music says, I find it hard to believe that the Tories can recover quick enough for that. Jack James says, I'm going to say Corbyn would have won this election, I think.
No,
I don't think he would have, because I think the difference between Labour under Corbyn and Labour under Starmer is that Corbyn's Labour packed more votes into fewer seats, whereas Starmer is spreading the votes out wide enough to win more seats.
I would probably say it really depends on where Corbyn is in terms of like electability. If it's like 2017, I think he would have a chance. 2019, probably not.
No, I honestly think that this result shows
Mid Dems. Let's see, change in vote share 0%, North, Midlands 0%, let's see, South up 1, London down 1, Scotland 0%, Wales 0%. So.
Yeah, basically means they'll do well in the southwest. But back to my overall point. No, I actually think this result proves that Corbyn would have actually guaranteed Sunak a majority, because Corbyn would have split the Labour Party massively over things like Ukraine, and they just wouldn't have been able to recover from it. And I also think that a lot of the scandals that the Tories found themselves embroiled in probably would have never seen the light of day if Jeremy Corbyn had still been leader. I think a lot of people really do underestimate how loathed Jeremy Corbyn actually is in this country. and how intensely disliked he is amongst a significant portion of the population. Corbyn is one of the most polarizing figures we've ever had in this country because he managed to get people to vote Labour who would have never voted Labour otherwise. But at the same time, he managed to get people to vote Tory who would have otherwise never voted Tory.
He had heavy pull and heavy push, basically.
Yes, exactly. He had massive pull and massive push. But unfortunately for Corbyn, the push was stronger than the pull.
But interestingly as well, though, you think about the difference between raw numbers of votes, and then you think about how many seats you get. I think about 2017 is an example. Obviously, in all likelihood, Starmer is going to win this huge majority off of probably a million, 2 million less votes than Corbyn got in one of his elections.
Yeah, less 2 million less votes than Corbyn.
But that's why I come back around to my point as well, because we're in agreement on the push and pull thing. But the other factor there is where the votes are, and that's that Corbyn was piling up more votes in strong Labour areas already, but he was struggling to beat the Tories in places where he needed to competitively beat the Tories. Whereas Starmer, it seems to be the other way. I think that he's partly because people feel, oh, it's safe to vote for Labour if you're sort of like a Labour Tory swing voter.
That's another way to be look at this, Swiss. If the Tories never collapsed and Boris was still popular, it probably would mean he would not have won this general election.
Yeah, and the thing that's worth noting as well, to be fair, is that exit polls have underestimated majorities before in the past. I think Boris Johnson's majority was underestimated in the exit poll in 2019, if I remember correctly, as was David Cameron's majority, which was actually a similar vote share than this.
A few more comments here quickly. Lee Hallam says, YouGov asked Labour voters for number one reason. 5% said they agreed with Labour policy. 1% liked Starmer. 49% was gets the Tories out. Yes. And maybe that sums it up quite well. I was prepared to vote Labour at this election if I needed to. And when it became apparent that I didn't need to, I didn't. There we are. Jack James says, but then again, maybe the Reform swing voters might not have swung if he was in charge. Zardos adds to that, Corbyn would have also scared a lot of reformers back into the Tory column. That's a fair point as well. Yeah. Tofu-loving Wokarati says, is it too early to start wanting Labour out?
I mean, they're not even in government yet, so I'd say yes.
I'll give them their first 100 days before I really start hating on them.
I would say give Labour 6 months. Basically, give them until the end of this year, and then you can start hating them. Is what I would say, because I do think that they do need time to get used to government, because they haven't been in government for 14 years at this stage, and they haven't won an election for 20 years. Yes, it has actually been 20 years since Labour won the election, by the way. That's how long it's been.
19 technically, but...
Well, yes, 19 technically, but still. Either way, though, they do need time to get used to government. So I would say, let's see what they end up doing in government. But at the same... Hold on. At the same time, I don't have any illusions that they're going to be good. I've said before, Labour's not going to be good in government. You just need to look at their manifesto. But I do want to at least give them the benefit of the doubt for 6 months before I just go full-fledged, I hate these people, they're terrible.
Okay, West Rating's on BBC right now. But anyway, the interesting thing is, this is also the second time that Labour has elected a Prime Minister that had no experience in the previous government, because that was the case with Tony Blair, because John Smith died of a heart attack, and as a result, that was the last leader before they got into government, before they had some experience in government. Now, granted, Ed Miliband came back, and then the last two leaders, Corbyn and Starmer, never had a cabinet position.
I guess it's because if you think about the recent political history, when Blair won, the Tories have been in power for 18 years. Now that Starmer's winning, the Tories have been in power for 14 years. So you would have had to have been an MP for the better part of a couple decades in order to have served in the previous administration of your own party.
Also, Cameron also had no experience in government before as well when he became prime minister. So
Labour 13 years.
Yeah. So now we've had like 3 prime ministers with no previous government experience.
It's worth noting, though, that that's not a particularly great endorsement for Starmer, considering how much of an absolute catastrophe David Cameron was as Prime Minister.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's a good thing or not.
Lee Hallam...
It's becoming more of a trend.
Lee Hallam in the chat, that election 19 years ago, Labour only got 35% of the votes and won 355 seats. And that goes to show the difference as well. Let's take the exit poll as given for just a moment. 19 years ago, 2005, Labour, 35% of the vote wins 355 seats. This time round, Labour, 36% of the vote, 1% difference, and suddenly they're on 410. What's the real difference? It's the Tory collapse. That in first past the post is what makes the real difference there, isn't it? With such a similar vote share for people actually turning out for Labour. Badger Army says, I feel 6 months is enough to show what they are about, but not long enough to fix this mess. Jack James says, I hope Starmer gets the country growing again, but I have little hope. I'd say that I am cautiously optimistic about Labour in government. I think there'll be an improvement on the Tories in a number of ways. I'm not expecting they're going to be a government that I love. I might have voted for them if I really thought that. But I think I'll like them better than the lot we've got in right now. But no, I'm not fully signed up to the idea of hope and change and, you know, everything will be much better in 4 or 5 years' time. But I think that it will not be as bad. Maybe.
Lib Dems elected again Mid Dunstanshire, Norfolk, Thornbury and Yates, Calvinus, Shadow, Eastbourne, and North Cornwall. Sorry if I mispronounced those names wrong. By the way, now with this election, Swiss, we now have officially 7 prime ministers that came from Labour, an equal amount of prime ministers that the Liberals had before.
The Labour century. I've got a comment here from Jack James that I quite like. I wonder how Trump and Starmer's relationship will look like. Oh, to be a fly on the wall. Yes, well, with things heading the way they seem to be in America at the moment, with Joe Biden still where he's at.
I'm very confident that Joe Biden is not going to win. We didn't get the chance to talk about this because we haven't had any streams since that debate happened, but to go on a little tangent here while we wait for results to come in. By the way, that we've got the vote shares compared to 2019. The Tory vote share compared to 2019 has dropped by 18%, and Labour's gone up by 3%.
Con seats, Tories down 28, Labour up 5%, Lib Dems up 1, Reform up 18, Greens up by 4. Labour seats, Tories have gone down by 17%, Labour's gone down 1%, Lib Dems 0, Reform up by 10, and Greens up by 7. These are 2019 seats, and I think that's a vote share for those Swiss. So.
Thank you. The one that Tom had read out a moment ago, where you said Tories down 18 points, Labour up 3, something in that kind of ballpark. That reminds me of the local elections earlier this year. And I think one of you had already said this reminded you of the local elections earlier in the year, where basically Labour stayed more or less the same, maybe up a bit, whatever. It was the Tories dropping. And that's what delivered everything that we saw. Average Joe in the chat says Farage could make PR one of Reform's missions after taking around 17% of the vote, but the Lib Dems on 9% can win 5 times as many seats as Reform. It makes for a pretty strong and compelling argument, doesn't it? If you say, look, here we are, nearly double the amount of votes as the Lib Dems, and yet we've got a fraction of the seats that they received. But funnily enough, you will have both the Lib Dems and Reform calling for PR.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, Farage should really make that his #1 campaign and just push for PR super, super hard like he did with the EU referendum. Because if the provisional vote share is correct, this is ridiculous. How can you win 36% of the vote and then the majority nearly identical to Tony Blair? That's just patently absurd.
You know, interesting enough, I think if Corbyn, when the chaotic vote schedule in 2019 was going around, I think Corbyn would have got, and if it was like just before the EU referendum and all that, I think you would have had Corbyn with a majority with those kind of seat things with like 25 or 30% of the vote. So that's another sort of example of madness of first past the vote share if that sort of election result happened.
Mm.
So do you think, I'll ask the two of you this, do you think that within this coming parliament then, the call for proportional representation will actually finally grow legs? Because it's been a thing that we've talked about for a long time, but, you know, we're people who like to chat on the internet about politics. Do you think that actually, like you say, with Farage behind it and him being a force in politics as well, with the fact that the Greens and the Lib Dems and basically everyone apart from the Labour and the Tories are behind it, the fact that the Labour membership wants it, even if the party itself doesn't, this has got to be the best time for that case for PR to actually be successfully made?
I definitely say with like at least 74 plus MPs that from parties that want PR that are in there, I'd say there'll have to be calls in Parliament. Now, as for Labour membership, it could be possible that now that they've got like a landslide victory, some of those calls will die down a bit until they start doing terribly again in elections.
I mean, I think I don't know. No, it's too early to say. I'm not going to make any predictions about how the next election is going to go. We haven't even got the results of this one in yet. We've only got the exit poll. Yeah, no. I'll hold my fire on talking any more about predicting any of that stuff. Let me read a few more of these comments here. Lee Hallam says Blair got 43% in 97 and 418 seats, 41% in 2001 and 412 seats. And here we have exit poll says Starmer 36% and 410 seats. That's remarkable. Again, caveats, just the exit poll, but still. There's a few people in here chatting about Biden and he's Biden, says Blue Guy.
Interestingly enough, Swiss, I've been paying attention to Alan Lichtman. I'm not sure if you know who that is, but he's the guy behind the 13 Keys to the White House. And as a result, it's just the sort of methodology that he's done, and he's able to predict the result of every US presidential election since 1984. The only exception you could say was 2000, but even in that, I think he predicted that, Al Gore would get the highest vote share.
And what's he said about this? And what's he said about this?
He hasn't made a proper announcement yet by... he won't do so until like August, because that's normally when he does it, I think. But he seems to be more favorable about Biden than a lot of like those are saying Biden's doomed and all that stuff. And even just suggesting that if the Democrats remove Biden before and to get him another one, they've lost at least 2 or 3 of the keys to the White House or something like that. So he seems to be like because apparently the party replacing their candidate before the or incumbent before the next general election normally never actually ends up winning the election. So it's very well he's saying that Biden's still arguably the best case for the Democrats. I mean, he hasn't made a prediction if he's going to win or not yet, but I think at the time before the debate, he was more likely in Biden's favor. But granted, I think you might want to pay a bit more attention to what he has to say about the US elections if his 13 keys to the White House is still a bit accurate.
Okay, well, given he's got a good track record with his predictions so far, he sounds like worth listening to. I want to read a comment here from Psychoben, which is interesting. It says, BBC seem to be saying that in 2019, Labour seats on average... sorry. BBC seems to be saying that in 2019, Labour seats, on average, Labour have lost 1% vote share and Reform have gained 10%. So in theory, any Labour seats where they beat Reform in 2019 is in play for Reform. The lesson I will take from that at the very least is to say, if Labour have stayed approximately stagnant in places that they already hold, but obviously Reform have come forwards as they have, I don't know necessarily about saying any of them are in play, but certainly it does put some of them in play. Certainly it follows through what we were saying before about Reform being in second in a lot of places and having that as their springboard for the next election and all the rest of it. Labour, I'm assuming then, have put on votes in the seats that they needed to take off the Tories or take off the SNP, and seats that they were defending, probably anecdotally, like I can say with me and my family, all of us are on the left of the political spectrum, more or less. None of us voted Labour. All of us live in places that are represented by Labour. All of us made the same calculation. We went, right, what's that? Labour's going to win. Well, we don't need to vote Labour, then we can vote for someone else.
Basically, you all did protest votes.
I guess so. I don't even know if I'd call it a protest vote. I don't know what I'd call me voting for the Lib Dems was. A bit of an anomaly, really. A moment of madness at the ballot box where I thought, no, a spoilt ballot feels too non-committal. Maybe I'll vote Lib Dem just to punish Starmer while Starmer punishes Sunak for me.
Well, Mr. Fielding will be happy to hear that you voted Lib Dem when he gets on.
Oh yeah, no, they will. The quite a few of the Lib Dems in the group chat were pleased, weren't they? That me, after infamously saying that all those years ago you never go full Lib Dem, actually lent them my vote for one election.
They'll never let you hear the end of it, Swiss.
No, I don't know if I honestly, I'm beginning to think it was a mistake to do that. You know, I had a good record of never voting Lib Dem, and I've ruined it now.
Well, Swiss, it's just a one-time thing unless the Lib Dems become more aligned to your political beliefs.
Well,
again.
to be
It's just
fair,
a one-time. At least I've never voted Tory.
For me, fair. Apollo TD says very clear now that Tory sources are saying exit poll is far too optimistic. Oh dear. But either way, I just want to quickly make the point I was going to make. This is the first time in my life I've actually voted for an outcome that's been victorious. Every election I voted in has been a failure. So this is the first time I've voted for a winner.
You know what? My first and only time doing that was voting Leave in the EU referendum. Every other election I voted in, general elections that is, the party or candidate I voted for did not become the party or candidate of government.
Well, the Lib Dems did well.
Technically for me, I've I've voted 2 elections where the party I voted for won, and unlike you, Swiss, I have voted Tory because back in 2015 I was Tory because my mum was Tory. But
you've reformed, no pun intended.
Yeah, I was because for like most of my life until then, my mum slagged off Labour, so she slagged off Tony Blair and Gordon Brown whenever they were mentioned, though that was rare. Now, granted, in the course I was doing at the time, I had some very anti-Tory things, so I was swinging between Tory and Green. So I ended up voting Tory in the national and Green in the locals. But now I've completely full-blown anti-Tory when I've started to realise, yeah, I'm more on the left.
Well, just you recounting your voting history. Blue Guy's got a comment here that says, my dad voted UKIP in 2015 and 17, Lib Dem in 2019, and now Green in 2024. I assume that's meant to say. That's quite a transformation. I've gone from voting Labour twice to voting for myself to voting incredibly non-committally to the Lib Dems, all the while being a Brexiteer. Lee Hallam says, at the next election, a lot of Labour's safe red wall seats will be marginal if Reform hang around. I would agree with that. Liberalzado says, it's a secret ballot, Swiss. You could have lied. I could have lied, but I wouldn't lie to you, dear viewers. Consul says, Ed Davey literally got a 6-week holiday out of his campaign. Deserves a vote for bossing, turning his job into leisure. It was the most fun campaign, the most positive, the most feel-good of the lot, definitely. Charlie Simmons says less than 10 minutes until the first results. Ooh, I might actually.
I think as
Get
a
up.
result of this election for Ed Davey, I think it would be regarded as the Lib Dems' second best leader in terms of electorally, at least. Sorry, go on, Swiss.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with you there. I'd agree with you there. Jack James says never voted for a winner. I might vote Reform next time. Lol. I will mention this on Reform real quick. I've been hearing that they've had real, heavy presence on TikTok. Now, preface to say, I personally don't go on TikTok. I've maybe used it once or twice out of pure curiosity. I'm not a regular TikToker or anything like that. But my other half, she is on TikTok, and she tells me that it's all just like Farage. And there's one of my co-workers, actually, she's about 10 years younger than me, and she said that her and her family were voting Reform, and that she only became switched on to the existence of Farage and Reform and all the rest of it because I think she's about 20. So keep in mind that when Farage and UKIP first burst on the scene, she was like 10, so probably hadn't even paid attention to it back then. She became aware of Farage and all the rest of it via TikTok in this election as well. So I think that there's definitely something going on the young person's social media.
I think it's because the populist right have managed to figure out how to campaign and organize using TikTok compared to like centrist and left-wing parties. I mean, granted, it could be possible that if Corbyn was still leading canvas with like social media, he could have probably done well on TikTok, but of course he's not leader. And Starmer, well, he's no social media savvy, is he?
Just compounding that point, interestingly enough, Lee Hallam says 16 and 17-year-olds were polled. Reform was second to Labour on 23%.
Is that the exit poll or is that a previous poll?
I believe it's a previous poll because I think I've seen a poll
about
along
16 and 17-year-olds aren't allowed to vote Reform.
It's worth noting. It's worth noting, to be fair, that poll was a subsample rather than it was an actual poll, and subsamples are notoriously unreliable.
Reform on 35% of boys.
Oh wait, we got a first declaration.
Hello.
Houghton and Sunderland South.
Hang on. All right. Don't panic, guys. I'm ready for it. Just bringing it up on YouTube. Bear with me. Sky News Live. We're nearly there. Oh God, I got too comfy. All right.
The Green share has been declared.
123.
Conservative vote share.
Chris Bernicle, 5,514. Paul Edgeworth, 2,290. Bridget Maeve Phillipson, 18,837.
Yep. So Bridget Phillipson, Shadow Education.
Let's hear Reform.
Up until this evening has won very easily there in Horton and Sunderland South.
I think you just said 11,000 for Reform there.
More to the point, Horton and South are the first constituency to.
Oh,
big vote for Reform. Look at the Reform.
Yeah, look at that.
Let's bring in the deputy chair.
Right, I'll mute that now then. Right, so solid performance for Labour there. Tories pushed into third behind Reform. I think we will see a lot of that tonight. Reform in second.
Question.
I really do. Yeah.
What if the next general election, the Labour lose it, but the next government is Conservatives in a coalition or minority agreement with Reform?
I don't know what to say about that what if scenario. I can't rule it out as impossible at the moment. I can't rule anything out as impossible right now. That's huge for Reform. Sorry, I'm just trying to get over that there. What percentage of the vote share did they get there? If I total it all up, so 11,000, 30, call it about 40 altogether. That's Reform on probably 25 to 30% of the vote there. I want to say.
So far, the only percentage I'm seeing is turnout of 51% in the seat.
Yeah, I was just adding together the total number of votes and then seeing what proportion of it Reform's votes were from it, and I've hazarded a guess at like 25 to 30%. Wow. Let me read a few more of these comments quickly, guys. Turnout down here, by the way, says Psychoben, despite most people reporting queues at polling stations. Frank says 3.1%, sorry, 3.4% swing from Labour to Reform. Lots of people commenting on the turnout here. Lee Hallam says, if Tories do a seat deal with Reform, Labour would struggle. Reform don't have the historic problems Tories have in industrial areas. That is a point. Certain parties can play to certain parts of the country and do things that other parties can't. It's a bit like the Lib Dems being able to take on the Tories in certain places that Labour just couldn't. Likewise, Reform can take on Labour in places that the Tories couldn't. So again, in that hypothetical, onto what you were saying a moment ago, John, what if Tories plus Reform in the Parliament after this one? Well, if you did get some kind of a deal, and I'm not saying you would, but that would definitely make it more likely. AG says 30% for Reform. What else do we have here? Jack James says the Reform plus Conservative vote was lower than Labour. I actually find that more surprising. I'm not too surprised by that. Not for the Northeast at the moment. I was still expecting Labour to be pretty strong, but Reform by some amount to be stronger than the Tories. I don't think Reform would have done anywhere near as well had Tice stayed as leader, says POV Music. Yeah, you got my agreement there, POV. Definitely, there's a Farage factor there. Shocking turnout, says Charlie. Yes, turnout 52%, down 5% on the year before. Well, sorry, on the election before. Is that going to be a sign of the night to come? Is turnout going to be, do you think it's a Sunderland specific thing, or is it going to be that much lower everywhere?
You're going to get a lot of places with lower turnout. There'll probably be some places with higher turnout, but that'll probably be like the result. Oh, Jacob Rees-Mogg is on BBC right now.
Okay, yeah. Now that I can speak, I've just seen the result for that. Yeah, I've analysed the results. That's a disaster for the Tories. Reform are well above them, like double their vote number. And keep in mind, I've got the 2017 result for Bridget Phillipson's seat. It's really bad. I'll go through it with you to give you an idea of how disastrous this actually is for Reform. I mean, not Reform, the Tories. In 2019, the Tories got 13,000 votes. They've got 5,000 this time. The Brexit Party, which is Reform's predecessor, had 6,000 votes. Now they've got 11,000. So Reform have doubled their vote share, pretty much.
Just quickly, Tom, could you look up the 2015 results for that seat and tell me what percent UKIP got?
UKIP got 8,000 votes and 21% of the vote. So Reform have exceeded UKIP by 3,000 votes.
That's it, because one of the markers that I was looking at when I was looking at different seats and trying to predict how well Reform would do in places is I was looking at the 2015 UKIP results in certain seats, and I was making the assumption that Reform would do better in this election than UKIP did in 2015. So if I looked at a seat and in 2015 UKIP got, 20% of the vote or 25% of the vote in seats they did really well in, then I'd go, oh, Reform probably set to do even better than UKIP did there. And then that starts to put them in contention for winning seats if you're getting a third of the vote or more.
UKIP, if you compare the vote to UKIP, Reform have got 10% more of the vote compared to UKIP in 2015.
Yeah,
so I honestly think that Reform seat number is accurate, and I actually think that the exit poll is optimistic for the Tories.
Oh, it just kind of occurred to me that Plaid Cymru is up by 2 seats.
If this Reform vote share is repeated across the country, then my prediction for the Tories might actually come true. I gave them 118 seats.
Well, I'll go back and say I had 70 to 130 with 100 in the middle. and I'd Reform on 12 to maybe 24 seats. So we'll see. What were you saying, John? Plaid Cymru gaining 2 seats? Did you say?
Yeah. I didn't realise they gained two new seats, according to that exit poll.
Blue Guy, by the way, says Reform UK candidate's office in a constituency near me was raided by the police for growing cannabis. You know what? That is not the most controversial thing I've heard about a Reform candidate in this election. But also, Frank says Blythe result imminent. Obviously, we've had a Sunderland one now, so we are actually getting to the stage of the night where we will begin to get drip, drip, drip of the first few early results. So I'm hoping we get that one soon.
Yeah, I'm seeing Blythe live on BBC, though. Granted, Morg speaking, and Coventry is also live right now.
So, guys, big picture then. Versus even the exit poll. Are we beginning to think that Reform does slightly better and the Tories do slightly worse than has been stated so far? Especially not only looking at just this one seat, and obviously usual caveats, it is just one seat, but we think about Apollo TD being our man on the inside with the Tories, who's been briefing us for the past hour or two that internally the Tories think they've done much worse than what the exit poll says. Perhaps it's shaping up in that direction. Maybe we do get lucky and the Tories do get less than 100 seats.
It's very possible that the Labour Party might actually end up exceeding Blair's total seats, if only by 2.
Yeah, I think the thing that would see notes of the exit poll, they're usually off by a maximum around 10 or 11 seats, or like 3 or 5 minimum on the actual vote share. Because I think in like 2017, I think they had Labour on 267, but in the actual result they were 262, and in in 2019 they had Labour on 191, and Labour was on 202 by the end of it.
But I think the way things are looking this year, at least, that maybe this is the year that the exit poll does get it more wrong than its usual very accurate.
But if they do get it, oh, by the way, we've got the actual number here. Election Maps has done the vote drop and vote share. So Labour has gone up by 7%. Reform has gone up by 13.5%.
Sorry. Just quickly, is this nationwide or in the seat we just looked at?
The seat we just looked at, Houghton and Sunderland South, basically.
Okay, sorry, carry on.
So Labour is up by 7%, Reform are up by 13.5%, the Tories are down by 19%, and the Lib Dems are down by 0.2%, and Greens are up by 1.6%. So basically, if comparing it to the exit poll, Labour is a little bit above performance with the exit poll, but not by much. Reform are exceeding the exit poll, and the Tories are doing much worse than the exit poll is predicting. And the Lib Dems, the Greens, are doing exactly what we predict them to do.
So it's all to play for tonight, boys and girls. Guys, I just want to quickly say Apollo TD is here with us in the stream. Hello there, Dan.
Hello, Daniel.
Hello, Dan.
Sorry.
I think just going off what you guys just said there about the exit poll, people I've spoken to in the last few minutes in CCHQ think 131's too high, and the reality is it's more going to be 115-ish.
Christ.
They think so. They've got seats like Montgomeryshire, which obviously they're not going to win. North Shropshire, they're not going to win. And then a few other seats they think that they've been attributed to that they should, that has in the exit poll them winning, that they won't. But then there's also, they said others like Finchley and Golders Green. Lib Dems are slated to win that, but they're not going to, according to Lib Dem sources. Yeah, and then also I saw something about Hartlepool. Apparently Reform is meant to take Hartlepool, whereas Labour sources are saying that's nonsense. And then the whole Scotland thing. I mean, Tories are basically saying Tories gaining seats in Scotland, they might get 1 or 2, but gaining like 5 or 6 is rubbish. So
I think. Go on.
I think we're looking at Labour. I think, to be honest, I think we're more looking at Labour sort of 15, 20. Tories 10, 15, and then maybe the Lib Dems an extra 10 seats.
So maybe
Christ
that puts
If that's the case, I think they'll do better than 2005.
Yeah, Paddy Ashdown got 62. Not Paddy
so-
Ashdown. Oh God, Charles Kennedy. Sorry.
I'm more shocked at the vote shares, the implied vote shares, than the seats. To be honest.
Yeah. By the way, you mentioned Hartlepool. I think Labour will hold Hartlepool, but it's going to be a very tight marginal between them and Reform in Hartlepool.
This is if the implied vote share is correct, the sort of Tories are 24, 25, Labour sort of 36, 37, Reform are above 16, sort of 17, 18.
Yeah.
If there's some sort of electoral pact, or even if there's not next time, Labour's really going to struggle if they do not deliver serious sort of NHS improvements and people start, the home ownership rates don't go up, they are screwed.
Yeah, I will definitely say one thing of note is the fact that Farage this time was focusing on the Tories. This next time, he could probably be very much focused on trying to tackle Labour.
Imagine if Farage says in 2029 he's going to build hundreds of thousands of social homes in the north. He'd sweep it.
Yeah, he very well could do. At the end of the day, he has to carry on the momentum Farage does, or at the very least, he has to find somebody who is a successor who can carry on that momentum. But if this is correct, Reform have got one hell of a template to build from for the local elections next year. They could very well win hundreds of seats in the locals off of the Tories and maybe even off of Labour in the locals next year.
And there could be a lot of local authority, sort of association, Tory Reform pacts, non-explicit pacts.
There's Nigel Farage himself. He's got an absolute certainty to win Clacton. It was up in the air, but he is absolutely 100% going to win Clacton. And not only will he win it, but I think he could win it probably with a 10,000 majority.
The thing is, but I think 13 might be a bit too optimistic because, obviously the Hartlepool thing, the Barnsley ones are close. And I just think that it's going to come to fruit that they really have just that their vote share in the Red Wall and in sort of Essex and Lincolnshire places and Yorkshire hasn't been concentrated enough.
It's been very spread out.
Yeah, which is good for next time, but bad for this time. And I don't. If Farage gets in Parliament, I don't think he's going to be annoyed about that because then they can actually get proper candidates next time. If that's what he wants.
Not only that, but I believe that if you get a lot of seats and a lot of votes in a general election, the Electoral Commission gives you a lot of money. I don't know what the exact name of it is, but you get a lot of money if you do very well in an election.
Yeah, so the official opposition and the government get £1 million of public money each, and then the third largest party, I think, gets £500,000. And then, but basically, if you've got more than 2-3 seats, you're entitled to far more airtime on the TV in electoral broadcasts and stuff like that.
Yeah. By the way, Lee Hallam has corrected me. It's called short money. That's the term for it.
Question: if the fact that Starmer, he has gotten not as good as vote share as you should for a landslide, and the fact that there's concerns of Reform coming second in quite a few Labour seats, do you think this will push him to perhaps maybe consider being a bit more radical on certain policies in order to try and address some of the concerns that could possibly topple him in 5 years? Or do you think he's going to double down on his current centrism, witty, cautious type of nature?
It depends upon how well Reform does. If Reform ends up taking the Barnsley seats, then I think there's a possibility that they could potentially become more radical because they may go, oh, reform is an actual significant danger to us, far greater than we actually thought they were, and we really need to find a way to save off reform, otherwise they're going to take loads of seats in the Red Wall next time.
Guys,
Do you not
I'd like to
Oh,
take
by the
the
way,
floor for
we
just a
got a
moment because we've got.
declaration.
Okay, hang on, because we've got two things going on at once here. We've got a declaration, but we've also got Lee Ball here waiting in the wings. Long-time viewer of the channel, first time coming to guest on one of the streams here. So I'm just refreshing my Sky News feed
I
here.
think life is live.
To share. Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. I've got an advert playing, and I'm trying to wait for this advert to finish. I can see Blythe is coming, chat. Charlie Simmons and Frank and AG. I see it. I'm desperate for it, but this bloody advert can't be skipped.
I think that's Ian
right. There
Lavery,
we
so
are.
it will be Ian
There we are.
Lavery's seat in Northumberland.
Right.
Well, the candidates are standing on the back of the
Ian
thing.
Lavery would hope to be the MP for this constituency.
And I'll just say quickly, hello, Lee, who's with us as well.
Hello.
Welcome. And you're joining us at an exciting time. It's been a long time coming indeed. Yeah,
that's what I look like.
And you're
disappointed?
Here for,
no.
Oh, we could never be disappointed in you, Lee. And you're here at the great time because we're here for an announcement of Blythe. So I'm just going to put the volume back on and we're going to get the results of this one.
The total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Lavery, Labour Party, 20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121.
Let's keep an eye on the reform.
Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857.
Like it's an easy win for Labour. Just
Stephen
finish it off with
Anthony
the Dems.
Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,400.
Right. So we have another result. Tories in third once again, Reform in second.
By the way, I've got the ones back votes because that's where Ian Lavery's seat was before, and I've got the results here. The Tories are down by 10,000 votes, Reform are up by 7,000 votes, and Labour are up by 3,000 votes.
Is this Ben Houchen territory, or are we a bit too north for this?
Whereabouts is Ben Houchen again? He's Teesside.
He's Valley.
This is just north of Tyneside. So yeah, you are a bit north.
If I had to make analysis on this seat, Labour it's probably guaranteed more as a safe seat, but could become a marginal next time, depending on how the Reform and Tory vote goes.
By the way, turnout is also down by 11%. It was 64% in ones back, and now it's 53%. So big turnout drop again.
I'll just pause what we got on the screen share here. This is the vote change in Blythe and Ashington, and you've got an almost one-for-one comparison here between the Tory drop and the Reform gain. They're pretty darn similar to one another.
And this almost reminds me of Matt Goodman's exit polls. Or polls.
Well, we all laughed at Matt Goodwin, and it looks like he has the possibility of being the one that has the last laugh in the end.
Oh.
Lee, what seat do you live in?
Well, that's interesting. I did live in Birmingham Ladywood, but due to boundary change, I've actually now Birmingham Perry Bar. So my MP changed overnight from Shabama Mahmood to the other Mahmood.
And are you? I mean, given that it's Birmingham, we're on track for you to be in a Labour seat by the end of tonight. Then we assume
always has been.
I'm just. Are we in a position now where it's quite possible that in the Red Wall, Matt Goodwin was correct in his position that the Tories needed to strafe right, and then in the South, and maybe we'll have to see about the Midlands, but Roy Stewart was correct in the Tories need to go back to Cameroonism. I mean, they're still going to have the same problem after the election.
Oh, by the way, we've got the swing. It's a swing of 8 points from Labour to Reform in Blyth and Ashington, and Reform have increased their vote share from 9% to 27% in Blyth.
I'll respond to what Dana just said there and say basically yes. The problem the Tories had in this election is that they were losing support potentially on either sides of their flank, to their right wing and then to the more centrist lot. If they had somehow tried to peddle a campaign that was more two-faced in a sense, where, like you say, they try and go more reform-esque in the red wall areas, but then they play it more one nation in the more traditional Tory places, maybe it could have. But then again, I don't know as far as the ground game goes. I mean, Dan, you tell me, do different Tory candidates have different strategies when it comes to campaigning in their local areas? Do they vary very much what they're talking about?
So if you're sort of below Birmingham, I'd say, and you're in a traditional Tory seat, you're going to have stuff like protect green belt on the leaflet, maybe police, sewage, or whatever. And then red wall, above red wall, sort of Cheshire, Yorkshire, Derbyshire. It will still be police on the streets, but it'll be like levelling up and migration and crime and stuff like that. I don't actually see. This is quite bad for Labour, obviously, given their vote share. I know saying it's bad for Labour after just won a massive landslide's a bit wrong, but
No.
Actually, see there's an easy Tory fix here. To be honest, the more I think about it,
I guess you could say it's like a mixed bag for Labour. On one hand, they've gone a landslide. On the other hand, they don't have the vote share that usually comes with a landslide.
I mean, the problem is that it's not good for Labour, but it's not good for Tories either, because there isn't an easy fix, because they're bleeding support to both the Lib Dems and Reform on
and it's
both.
Geographical.
It's
not just like
geographical.
uniform. It's geographical as well, which is much harder.
Yeah, this is why. I think it's possible Labour could do 2 terms even if they don't do well, but I think if they don't do well, their second term will see their majority reduced significantly because they lose loads of seats to Reform.
It could be possible that Labour gets a second term, but it might be they lose a majority and need the Lib Dems to help them out.
Possible.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, is that I said in the group chat on Twitter that the Reform would be the surprise of the night. If we had any surprises on election night, it would be Reform does significantly better than expected, and that is what is playing out at the moment.
I'll take a few more comments we got here from the chat, guys. Jack James says the problem Reform will ultimately have in the future: 1, will people be able to behave themselves? And 2, there are some staunch Conservatives that will never vote Reform. On the first point, it's very valid because Reform are forever getting in trouble over things that their candidates or canvassers have said or whatever else. But at the same time, I think that when it comes to populism of a sort, in a sense, to some voters, that kind of stuff doesn't matter too much. If you think back to like Trump in the United States, grab him by the pussy and all that, that didn't really move the dial that much, did it?
I think
People still went and voted for Trump in their
droves. In terms of populists, how they end up governing. Because if Farage ever gets into a governing position, ends up being very bad at it, it could be that's when he starts losing support. Because after all, Trump ended up losing 2020 because he handled the pandemic terribly during that year. It's like it allowed Joe Biden to win the election then. So it's like in some ways populists need to be in government for a while and just show how bad they are before they get booted out.
By the way, I've just the Tory candidate for Monmouthshire has conceded that he's not going to be re-elected.
Oh, Swiss, I think BBC's got an election map kind of thing of what the seat boundaries and changes from the exit poll might look like.
Ooh. Lib Dems aren't doing as well in Devon as I expected, actually.
No, they've got a map on the BBC, and it's like, oh my God, look at Scotland. The SNP have been wiped out in the north, and the Tories are taking seats up in Scotland.
Well, I just don't think that's happening. I mean, if we remember the last exit poll, it had the SNP about 10 seats lower than what they got in the end. I think the SNP, maybe not vote share, but I think the SNP seat total has been underestimated a little bit
To be
here.
fair, the last time the Tories lost seats in an election, they did gain in Scotland.
I think, just to respond quickly, by the way, to Jack James's comment about the problem that Reform will have with staunch Conservative supporters, I would counter that by saying that they'll make it up with disillusioned Labour voters in the Red Wall, because Reform hasn't picked up as many of them as predicted because they still have faith in Labour and didn't think Reform could do as well as they have done. But now that that dam has been broken, it's just essentially going to become a flood. Because here's the thing. People severely underestimate the number of Labour voters, especially in the Red Wall, that would be willing to vote for a political party like Reform, but have only not gone with them because, one, they didn't think they could win, and two, they still have faith in Labour. If that faith is shattered and Reform do as well as they're expected to do on the election night, then I think it's very possible that a lot of Red Wall Labour voters will vote Reform next time, and that will make up the difference for staunch Conservatives that won't vote Reform.
Especially
I'd probably say it should have been kind of a warning of that could possibly happen because of like the Brexit years, because you had quite a few people willing to vote Tory just to get Brexit happen, or because they hated Corbyn at the time, depending on what you pick there. Sorry, Libor, you're about to say something?
No, I was quietly typing, actually. I'm not used to being on camera.
That's no problem. I suppose I've got to appreciate the fact that, you know, like we've been doing this for quite a few years, and it's literally your first time coming on, so it's quite a new experience for you, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just answering in the chat about the Paddy Ashdown sex scandal, which led him to being known as Paddy Pantsdown.
I was about to say Paddy Pantsdown, yeah.
I don't know about this. I was only born in 2000. What?
Well, that's why I'm here to balance out for all you young'uns.
How old are you, Lee?
I was 46 in May.
I see. I think you take the mantle quite possibly as the oldest person within our
I think
political community here.
I think me and Swiss are like the second and third oldest because we're both 30 this year.
Funnily enough, I think you might be, and I don't know if I'm revealing too much here, but the other Lee Hallam, our right-wing friend in the chat, I think he's around about the same age as you, Lee. So we've got two Lees. I love having the two Lees. It's great. Let me do a few of these comments real quick. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. So sorry, did you want to explain Paddy Pantsdown to everybody? Oh, Lee Hallam says he's 56. My mistake. I think.
Oh right.
There we are. Okay, so Lee,
that makes me feel better.
You're only you're not the oldest Lee that we have. Right. Oh yes, I know what I wanted to read out here. Where was it? Console a little while ago had said Lib Dems are ending a decade in the wilderness over tuition fees. Tories are entering their wilderness for going from net 250k to 750k immigration. It's about betrayal, not policy. And I'll read another one here. Frank says, Lee Ball, you are a fucking legend. Thanks for nominating me for Annabelle Clark's Side Chatter of the Year. There we go. You've got your first fan.
I would say for the Tories, it's a mix of the issues on immigration, the Partygate scandals during the COVID years, and also the debacle that was Liz Truss that has caused them to collapse. It's all those little aspects that have happened that just built up over the years, and then it's all come crashing down on them.
It's it's hard to avoid scandal at the end of 14 years, and it's hard to control the party. I mean, apparently, Andrea Leadsom on BBC before said that the Tories lost because they went too woke.
Too woke.
It's partially true.
Literally been moaning
John has just
anti-woke
said
stuff for the last 4 years.
Like, hasn't Rishi Sunak spent the last week tweeting things out like, I know what a cervix is, repeatedly? And the Tories have gone too woke.
The thing is, though, and I think this is where reform and people that have gone from Tory to Reform are right is, and people like Tim Stanley have always pointed this out over the past 14 years. It's just all talk and no action. That's what they are.
Well, basically, yeah. I mean, you know, if I put myself in the mindset of a conservative voter who actually believes in like social conservatism and has those kinds of values and wants to see that replicated in terms of attitudes towards immigration, LGBT, whatever else, I suppose you look at the Tories and you go, they actually seem to do the opposite of a lot of the things they say they'll do.
No, it's just occurred to me that with the exception of the co-leaders of Green, all the leaders of the main parties are like male.
Oh, yeah, I suppose you're right. Yeah,
it used to be a bit more.
Do have...
Sorry,
but we do have a bit of churn, really, don't we? Because I think if you go back only a few years ago, you know, you had Nicola Sturgeon, Leanne Wood, Theresa May, what's her name, Caroline Lucas, Natalie Bennett. It's, you know, I think it churns to and fro. Although, that said, the one obvious thing that sticks out, which we have to come back round to, is the fact that Labour has not yet had a female leader. Although, if you've been paying any attention to what the Tories have had to say for the past week, whoa, Angela Rayner.
To be fair, the Labour Party may not have a female leader, but it does have the first female chancellor.
Yes.
Yeah. So, out of curiosity, you think Angelina will become deputy prime minister or just some other role within Labour's cabinet?
Probably deputy prime minister, I think.
Yeah. Seems like the fair thing to do. If you're deputy leader, then you're deputy PM as well.
But is she going to be levelling up and housing secretary, or whatever they call the department? If they change the name of the department.
I just know that let's see, one kind of controversy that during Brown's year was they never made Harriet Harman deputy prime minister, which was arguably their chance to have the first female deputy. But then that ended up being like Liz Truss's deputy for like a month or something.
By the way,
Margaret Beckett was, she was standing leader, wasn't she?
Yeah.
When they were in between.
Yeah, and there was Harriet, and there was Harriet Harman as well that took over after Miliband.
They were never really the official leader.
No, but just demonstrating my 90s knowledge for you.
Yeah, I know.
Stepping in to fill the void. Oh, right, I've dropped my mouse. Just another one here. Consult in the chat says Rayner maps onto the Prescott mould, but for the diversity era. I think we've said before in previous streams that Rayner is sort of like the working class bit of rough that you have up at the very top to go, look, we're still the traditional old Labour Party, you know.
Yeah, by the way, I think J.K. Rowling endorsed no parties this election.
Whatever. Good for you, J.K. Rowling. It's fine.
Look, being a conservative, I do agree with Rowling on a lot of stuff, but I don't care. She's just
insufferable.
Yeah.
What's interesting to me from discussions I've had with some quite like left-wing friends and family members in this election, they're of the view that they really don't like Labour for their stance on transgender rights and self-ID and the rest of it, because they think that Labour's too anti-trans. And yet you have the J.K. Rowlings of the world and all the rest of it, which for them, Labour is like so far beyond the pale, so damaging to all women and everything. I wonder whether Labour actually, by finally arriving at a very muddy, vague, mealy-mouthed position on the issue, have managed to strike the right balance by getting the people who are most passionate about it on either side to hate them in equal part. Therefore, finding some kind of middle ground. I don't know.
I think in government they will do it, Blair, and they will quietly. I know we've heard the term quietly radical to describe what Starmer's government's going to look like. I think they'll become more sort of pro-trans or pro-woke or however you want to describe it. Purely because Starmer thinks about appeasing the base, I think he will actually do that in government, and it'll in electoral terms, it'll help him.
I think that they might look at the SNP in Scotland and take a lesson from how things went when they went down the self-ID route and say perhaps we don't want to go there.
Well, I don't think they'll go that far, but I think they'll be. I think they'll sort of leave it alone and make platitudes towards it.
I think what they'll probably do is, I think they won't change any policy regarding it, and what they'll do is they'll do what Starmer did during the question time debate, when, if any of you saw that, and he answered the question on the trans issue. I think he'll just leave it alone, because I think he'll look at Scotland and he'll look like, well, the SNP got annihilated over this, so we'll just avoid it, pretty much.
I think the best way really is to stop making it an issue, this massively divisive thing where it's spoken about all the time and you've got to be this or you've got to be that and all the rest of it. What if Labour came in and basically did no policies towards it one way or the other?
I think that the one thing that Labour is probably going to do is, I think that the anti-immigration rhetoric as well as policy is going to be something they are going to do, because especially if Reform wins the Barnsley seats, if they win the Barnsley seats, then I think that Labour will definitely escalate the anti-immigration stuff in an attempt to stave off Reform votes.
I mean, next election, you're going to see leaflets and ads saying, from 24 to 29, Labour deported X amount more people than the Tories did from 2019 to 2024.
Oh, absolutely. And if you look at Academic Agent and his Twitter account, you'll actually notice that Labour actually deported more people under Tony Blair than the Tories did in all of their 5 prime ministers.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember, Blunkett was incredibly hard line on deportations, and as we said, I think it was from 2004 to 2010, in 6 years, Labour deported more people than the Tories did in the whole 14 years. And obviously, the migration here is far higher at this rate, so the Tories have a legitimate case to deport more people, illegal migration. So I wouldn't be surprised if Vivek Cooper is hammering flights off next week.
Guys, I'm gonna jump out for about 10 minutes or so, but obviously I'll keep things going. Carry on as you are. Read out the odd comment here and there.
Okay.
I'll do some comment reading now. In fact, I'll look through some comments and read them. Lee Hallam says, Labour like to let the deputy leader have control after losing an election. They let her drive around the car park, but not on the roads. Interesting analogy. If they could find a way of profiting from deporting people, they would be all over it, though. I assume that's about Labour and deportations. Is there anything else?
Well, I think Blue Guy's asking, didn't J.K. Rowling endorse the Communist Party in Scotland? If I recall from that story, it looked like she endorsed them, but the Communist Party were actually pro-trans and they disavowed her endorsement or something.
That's pretty much what happens. She endorsed them and they rebutted her endorsement because they're pro-trans. Oh, here's the point about immigration. He said the Conservative Party apparatus will always serve the interest of their rich donors and friends, even when it comes to immigration. That's how I see it, at least. Yeah, that's the kind of ironic thing here, is the Tory party, at the moment anyway, it could change with time, is so committed to neoliberalism that they refuse to reduce immigration because it hurts the bottom line of a lot of their donors who are super wealthy businessmen. So even though their base massively wants immigration to be cut, they refuse to do it because it hurts the bottom line of their base. Whereas with Labour, they don't really care about that, so they're more willing to engage in anti-immigration policy because they have nothing to lose from their donors.
Do you know that stuff you just said about the Tories is very reminiscent of what Trump's lot said about the GOP in 2015?
It is, yeah. It does remind me of that, and it does have a point to it to a certain extent.
Oh,
And you
absolutely.
actually, and you mentioned the the GOP. Weeble has said reminds me how Obama deported more people and dropped more ordinances in 1 year than Trump did during his whole presidency. Yeah, that's another example of it as well. Obama was nicknamed the deporter in chief because he deported so many people when he was in charge.
It's a bit interesting because you hear Republicans say, "Oh, he increased immigration by tenfold or something."
The thing is, I wouldn't call it neoliberal. I think I'd just call it conservative corporatism. I think being neoliberal is actually being too charitable to how evil the Tories are. As a Tory.
Could you say that a bit?
Yeah, the thing-
I
the
didn't
thing-
quite hear it.
Sorry, I do love the delicious irony of it's our Tory friend in the stream explaining to us how evil the Tories are. Like, you are the true authority on the matter. Who else could tell us but a Tory?
Oh, that brings me to sort of the question now, that I sort of have for the people here. Weeble, how would you define yourself politically?
Ooh, interesting. I don't agree with sort of right-left nonsense these days. I think there's so many individual issues that it's quite a mix. But I suppose if you were to do that, I'm probably quite left of centre economically, but actually probably a little right of centre, slightly socially.
In some ways, that actually kind of reminds me of like a traditional Labour voter, especially in the Red Wall.
I've never actually, I've only voted Labour twice, and that was in 2001 and 2005, and that was for Claire Short in my constituency due to her anti-Iraq war stance.
Oh, interesting. You didn't vote for Blair in '97 then?
No, I was only just old enough to vote, and I don't think I was registered then.
Ah, okay, I see.
I was of virtually no fixed abode at that point.
I think, yeah, I think that's what's happening though, isn't it? The last election, and this is what Starmer's tapped into, is there is still an appetite for left of centre, economic, right of centre, social policies.
I have heard that the general trend for, the populace generally is slightly left of centre economically and slightly somewhat right of centre socially. I mean, I don't think I'm really in tune with the average voter, but everything I've heard seems that this mysterious centre ground actually misses the mark for most people.
I think there's a. Oh, sorry, I realise there's a few of us fighting to come in. I think that there are far more voters out there like that who aren't represented politically by a party that you can point to and precisely say, right, you're left of centre economically, but right of centre socially. It doesn't really exist in that form, even though I think there's probably more voters out there that fill that kind of niche. I mean, I don't think I'd describe myself right of centre socially, but I don't think I'm a progressive either. I think I'm probably pretty down the middle on most of those kinds of issues.
I think for me, I would say myself politically at this stage has been sort of an evolution. Like, I would say I'm fairly left-wing on economic policy, but centrist when it comes to social issues. There's some aspects of social issues where I would consider myself to be, I guess you could say, somewhat on the politically right, such as immigration, for example. And I'm ambivalent on like trans rights, for example, but I do support things like abortion rights and LGBT rights, particularly with same-sex marriage. So I would say when it comes to social issues, I would say I'm probably centrist, but very left, well, not very left wing, but solidly left-wing economically is how I would describe myself.
I would say I'm both left-wing on economics and socially. And I'd probably say in terms of social issues, I think people are a bit more left-wing or socially progressive than they probably realise. But I think the issue where they seem to be more right-wing on social issues could be related to the trans debate controversies, because with everything else with the LGBT, they're pretty much at this point, the majority of the country has accepted that gays exist and they're allowed to get married and they do have rights. It's just the trans issue that's become like the heated topic, as it was like with the gays and lesbians in like the 80s.
Could I just jump in and read a few comments real quick, guys, because we've got some interesting ones here. So Lee Hallam says to Lee Ball, I will make you feel younger, Lee. I voted in 1987. A few people offering up where their politics is. Lee, this is from you, Lee, where you read out and said, I consider myself a progressive because I'm interested in making progress and structural change. Blue Guy says, I'm a left libertarian. Sky Echo 7 says, real left economically, fairly left socially. Not my fucking business what consenting adults get up to. The Rosado says, I used to call myself a progressive, then the left went a bit nutty and I sort of walked away. Yeah, maybe, here's the thing. I think when I was about 16 or 17, I totally would have identified myself as being a left, liberal, progressive type, because I felt that what a lot of the mainstream values that those words represented were very much in line with my own. And then it seemed to be just stuff like Zardos says, stuff kind of got away from me a little bit. Stuff kind of seemed to go too far in some places, or just became a little bit incoherent, not practical.
I'm seeing the Deputy Leader of Reform arguing with Peter Mandelson on BBC.
They are pointing at each other quite aggressively.
Yes, I've noticed that. That's quite interesting.
Callum
Callum in
another
the
seat's being declared.
Sunderland Central.
Do you know?
All right, hang on. I'll bring it up on screen.
I'm quite sad I have to put my glasses on to see the TV.
All right, Sunderland Central declaration imminent. Right, I'll stick the volume on.
I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows. Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852. Chris Einon, 10,779. Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993. Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731.
Wow.
The number
Wow.
So, Tory plus Reform, he just squeaks past Labour there.
Another massive reform surge.
Yeah, I definitely think this is one of the things that could push Labour to being a bit more radical, at least in the Sunderland area.
By the way, I've got the results for Sunderland Central in 2019. Labour's vote is down by 1,500. Reform has gone up by 5,000. The Tories have dropped by 10,000 in total, and the majority is increased by 4,000.
And you've now got Reform as the clear contenders against Labour in Sunderland Central.
I just can't see how this estimate of 100. I know this is the red wall and it's different and all that, but I just can't see how 130 Tory's going to get 130.
Could you say that a bit louder, please? Sorry.
Sorry. Obviously, I know this is the red wall and it's a bit different and everything, but I can't see how the Tories are going to get 130 seats based off this.
No, I can't see it either. Basildon, I think, is going to be declaring quite soon, and that is going to be the real test. If the vote share drops there massively, then that's bad.
Basildon's one of those that I had on my radar as a potential reform gain. There are a few very fertile seats in Essex that reform
I think
can take.
Tory sources have conceded Basildon. I think yeah.
So I'll remind you guys, that is the seat that I grew up in. Basildon and Billericay. I lived in Billericay for the first few years of my life, and I spent a fair bit of the rest of my time in Essex in the neighbouring constituency. So I know that part of the country pretty well, and it does not surprise me that they've gone reform.
It could be a recount, though. Some people saying it could be close, but yeah.
There were people back in the day, like 10 odd years ago. There were people who had like UKIP placards in their front gardens in my hometown. So yeah, I can see it.
It's what Richard Holden deserves. So
it was a proper sort of like, I'd call it like a white van Tory area, you know.
But would they believe in climate change?
No.
I think, here's the thing. I think that probably you'll get a lot of people that do obviously believe in climate change and do believe in it being man-made, but they're willing to be brought round with the arguments of, but this net zero is too much too fast, and it's some of it's woke nonsense and blah blah blah.
Change anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can see that being the angle that a lot of people go with. Straight up climate denial. I think that looks a bit fucking kooky to most people. But if you're just arguing on the margins of, you know, how do you implement change in energy policy, then I think you can win more people around with that sort of thing.
Just a quick one, sorry. I don't know if you guys have mentioned it yet, because obviously I joined late, but what are the odds of Jez winning now with the Labour vote share so low?
It's too close to call.
Okay.
I'm feeling slightly better for Corbyn's prospects than I was 2 or 3 hours ago, but I still don't know.
Perhaps a reform surge might help Jezza win.
Could do, yes.
I'm just curious. Is it possible that let's see, Corbyn could become the father of the house if he does win it, depending on like if any of the other elderly witty MPs win or lose their seats?
Oh, I mean, he is getting up there as far as how long he's been in Parliament versus most other MPs. I think we are getting to the stage now where the longest serving MPs were first elected in either at the very back end of the 70s or the early 80s.
I believe Diane Abbott is expected to become the mother of the house this Parliament, I believe.
Just a quick update.
So nice of Keir to let her keep her seat. Sorry, go on.
I don't know if this means anything, but Suella Braverman has called in sick to her own count.
Interesting.
Let's hope she loses.
Just quickly, by the way, on Sky News here, I've paused their comparison between the exit poll and the results, and Reform was basically bang on. The difference that they had is, in fact, in the result, the Tories did a bit better than the exit poll had called, and Labour did not quite as good as the exit poll had called in Sunderland there. And just quickly as well, I want to read a few more comments from the chat here. Blue Guy says, as a man of Kent, Essex is my sworn enemy. Oh, those bloody people from Kent, always thinking that they're better than people from Essex because they live in slightly nicer streets with slightly nicer houses. Lee Hallam says the projections on the exit poll is for the bigger Tory fall in the north and the Midlands than the south, despite there being more votes in the south than elsewhere.
Oh yeah, interesting thing about sitting Swiss. I heard that there's some postal issues with Kemi Badenoch's seat, so it could be possible that it'd be called for a recount or some sort of by-election or something, which could result in her not being able to take part in the leadership for the Tories, if that's the case.
Well, all depending as well on if and when Sunak decides to stand down, doesn't it? Because he says he's not going to stand down immediately, but then again, they do say that until they do. But I don't know at this point whether he would. Dan, you've got an ear to the Tories somewhat.
Oh, yeah.
Any idea whether Sunak stays or goes?
By the way, watch down Wakeford Live currently on BBC.
Sorry, as leader.
Yeah. If Sunak goes at the end of this election, do you think?
There's been no real.
No wheel, one way or the other.
No. So Graham Brady has been made a lord. So I, to be honest, I don't think he's made his mind up yet, and I think they will just take their time and they'll see. And obviously, we've not had conference season yet, so they'll probably have a leadership election. I mean, Starmer's no longer making them sit longer in summer, and I think recess is. I think recess will be in 2-3 weeks, so they might have a leadership election amongst the MPs, and then over the summer, members, and then it'll be decided in September, like with Liz Truss. But then again, if I was Sunak, I would actually stay on for a bit longer, and then maybe have it sort of just over September. But he won't. I think he'll want to get out of there. So if I'm going to estimate, I'd say there's going to be a leadership election in 2-3 weeks in terms of the MPs, and then over August, members will get a vote.
Oh, we love a good summer Tory leadership contest, don't we?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't impact the running of the country anymore, though. So
no, you're right. It doesn't.
It's just the drama and the chaos without the without the uncertainty of the country's future, which, well, to be honest, is a good thing for once.
Yeah.
If I may,
comment. Oh, sorry, go on, Lee.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I mean, thinking back to 2015, particularly when obviously a lot of leaders had done very well and were expected to resign, you came to this time sort of just as the breakfast news is coming on and all that, and sort of between about sort of 7 and 9 o'clock in the morning, basically every other leader was gone. So we'll see how it goes.
I believe in this election, the only one that was leader the last time, the last general election, was Nigel Farage. Every other party pretty much has a different party leader at this point.
And he went and came back in the meantime, didn't he? In true Farage fashion. I just want to take a comment here from NA, and I want to... Tom, I'm going to throw it your way, because you're quite good at this kind of thing. What's your summary of your discussion so far for someone who's joined in the last 10 minutes? What's our current reading and feeling on the exit poll and the results so far, Tom?
Generally speaking, the exit poll is broadly in line with the Labour Party's expectations, and is broadly speaking within that, maybe underestimating them a bit. The Reform vote is being underestimated a bit as well, and the Tory vote is being overestimated, and we don't know anything about the Liberal Democrats yet.
Thank you very much, NA. I hope that answers your question. Any further queries, please do put them to us. Someone in the chat said that we've got another seat declaration coming soon. Apparently, where was it? Which one was it? Swindon South Labour gain. Ooh. Robert Buckland out. I don't know if that's a declaration or an aspiration.
I think that's probably an aspiration, but it could be right, more than likely.
Liberalzardo says, Captain Swiss, do any of the panel remember 97 when the BBC played Space Invaders with their graphics blasting Tory seats red, lol? Lee, I'm going to throw that one over to you.
Yes, vaguely. It's a shame they didn't have the pew pew sound effects as well, but yeah. There have been some very fun nights of election coverage over the years with the graphics.
Just
I remember, what were those?
Sorry,
really bad. Those really bad dummies of Blair walking towards number 10. I remember that.
Oh, Lee, I'm very sorry to cut you off. We've got a
declaration
about to happen, so I will
Robert,
bring us into this.
472.
As well, but Heidi Alexander almost double the vote of Robert Buckland, who was the sitting MP.
Wow.
Oh, Christ, that's massive.
Catherine Kozidowski, Reform UK, 6,190
of the Conservatives. Heidi Alexander is declared the MP.
She's back.
Yeah, I'm looking it up, by the way. I've got the numbers here compared to 2019. in 2019, the Tories got 26,000 votes there, and now they've been reduced by 14,000, and Labour's
no
gone
way
up by
they're getting
2,000.
There's just no way they're getting 130 seats.
POV Music says Lee Ball's cheery, brummy tones are nice on the ears.
So, out of curiosity,
It's Black Country. I'm from Warsaw, not Birmingham.
So, as a curiosity, Dan, will you be surprised if the Tories do end up being similar to the exit poll?
I don't think it's possible, to be honest.
I'll be very surprised if they're near 130, and I'd be far more optimistic on the prediction of them being around 110. There's something else as well. Labour sources are saying that Corbyn has won by about 1,500.
Yeah, get in.
That is a surprise. But at least that means we'll have at least some opposition to the Labour Party from the left.
It brings me a great amount of satisfaction. You know, I mean, I many people for that matter, but me, I jumped off the Corbyn train before it pulled into its final resting place.
Corbyn's on
but
the,
nonetheless,
Corbyn's
I'm happy to see Corbyn give Starmer a bloody nose. Good.
I'm seeing Corbyn live on BBC right now in Islington bit.
Oh yeah, I see him.
I'd like to hear from the other Corbyn. Where's Piers?
Oh, no. If nothing else, at least we will have the Starmerites have at least one bad result tonight.
What's the chat saying? Jezza, go on, Jezza, absolute boy. Galloway next? Well, we'll see.
No chance.
Maybe one independent.
No, he won't.
Galloway
He
has
won't
killed
win.
any chance of keeping his seat by not really attending those Gaza sessions in Parliament, I think.
One here from NA says the predictions were that SNP would go down a lot, but to go all the way down to 10 would be an insanely bad result. Yeah, when we first saw that in the exit poll, we did kind of go, that seems like a lot.
I think they'll have 20 in the end of it.
Okay.
John Curtis always says that Scotland is always a bit more difficult for them to predict, so he always puts huge caveats on those numbers.
We've also got Walsall isn't any better, says K Jade. And Blue Guy adds, all of the West Midlands is Birmingham to me. Bloody Southerners. Bloody Kent Southerners. Everything's north to them in Kent.
Oh, yeah. I always remember that thing I heard on the radio once, local radio. It was like, oh, here's a message for anyone travelling north on the M40. Piss off, you southern bastards.
Birmingham is in the south.
No, part of the country, mate.
That's why we invented the Midlands, so we don't have to have this north-south argument.
I would say it's just the Midlands.
No, the Midlands is a social construct, just like Greater Manchester is. It's
No. Right. Manchester and Liverpool are the top of the Midlands, and Birmingham.
Oh, by the way, I just wanted to quickly say something about the majority that Labour got in Swindon South. The majority Labour got in Swindon South is 3,000 votes higher than the majority the Tories got in Swindon South in 2019.
Huh.
3,000 higher, 3,500 higher than the Tory and Reform vote combined. So Labour's actually, this might be in line with some of the pollsters, what they were saying. Labour is outperforming in seats they need to gain.
Yes, that was what some pollsters predicted, that Labour's vote would be down or stagnant in their safe seats, but massively up in their marginals.
Because it's the get the Tories out vote, isn't it?
It is.
Yes.
I mean, if you think about that polling that was quoted earlier,
by the way, the swing from Conservative to Labour in Swindon South is 16%.
16%. I want to read a comment from Console here. I quite like this one. It says, if Galloway gets in, it would be good for keeping more characters in Parliament with Jezza and Farage, even if a dodgy Al Jazeera character.
It is. It's the Russia Today gang.
Well, no.
Well,
you
this
need to get Alex Salmon back in for that as well. Then
Well,
you got
this
the
is the
full roster
thing.
today.
We are going to have Jeremy Corbyn and Nigel Farage be in the same parliament with each other.
Fireworks.
Fireworks, indeed. Yes.
I mean, what happens when Starmer invades Syria with Trump or whatever? You just know.
No,
You
don't.
probably have Corbyn calling him a war criminal.
Nah, you'll have Corbyn and Farage both opposing whatever foreign wars Starmer gets involved in.
Yeah, Jezza morally and Farage financially.
Well,
Jez, take Ukraine for example. Jez will just say, we need to have a peaceful resolution. Everyone should stop fighting. We should have a negotiated settlement. Blah blah blah. Farage will go, don't poke the Russian bear. That's what happens when you poke the Russian bear.
I think the more controversial one will be whatever happens with Gaza and Israel.
By the way, Labour. By the way, Steve Baker has said that he'll lose his seat of Wickham, which is obvious, and he said that this is not a landslide; it's a tsunami.
I like tsunamis in this context.
I would say it's a quiet tsunami because it's more of just they've collapsed rather than. Nigel Farage is being brought up in Carlton, so.
Guys, I have a question from the chat to pose to all of you. NA says, anecdotally, what have the panelists' local areas been like in terms of election signs outside people's houses? Personally, in my area, there have only been Labour and Green Party ones that I've seen. I'll answer that one first and quickly because I have actually taken note. So I live in the North Tyneside, sort of Newcastle upon Tyne general area. I would say that in my travels over the past few weeks, I've seen maybe 3 or 4 signs in people's windows for Labour, 1 sign for the Greens, and 1 sticker that somebody put on one of those little electricity boxes that you have out in the street for Reform. So that's I've seen mostly Labour, 1 Green, 1 Reform.
But I'll say
In my local area, I have had nothing but Labour and Liberal Democrat posters everywhere. And up in the north, in Portsmouth, where I've travelled around that area, I have seen tons and tons of Labour and Reform posters everywhere, and not a single Tory poster.
I would say this for me. In my areas in Hertfordshire, I've been visiting and canvassing, or just generally go to. It's mostly been Labour, but I have seen the occasional, at least in Hatfield, the occasional Grant shops, but it's been crowded by Labour's just pretty much next to them. And in Hitchin today, I saw mostly Labour, but I did see the occasional Lib Dem. Oh, Swiss, your former constituency's on live in BBC.
My former the BBC. Don't keep bringing the BBC at my door. I'm Sky News all the way for this election.
Sorry, Swiss. I figured I'd at least keep you up to date on what the BBC is doing since, let's see.
Every now and then I just hear someone go, oh, Peter Mandelson's on the BBC. Oh, but blah, blah, blah's on the BBC. Yeah, well, look, Sky News has Boris Johnson's brother. So, we've got some of the big hitters as well.
Sadiq Khan's on BBC now.
Good for Sadiq Khan in that London with that BBC.
I've seen a lot of... I live in Hazel Grove, in quite a leafy area of Hazel Grove, and it's just all...
Hazel Grove does sound like quite a leafy area.
I mean, some of it's sort of social housing as you sort of go into Stockport, Greater Manchester, but it's sort of just very suburban, and it's just all... I mean, the seat was Tory, but it's just all Lib Dem this time. Yeah, I've just seen so many Lib Dem signs; it's unbelievable.
By the way, just wanted to say a couple things. Labour is confident that they're going to defeat Joanna Cherry in Edinburgh South West. And in addition to that, could you repost the link in the Twitter chat so James can join?
Yes, absolutely. And in addition to that as well, I will say hello to Youth Views, or Hazza Khan in the chat, who was around on the channel back in the time of the 2019 election, I remember. So it's nice to see you again. I was asked to acknowledge you by Claire. Hazel Grove is pretty posh, says Lee Hannon.
Used to do some streams.
Yeah, it is.
He used to do some streams, if I recall, which you and I have been on there occasionally, Swiss.
That's right, yeah.
By the way, Swiss, I
In
think
the group
it's
chat,
in the
so James
Wikipedia
can
page.
get on now as well.
You still have Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister on the Wikipedia page, but it's to think probably by the end of this night it'll be changed to Keir Starmer.
Is there? Do we know of a pre-Downing Street like Labour election party? I mean, is Starmer making a speech to like a Labour party, like not the political party, but like have they got somewhere? Do we know of?
I don't know is my short answer. I don't know what they've got planned in that capacity.
Oh, by the way, I've got 2 bits of news. First of all, Labour are confident that they're going to win Thurrock fairly comfortably. And in addition to that, Newswire has said Rishi Sunak to resign Friday morning, Sunday Times reporter.
I was right.
There we go. They always say they won't resign until they do.
So does that mean he will stay on until there's a new leader, or will he step down immediately and then again acting leader until?
I think we're interim leader. I think they'll be worried that if he stays on as leader and the result is this bad and actually worse than the exit poll.
I'm seeing bits of vote share 47-25. Wait, I'm not sure if that's the actual match. No, sorry, that might be in there. Let's see.
Oh, right. Very sorry. A few comments real quick. We have Washington and Gateshead South declared, says Badger Army. So that will probably filter through to our feed here on Sky in the next minute or two. Blue Guy adds Labour wins Lakeside.
What's Lakeside?
The darts.
I don't know what that is.
We've potentially got some more results coming then. I also want to add, Hazard Khan had said, Claire is a legend and Swiss, I always remembered you, always come on when you stream, mate. Thank you very much, Hazard. Jack James is anticipating the return of James Fielding, saying the prodigal
son, I think it says.
Is James in the back of the side on the side group yet, Swiss?
No, not at the moment, but I posted the link in the chat, so I'm sure he'll be back at some point. Son of Rachel from Swindon joins us.
Do you just want to privately send it to him personally, just in case?
I don't. What was it he said? Did he ask me to post it in the group chat, or?
I think it was the group chat, but if he's having a trouble with finding it where you read.
Oh no, he's seen it. It says seen by 15 people, including him. So he's definitely spotted it.
Okay.
Let me read a few more of the comments here. Let me see. Console says acting leader, too embarrassing, hasn't got that Theresa May brass neck. Claire King says I am the resident Lib Dem. Blue Guy says Lakeside Shopping Centre in Thurrock. Oh, I should have known that. I've been to Lakeside once. The shopping. It's well known in the area as just Lakeside.
Apparently, I haven't got the numbers because no one's sending them to me. But Reform came second in Washington.
Oh yeah, we haven't had it appear on the screen here, but it's just said Labour hold Washington and Gateshead South. But they're too busy chatting to the interviewees to show us the results of that one at the moment. Is anyone's precious BBC showing the count for?
I see some sort of newscaster talking in a sort of northern Halvertron. Northallerton, sorry. Sorry.
So I've got something interesting here. So Salvation's MRP that had the Tories on 60 seats has the Swindon result pretty spot on. So if the Swindon result and the other results are currently in line with Salvation's model, as is the case, they've got the Tories on 60 seats. So there's a lot of people at the moment definitely think 130 is too high.
So
if Salvation is correct, then that means that Salvation has gotten every single general election since 2010 correct.
And that's why we wait for Salvation.
And
As the old
if that's
Corbynite
the
meme
case,
used to go.
and if that's the case, the exit poll is completely wrong on what the Tories ended up gaining that night.
Dan, are you personally fearing double-figure seats now, if I may ask?
Yeah.
So, out of curiosity, do you think the Tories are going to gain any new seats during this election?
Maybe in Scotland. Yeah. I just want to read from Lee Hallam here. We've got percentages from Washington. Labour 47%, Reform 29%, Conservatives 12%. So
Right,
there we
let me get Washington up then, so I can do a comparison.
Okie dokie.
I'm just gonna mute myself a bit because I need to head to the toilet. So I'll see you later, Swiss.
No problemo.
I mean,
Right, okay, Washington. Okay, so Washington and Gates. Oh, okay, we got it here. Washington and Gateshead South general election 2024. Labour, 17,000 votes. Vote share's gone up by 5%. The Tory vote share has fallen by 21%. And the Reform have come second, and it's gone up by 15%.
Wow.
Apparently the Barnsley seats are soon.
Ooh.
So, I mean, what's the story of the North so far in this election? Labour holding the seats that we thought they were going to hold, except Reform knocked the Tories into third place. Reform newly staged in a pretty convincing second place. And we've not even really got into the main meat of the Tory defences down south yet.
They must have overperformed against the Lib Dems in Devon, and they must have overperformed in sort of Cheshire and Kent to even have a chance of getting near one. I just cannot see a conceivable way they get 130. There must be a serious geographic coalescence around the Tory vote down south and a collapse of the Reform vote to the Tories down south. In a
it's got to be. I agree with what you're saying, that if that's the case, it would be in the southwest rather than the southeast.
Yeah,
because I think Reform's going to be strong in the southeast and east.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one thing I'm pretty confident on, and this is probably going to be bad for the Tories long term, is Penny Mordaunt's going to lose her seat.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, like Reform's vote share has gone up massively, and Labour's made huge gains.
I saw that her seat was actually, for the most part, if you traditionally think about it in terms of the vote share differences, it's basically a freeway. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Plaid being on 4 is quite good for them, isn't it?
Yes.
A lot of people were estimating 2 at the start of this campaign, but they've looks like they've outperformed.
Well, those Cardigan Bay, West Coastal Wales areas have always been fertile ground for Welsh nationalism.
They have indeed.
Badger Army in the chat asks, does anyone know what the last Survation poll said? This will be, I imagine, the last. We'll have a look.
I'll look up. I know what it was. It was Tories were on 20% and Labour was on 38%. But the MRP poll had a seat range between 40 to 100 for the Tories and Labour 439 to 500. But the average agreed was 68 seats for the Tories and 470 seats for Labour.
But
if you look at,
go on.
If you look at Survation's MRP poll, though, the results are lining up with what they predicted.
Yeah, that's why I'm. If these results keep coming in and are in line with Survation's MRP, Tories are. This is when you're looking at the exit poll could be very wrong for the Tory vote, for the Tory seat count, and you're sort of looking at possible Lib Dem opposition territory. But there's a few results yet to go to sort of make a good prediction on that. But
if that actually came into focus, that would be remarkable, because that always felt like the outer reaches of the polling projections, the idea of Lib Dems beating the Tories in terms of MPs. But if the actual result comes near that level, then I just didn't think it could happen.
Well, I've seen stuff about them saying, obviously we know about the issues with Scotland and the exit poll, but making an accurate prediction. So how they're so accurate in the exit poll, especially over recent years, is the way they estimate it is they do it off vote shares in the polling station compared to last time, and they go to the same polling stations. However, because of boundary changes, since I think it's the first time since 2010, it makes it a little bit harder to be incredibly accurate and find the right polling stations, and there might be some mistakes and some issues. Basically, John Curtis has said prior, a few weeks ago, that this would be the least confident exit poll they've been in since 2010.
That makes sense. That does make sense, because we're getting further and further away from the elections of uniform swing. It's like people are saying it's becoming more and more geographical in nature. So it means that it makes sense the way that you say it. It becomes harder and harder to pick those correct constituencies and polling stations as the bellwethers to use for the exit poll, because everything's becoming that much more varied than it once was.
Yeah, I did actually. I was a bit surprised they didn't increase the amount of polling stations, to be honest, and the amount of people they ask. But they seem to. I mean, who knows? I mean, they could be right, and there might be a sort of Tory squeeze of the Reform vote because of issues with Reform's campaign in places we've mentioned. But there could be a lot. I mean, if it's true, there's a lot. There's either way. If it's below 100 or around the exit poll estimate, there's going to be a lot of seats that are, you only 1,000-2,000 votes in it that were Tory last time. That should have been 20,000 majorities.
Yeah, like the Labour candidate in Portsmouth North is probably only going to win by about 2,000 votes, but she'll win. But one thing that seems to be the case is that Labour has outperformed the exit poll in Swindon. Like, they won it convincingly. Oh, by the way, if you were to do comparisons on Tories who would lose on the Swindon South swing, it would just be basically multiple cabinet ministers like Mel Stride and Damien Green and Mark Harper and people like that.
I'm back. As to curiosity, you think Starmer's cabinet will be similar to the Shadow cabinet, or do you think he's going to have some changed faces now? He's got some more MPs to pick from.
Well, there was rumours about Lammy getting sacked, but Lammy was on the BBC straight away with Rayner, so I think he's okay, because he wouldn't put him up on the BBC if he was going to sack him.
I remember they were talking about Starmer doing something similar to what Sunak did with electing someone to the House of Lords and then replaced Lammy as foreign second. That was something like David Miliband as one of the potential people, I think.
Douglas Alexander, but he's standing in Scotland. He's trying for a comeback.
Question for the panel, Swiss, from Hazard Khan: is socialism dead now in Britain's politics? I'd say that socialism is on the back foot in terms of parliamentary representation at the moment. I'd say that's probably a fair assessment of things.
I think it's safe to say that no political ideology ever truly dies in politics. It's just that they just might not be front and center for the time being.
I think it really sort of depends, because if Corbyn is able to retain his seat, then I think it will show that there are embers of it that are still around. But as a mainstream political position, it probably won't be lasting long. But I do think that but what I do think it though is the case is that I think the ideology that's probably going to be dominant in British politics, and Starmer would do well to replicate this, would basically be centre-right on social issues and centre-left on economic issues. And if Starmer can...
We have a result, I'm sorry.
Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,815. Chi Onwurah, Labour Party, 18,875.
Right, Reform second.
Sorry, carry on.
Okay, let me look up Newcastle, the Newcastle seat, Newcastle Central.
Can I just interject with some interesting inside news from Labour, actually?
Yes.
There is growing concern about Yvette Cooper's seat to Reform.
So it's possible that Yvette Cooper could be the one big MP from Labour that
Barnsley East and Yvette Cooper's seat. Now, they're not saying they've lost it, but they are a bit tetchy, according to
just like Bubby.
What if Yvette Cooper is the Portillo?
Yeah. If I recall, Yvette Cooper had a majority of 1,000 from the last election.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, she did. So I think she'll keep it, but it will be very close. Anyway, let me look at the last election result for Newcastle Central.
Oh, it says Labour's down. It says Labour's down
Labour's
quite a bit.
down.
Yeah.
Labour down, Reform up, Tories are massively down. What was
I think was it I think it was in the local elections we did a couple months back. Labour were falling backwards in some of in this part of the country, weren't they? I think I remember certain wards in and around Newcastle, Labour were doing pretty poorly in the locals a couple months ago.
Was it the Greens doing quite well?
It may have been. It may have been. I'm not seeing the Greens on the radar in this seats results.
No, but I can't remember if it was Sunderland. I'm pretty sure it was Newcastle that the Greens making inroads.
There were definitely little pockets, certain wards where they were doing pretty good. Yeah.
So, as a curiosity, with some of these Reform seats, you think it's likely that Starmer might try to actually properly renationalise railways, or some of those?
I think he's already said. I think he's already said he wants to do that in his manifesto.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, they're not actually renationalising them. It's just going to be public-private partnership. As with a lot of the stuff that's going to happen with the NHS, Starmer's not going to learn the right lessons here. That the people, a lot of people that are voting Reform are quite left-wing economically and quite interventionist, and he's missing a bullet, a golden bullet here for himself that he could benefit from a lot of voters. He's just not learning the right lessons.
I want to respond to Hazza Khan, who followed up on the socialist question, who said, I would argue as the Tories get obliterated, if Labour don't make any meaningful changes, then the only thing left to turn to is left-wing policies. What I would say to that is I think that Labour in government will lose out to the Greens on their left flank. And I think that will happen increasingly if they're seen not to make any meaningful change during the course of their time in power.
I say with this, they'll probably lose pretty economically to the left to the Greens when it comes to in the political spectrum. Socially on the left, they'll probably lose to the Lib Dems, and socially conservative will be Reform.
Well, I've just had someone from CCHQ text me and say their estimate is currently 100.
Whoa, that was my estimate. I went bang on the money for 100. Yes, please.
They're saying there's going to be a lot of seats where you'd be you think Reform would do well, but there's going to be a lot of seats where they're surprisingly coming second. So yeah, apparently Gullis is going to come third.
Good. Hate him.
I campaigned with him.
I could have, if I'd stood in Stoke North again in this election, I probably could have put on a few % on my vote share.
Yeah, you probably could have.
Would have been a thing, but hey, that's what happens when you move. Is this Mr. James Fielding in our stream?
No, I'm from the other side of the Pennines, so.
Oh,
Cameron beat Mr. Fielding to it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought I'd join for. Yeah, who's excited?
Oh, by
I'm
the way,
excited.
I've looked at the BBC are showing Portsmouth North and both Isle of Wight seats to go to Labour.
I had both the Isle of Wight ones to go to Labour.
I did as well, yes.
I did see an in-depth sort of local thing in the Isle of Wight, and there was an awful lot of disaffection. Seeing how Tory it was.
Yeah, there was a lot of people who were saying that the Tories were awful, didn't do anything for us, and have made our lives worse.
I'm very sorry, by the way, that your introduction to the stream, Cam, was me to go, oh, it's James Fielding, and then to reveal that it's in fact not Mr. James Fielding. But how are you doing, Cameron? Are you enjoying the election this evening?
I find it quite entertaining, more so than the campaigns.
Oh yeah,
I'm quite happy to see certain MPs get what they deserve. I'm quite interested to see the Reform vote on certain seats. Look at the performance in Yorkshire. I'm very interested because there's rumours of very low turnout in this part of the country. So,
and are you a fan of the Yorkshire Party as well? I think you've said in the past you quite like them. Do you?
I do like them. Yeah, they didn't stand here, so but.
By the way, it's reported. Wait. It's reported by a senior Labour source claims that Jeremy Corbyn has won Islington North.
Yes, go on, Jezza.
That'll be create some fallout on social media. Quite entertaining.
Oh, I love it.
I wonder if perhaps bringing Tom Watson into Islington North was a bad idea for Labour's part.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you've been discussing this, but there's a couple of journalists in the county Rochdale who say it's too close to call.
By the way, just quickly to
Rochdale.
say,
what? And is that assumedly too close to call between Galloway and Labour then?
Yeah, Galloway and Labour.
Ooh.
I doubt that very much. That's something I'm quite sceptical of, to be honest.
Well, it's something we've not really seen so far in any of the seats. Where there's been a really strong sort of Muslim-led sort of, and pro-Palestine sort of protest vote like that, like there's going to be in my area. So we're waiting to see just how impactful that could be.
I suppose.
Not to mention the fact that, by the way, there's an interesting thing that I've seen is CNN have got on their news report, they've got Joe Biden doing remarks at the White House of the 4th of July celebrations, and then at the bottom of it they've got the UK general election results.
I was saying Peter Mandelson is going to be angry if Corbyn wins the seat.
Well, that'll be good.
I'm going to have to tune into that episode of To Win an Election.
If I recall, he said that he thinks Corbyn was going to lose the seat, so I think that'll probably be a very accurate statement. But yeah,
when I first heard that Corbyn was running as an independent, I said as a dead set cert, more or less, I thought Corbyn would win it. And then during the course of the campaign, I saw some polls that looked iffy for him, and I started to doubt that presumption. But it seems like maybe he has just made it, which
I will say, if he has won it, then for an independent candidate, he's done incredibly well.
I think it'll be the first independent candidate since 1997 to win a seat.
In a general election, yes.
Yeah. But I think if Galloway and Corbyn do both end up winning their seats, I mean, I think there'll probably be a bit of a little personal humiliation for Starmer, since he probably wanted both of those guys out of Parliament by then.
So Patrick Maguire at the Times is reporting that Labour are likely to hold Barnsley South despite the exit poll suggesting a Reform gain.
Yeah, to add to that, there's a couple of other reports saying that a lot of seats that Reform could win around the North of England could be Labour gains, like Bassett Law. She suggested that Reform could have won there. There's quite a few are coming out now saying that.
Reform really is going to be the big question of the night, I think. Because I think so many of their potential seats they could win are so close, so marginal where it'll end up, that they could end up with, you know, they could end up with 2 or 3 seats. They could end up with 20 seats. It's just hard to say.
The Lib Dems are claiming they've gained Tunbridge Wells, and the exit poll has it as a Tory hold.
I see someone speaking on Rochdale at the moment. Let's see, from BBC, but I don't know who he is.
I'm glad to see my new adopted party, the Lib Dems, doing so well.
Hey, Cameron, I'm not sure if you know, but Swiss has gone full Lib Dem.
Oh yeah, I'm aware. He voted.
And I no, I haven't. Maybe the single market at most, but definitely not the EU. I shouldn't have voted Lib Dem. I should have spoiled my ballot if I didn't want to vote Labour. I've sullied my solid record as a not Liberal Democrat.
By the way, Labour sources are confident of gaining Rochdale from Galloway.
Oh, okay. Well, that goes counter to what the journalist apparently said. So,
yeah. I think in some ways, Starmer will probably be annoyed that that he failed to outseat Corbyn. But I think he might be like, okay, I at least got rid of Galloway.
Well, Starmer's going to be stuck with Corbyn as an independent and Diane Abbott still as a Labour MP, neither of which are outcomes he would have particularly liked.
According to Lewis Goodall, Labour sources in the North, quote, cannot believe the Reform votes coming in and are now worried about unexpected losses to Reform.
Yeah, as I said before, Reform is doing far better than people thought they would. I don't think they'll lose any. I think Labour's overreacting a little bit, but I do think that Reform is going to come second in most of the Red Wall seats.
NA in the chat asks, why did you vote Lib Dem Swiss? In a nutshell, because
because you always go full Lib Dem Swiss.
Because I didn't really want to vote Labour. I felt like I was going to vote Labour as a bit of an obligation. And then when I sort of thought about it and realised my seat was going to go Labour regardless, I thought, right, who would I actually like to vote for out of the options? And I started drifting towards just spoiling my ballot. But I think with the Lib Dems, I quite liked the attention they were paying to social care in the manifesto. Obviously, there's proportional representation. I think they wanted to scrap the 2-child benefit cap. And, you know, Ed Davey was a bit of a laugh. But I felt that the reason I voted, say, Lib Dem as opposed to, say, the Greens is because I think that the Greens are probably a bit weaker on issues like defence, which I think is a increasingly important issue in the last few years. So the Lib Dems, I don't know, I saw them as kind of like a reasonable halfway house between Labour and the Greens. I thought that I could vote Lib Dem and it was a pretty harmless vote one way or another.
To be fair, Swiss, I have knocked on some people's door that did want to vote Lib Dems based on principle rather than tactically voting for like Labour in the seats I did. So I don't think that's enough. You're not entirely going to be like let's see, alone in that kind of sentiment.
Yeah, I guess in the end it was kind of like I was was torn between voting Labour, spoiling my ballot, and then gradually the Lib Dems just started creeping onto my radar, and I've kind of thought, well, what the hell? Why not? It doesn't matter. The Lib Dems aren't going to come anywhere close to winning in this seat. I don't need to worry about any of the things that I disagree with them on. I can just pretend that I only like the things that I do agree with them on.
By the way, Harry Cole of The Sun is claiming that the Lib Dems have taken Tunbridge Wells.
Oh. A couple more here I just want to take on this topic, and then we'll finish off me talking about the Lib Dems. Swiss voted Lib Dems in honour of angels. Rest in peace. NA says, credit to you for not feeling pressured to vote Labour or Tory and voting for a third party. Well, thank you, NA. This makes my second general election in a row that I've not voted for one of the main parties now.
I think Swiss. I think let's see what that comment about angels. I think she would have loved this exit poll result.
Oh yeah. Oh, she would have loved the fact that I voted Lib Dem as well. She would have said something like, "Oh, does this mean that you're finally on Team Daddy Vince, or what have you?" And I would have gone, "No, most certainly not." But yes, you're right. She would have loved this exit poll, big time. We'll have to look out for what the result in Runnymede is, because that was the constituency that her dad ran in for an independence group, I think, a few years back. So I have to see where Runnymede ends up going. I think Runnymede's a sort of a Tory Lib Dem kind of one of those, maybe. Blue Guy says, "Are Swiss so showing his Poseidist side due to his opposition to the Greens' policy of nuclear disarmament?" Yes, there we are. I'm that kind of international socialist. Got to keep those nukes, baby. Right, sorry, Tom, did you come in a moment ago actually talking about a result, and I kind of just ignored you there?
Yeah, I was just saying that Harry Cole has said that the Lib Dems have gained Tunbridge Wells.
The Lib Dems, well, conveniently enough, we have a Lib Dem waiting to join. Oh, we're limited to 6 people on screen. Hang on a minute, are we full?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh shit, we're full. Oh, I can't get James Fielding on.
Well, one thing we can do, Swiss, is put one of us out on the side for the time being, and let Mr. Fielding in on so he can have a bit of his peace and safe for the time being.
Okay. Do we have any volunteers for anyone who wants to step out for a spell so I can get Mr. Fielding on?
Yeah, go on.
So what?
Who was that? Was that you, Dan?
Yeah.
All righty then. I'll see you in a bit if you want to rejoin then, Dan. Thanks very much.
No worries.
All right then, and we'll bring on Mr. Fielding. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How do you feel about the news that the Lib Dems may have just won Tunbridge Wells?
Well, I don't know if anyone remembered about Tunbridge Wells. During the election campaign, Ian Dale was going to stand there. Was supposed to stand there.
Yeah.
And he got clipped in from a podcast he did a couple of years ago, basically saying that Tunbridge Wells is such a shit place to live. In regards, sort of thing, and before they selected him as candidate, he then eventually did step down. Though with Tunbridge Wells in general, I know the Lib Dems have done well locally there, so it's a big surprise that they've taken it in the general election, because you shouldn't extrapolate results from local elections to general elections. But yeah, the Lib Dems currently at the moment, that a lot of the talk is about reform and them doing very well in seats that in the north of England, especially I think out the 6 seats, 5 of them all been from the northeast. So I think over the night, we'll sort of not be talking too much about reform, more about the Lib Dems, because if the exit poll is correct, they're meant to get 60 seats. Even if they got 40, 50 seats, that's a remarkable feat from where they were compared to 2015, 2017 and 2019.
And managing to achieve that on possibly a lower vote share than the last time as well.
By the way, I've got a couple more declaration. Well, not declarations, but a couple more rumblings about potential seat gains. The Lib Dems think they might have gained Harpenden, and Isha.
Oh, I know Harpenden was a target seat in 2019. They ran it very close. I think they may have not won it by about 3,000-4,000. But yeah, I think again it's another case in point. I mean that going back to what you said, Spencer, by not gaining in vote share. The thing is in 2019 the Lib Dems went up. I think they gained about 1 million extra votes between 2017 and 2019, but lost seats. I mean that's just the ridiculousness of the voting
First
system
past
that
the
we
post.
have.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I wasn't
And,
saying it. I wasn't saying it so much to poo-poo on the Lib Dems. I was being a little bit cheeky.
Oh no,
but no, it's part of the voting system. How weird it is that you can put on votes, lose seats, lose votes, win seats, etc.
Yeah. Well, Labour tonight, a case in point, that they're looking like that they're, which is a credit to Starmer that he's been able to get his. It's sort of similar to, I think, Tony Blair in 2005. If projections are correct, got a similar vote share to what Starmer's getting tonight, and I think Tony Blair was very good at basically mobilising his vote in the key seats that Labour need to win. And so it's okay having 40% of the vote share like Labour did in 2017. But if that's all being piled up in safe seats in London and the metropolitan areas of Manchester and Liverpool and whatever, it's pointless, to be honest. So what Labour have done well is, well, what looks to be seen to have done well is they've been able to mobilise their vote enough, and the right wing vote has been split, which most opinion polls have suggested was going to be the case anyway. But yeah.
By the way, I just wanted. By the way, Jim Murphy has said that his old seat of East Renfrewshire might go back to Labour.
Yeah, I think that will also be a big talking point tonight. Is again, if the exit poll is correct, the collapse of the SNP. And I think, I mean, the SNP have sort of changed their tack over the past 2-3 years. They used to talk about getting 50% of the vote would mean an endorsement for independence. And then it went to the majority of the seats in Scotland, which is about 25 or 26, 27. Now they're projected to get 10. Now, even if they got between 10 and 15, 20, that's not a majority of the seats in Scotland. So I'm not sure how the SNP can spin their story of it being for independence. Though I'm sure they will do somehow because that's the SNP. But
well, the main thing that I'm seeing on SNP Twitter
it's a damaging
right
night
now
for the SNP, which also brings into question. I mean, John Sweeney's only been in.
I was going to say basically the SNP on Twitter have essentially. I was going to say the SNP on Twitter have basically just been moaning at people voting for not the SNP, and basically have said. Basically, they basically said that the unionists are all horrible people for not voting for the SNP.
Lee Buller's left the chat, so if you want to get Dan in, Swiss, I think you can if he's around.
Oh, I was muted there. Dan's no longer waiting in the wings at the moment, I'm afraid.
Okay.
But the point being made on the SNP, there's no God-given right that, a series of seats across Scotland have to be this wonderful for independence always. It's just not going to go that way, really, is it?
But typical Mr. Fielding being the one to give the most praise to Starmer, even though the rest of us have been, let's see, very...
Well, he is on for a pretty much a historic landslide.
Well,
so I think he does a slight bit of credit.
Yeah.
But
arguably, yes, landslide is achievement. No, granted, the rest of us have been a bit cautious on his victory achievement, given the fact that it's 36 or 37% of the vote share.
I think to be honest, Starmer basically played the game of first past the post well. Because at the end of the day, even though I agree it is absolutely ridiculous that you get a landslide with 36% of the vote, the reality is that Corbyn, all he really did was just basically increase Labour's vote share in Labour safe seats and then lost everything else. Which just basically doesn't mean anything for the government.
Well, to be fair, he did cause a hung parliament.
Which then ended with a 80-seat Tory majority after 2
All
years.
right, fine, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
I had so much hope for that hung parliament at the time, thinking that the Tories just had to lose a few by-elections and then it'd be Jezza's time to shine, and just did not go that way.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Swiss, a lot of the MPs there were either saboteurs or ultra-remainers.
We've got a comment, by the way, from Liberal Zardos, I like this, who says, I think Apollo Dan has just been summoned to be interim Tory leader. And that's why he's in the stream.
No. Raymond Chishti needs him to support his campaign for leader.
So I'm a bit surprised, Mr. Fielding, you're not making many comments on like the Lib Dems achievements.
I was just going to say about the Lib Dems that the Lib Dems are already declaring victory in 12 formerly Conservative seats of Torbay, North Cornwall, Yeovil, Eastleigh, Wimbledon, Woking, which is kind of ironic, Guildford, South Cambridgeshire, Cheadle, Hazelgrove, Wokingham, and Lewis, which is
there's multiple sources the Dems think they won Sheffield Hallam.
Yes, they've got a former Lib Dem thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Nick Clegg's old seat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Interesting. You see, I think I posted a prediction of mine a couple of days ago, what I thought the seats would be. Slightly underestimated the Labour Party. I thought they'd get below 400 seats. So I did think that there'd be a sort of an independent surge in certain seats. I think, Corbyn was one that I think he'll just about win, and there was one in Birmingham and there was one in Dewsbury and Batley. Though I don't know if them two are going to come in, but they do look close. From what I've said, I think Labour's stance on Israel and Gaza will have an impact in certain very, very specific certain seats, which will hamper their vote share a little bit. Sort of a protest vote, you could perhaps say. But it'd be interesting to see what the results are in them seats.
I think in most cases Labour will win, and those candidates that come second.
Yeah, I agree. If Corbyn is only just about winning it, then I don't see them actually gaining it, to be honest.
Sorry, Ahmed Lakoub.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, I've been following him on TikTok, which is fucking horrendous of me. But, I mean, he is just an absolute idiot of the highest order, and he just seems to be able to pull in these.
So I see Count Benface in, I think Rishi's seat, is it?
Yeah, Northallerton. That's not meant to declare till about 3 o'clock. But we should, between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, we should get loads of seats coming.
I've got a light-hearted question to pose to you here. If Things Can Only Get Better was the anthem for Labour in 1997, does Keir Starmer have a song too in 2024?
I don't think he even has a song in general.
There's got to be
I don't know if there's a popular pop song called Meh, but then that would probably be it.
It's been a hard day's night for the working people of the country. Why do we keep getting the Sunak and Starmer waxworks, says Liberal Zardos. Yeah, every time they... Well, we got that price to the debates as well. They make them stand still like statues, and then we get the digital cutout superimposed that looks just the same.
And why have they been faked to look the same height?
I remember back when I thought Rishi Sunak was 6 foot. Boy, was I surprised.
Out of curiosity, Mr. Fielding, how do you feel about the vote share and rising of Reform at the moment? Are you surprised? Are you not surprised? Are you concerned? Or do you think it's only first election?
I think with Reform, I think it depends on how many seats they get rather than vote share. Because what seems to be happening really with Reform is it just seems to be taking a lot of the. If you look back to 2015, with the UKIP vote share in these seats, it just seems to be sort of like carbon copying that, especially in the north of England seats. So if they're just copying what UKIP did in 2015, then I don't think I'd be overly concerned. But remember, UKIP only won 1 seat. Now, Reform are meant to get 13 seats according to the exit poll. I don't think they will get 13 seats, but if you did get 13 seats, then it gives them more of a stature in Parliament. Because if it was just Nigel Farage and a couple of others, it would just sort of fizzle out. To be honest,
it gets them to the same. I mean, how many MPs did the Lib Dems have after 2019? It was round about that mark, wasn't it?
11.
Yeah. So
it's enough to be an entity in Parliament. You know, I mean, even though the Lib Dems spent a few years way down from their sort of higher benchmark in the 50s or so of MPs, they were still a known quantity. They were still there, represented and mentioned from time to time, and that'll be the new status for Farage's gang.
Yeah, and I think that's the main point. If you can get more, like if you can get double-digit seats, then that puts them like up there, and they can sort of influence the debate more. I mean, Farage is just he's a one-man ego with Reform. I mean, if Farage said, "Right, I'm pissing off to the United States in November to campaign for Donald Trump," then he would. The Reform would sort of fizzle out. So, speaking of that, if you're Rishi Sunak, right, and you go back 6 weeks before you called the election, did it make sense to me why you call it like now? Well, for July, surely if you had a bit of sense about you thinking, right, we're losing a lot of votes to Reform. Nigel Farage is on the back burner. He's probably going to go away and campaign for Donald Trump in the autumn anyway because of the USA election. Why not wait till a similar time of like October, November to call it? Farage will be too busy with America.
Sunak doesn't have political instincts. I can't explain to you why he doesn't or why the people around him don't, but he keeps making these kinds of decisions time and time again. Just what feels like the blatantly wrong decision.
I mean, keep in mind that this is a man who thought that walking away from D-Day was the smart decision to make. And you're thinking that, and you're trying to gain any kind of logical decision making from him. Like, I knew that this was going to happen from the day that the election was called. I predicted from the day that the election was called. Hell, not even then. 2 years at this stage, I've been predicting a Labour landslide. And that's what's happened. It was so obvious what was going to happen. Why did he not see it coming?
From Liz Truss onwards. I mean, it was looking dicey with Boris, but Liz Truss really sealed the deal, and then Sunak never managed to revive after that. And you know, I was wrong. I was in a camp of belief for a while that the polls would start to tighten once Sunak took over, and it really didn't happen by. I mean, you know, the polls tightened at the end of this election campaign ever so slightly, but only by a really sort of minor degree. I want to read a few comments real quick. We apparently have another result in from Gateshead, Central and Wickham. Is that the one that people in the chat are referencing, saying that the Tories are in fourth? Could anyone check that for me? Tom, I'll put you on that one. Gateshead, Central and Wickham, Tories in fourth, possibly. NA says, do the results seem a bit slow to anyone else? We're over 3 hours in and only have 7 seats declared. Fortunately, we are through what I would describe as being the slowest part of the night.
By the way, I've got the results for Gateshead, Central and Wickham, and oh my god, this is a disaster. Labour is 18,000 votes, down by 2%. Reform is second, a gain of 17.5%. The Lib Dems are third with 0.2%, and the Tories are fourth with a 22% drop in vote share.
Tories in fourth. And this ain't no by-election Tories in fourth. This is a general election Tories in fourth.
Fourth.
Well, what
Behind
you've got
the Liberal Democrats in Gateshead. Yeah, the Tories are not getting 131 seats. Not a chance.
Well, what you've got to appreciate, Captain Swiss, is that it's a midterm, and the polls will tighten, and I'm trying to give some sort of excuse to why this would happen, because that's what they've said for the past 3 years. I mean, I remember the local election a couple of weeks ago, and they were saying the exact same.
War. Putin's war, James. Put everyone's energy prices up. Putin's war.
I'm simply going to wait for salvation.
Yes. Well, so they should have actually, their MRP poll, which they did a couple of days ago, if you compare the early seats declared to that poll, it's surprisingly very, very accurate, named off the percentage point.
I want to hear your takes on this, guys. I'm going to read 2 comments out, one from Console, one on Blue Guy. This is about the timing of the election being called from Sunak, because there's arguments for and against. Console says, the election now was a smart decision on Sunak's part. It stopped reform from being fully organised and stopped a Cummings plot in its tracks. 0 seats would have happened with the November election. I'm still not sure about 0 seats, but I agree that it didn't have as a prepared reform party as you may have done, although Farage jumping on belatedly still seemed to give them the boost that they wanted. Blue Guy says a lot of migrants are expected to try and cross the channel over the summer, and inflation is expected to go up in autumn. That could be why Sunak chose to hold the election at this time, and obviously
I think
with
the problem
Rwanda
with
not
this
bearing fruit. But then on the flip side to that, just very quickly, I'll say that some were expecting that at the very least people, the general public, might have actually started feeling better off with economic improvement, even with inflation going on. But Tom, what's your take on?
Well, first of all, we've got another declaration coming in.
I was just going to say there's a declaration in Blythe Valley, which was a Conservative gain in 2019 from the Labour Party.
Oh, right.
So
I'll bring up Sky News again, and I'll just say to both Console and Blue Guy, not just the things that you've said, but much broader. I've heard all kinds of reasons about why Sunak went when he did, both for and against it being the right call. And I still ultimately feel none the wiser as to whether it was a good decision or not. But I suppose the problem is you start talking about hypotheticals eventually. You start saying this would have happened, this might have happened, things could have gone this way, blah, blah, blah. All we know is that he called it when he called it, and it went very bad. Maybe it was always going to go really bad, but there was a lot. There have been a lot of unforced errors.
There's Labour Party have got 22,274 votes in Blythe, which should mean that they've gained the seat of the Tories. Interesting to see how far in front.
Here's something very interesting. Turnout in Holborn and St Pancras down by 10.5%.
Wow.
Oh.
Whoa. So Labour have gained Blythe Valley from the Conservatives. The Conservatives finished. Oh no, it's Cramlington. Wait, that was Blythe.
Is it Blythe?
Anyway, yeah, Labour have gained a seat. Yes, it could be because Ian Levy, not Ian Levy, but Ian Levy was the Conservative MP for Blythe Valley. I'll just wait for the BBC to.
By the way, I've got the results for Blythe Valley here. The Tories have fallen by 10,000 votes. Labour have gone up by 6,000, and Reform are up by 7,000. And the majority that Labour has in Blythe Valley, in Cramlington, is 12,000. No, 13,000. Once
Yeah,
again.
the Labour.
Oh, sorry, we've got Cramlington and Killingworth is the name of one of the constituencies.
Yeah, that's the Blythe Valley seat. Well, it used to be called Blythe Valley.
I see.
Yeah, but obviously there was boundary changes from 2019. The seat I'm actually looking forward to at the moment, because it's meant to be declared in the next 20 minutes or so, is Basildon and Billericay.
Yes, big time.
So-
I'm looking forward to that.
Hang on, how do you pronounce Billericay again?
Billericay. Bill E. Ricky.
Billericay.
Yeah. So that seat in particular is because it's the Conservative candidate chicken run from the northeast of England. Basically, his theory was there was boundary changes in his seat, so he had no chance of winning the seat in the northeast. So then he decided that no, I need to get a safe seat in the south, and he's chosen this seat, which has something like a 20,000 majority. And if the opinion poll is correct, it looks like he's about to lose it. But to lose it to who is still up for debate, because it could actually be Reform.
I think I had Basildon and Billericay as like a too close to call toss up between Labour, Tories, and Reform. I need to find my document here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Richard Holden. Remember the one who wouldn't answer about why he'd been parachuted into a safe seat. That's it. I just remember.
Well, it's not a safe seat anymore.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Where's my Google spreadsheets? Oh no!
I mean, Richard Holden was the Conservative Party chairman.
Yep.
Which is.
By the way, Labour have won. By the way, Labour have won. Labour have won Mid Cheshire.
Oh. I'm not sure if that's a gain, because there's a few seats in Mid Cheshire. Well, in that sort of area of Cheshire, Tatton being one. Tatton is the MP for Tatton is Esther McVeigh.
Esther McVeigh.
And there's Congleton. Yeah. Now, funny enough, I was working with somebody who lives in the Tatton constituency, and they did vote for Esther McVeigh. Now, obviously, that's not representative of the constituency because she's always voted Conservative, so it's not a surprise. But it was meant to be a surprising Labour gain, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But yeah.
I'll take a few comments from the chat, by the way, guys. Blue Guy says David Frost wanted to quit the House of Lords and stand in Basildon, but was blocked. He is popular with reform-type Tories. Consul says Turnout isn't looking good so far. Starmer ought to be careful. Just 35% of vote on a low turnout starts to look a bit illegitimate and third worldy, but without the fortification. NA says, when was the last time this vote share was 54% or less? I had the sound off, but it looked like pre-1980 from a graph the BBC showed earlier. Where the last time turnout was at 54% or less. I mean, when was the lowest? Was the lowest turnout in recent history 2001? Or have we had lower?
Yeah, 2001, I believe it was.
What else?
Oh, Ed Davies arrived for his count. Oh, look at him. He always looks so happy, does Ed Davies? I'm watching BBC, so it might be different to Sky News, but...
Oh, it's all right. I'm being kept well abreast of BBC this evening.
Oh, I wish I would.
Yeah, I'm seeing Ed Davey hugging a few Lib Dem activists in his area.
Oh, hang on. I just need to play this real quick.
His name, say his name, and he appears. I believe in Davey. I believe.
Why didn't it end with a big clock?
I should have ended it with a big clock, shouldn't I? Right, from now on, every time the Lib Dems win a seat, we're playing that.
What did you say, Swiss?
Sorry?
I thought you said something.
I said every time Ed Davey wins a seat. Ed Davey? Every time the Lib Dems win a seat, we'll play that. Drew R has asked, is Rees-Mogg beaten yet? Not yet. I think the exit poll had him on about 50-50 chance of keeping his seat. Something like that.
Oh, Sixtus is going to be so disappointed.
I think it's pretty likely he's going to lose his seat, Rees-Mogg.
I would like to see it happen.
Back up.
What have we got here?
These are the actual numbers.
I'm just, you know what? Just for a second, I'm just going to stick Sky News on and listen to it and see what he's saying.
Is potentially a redrawing of that map with the Conservatives down in 4th place and Reform there with 21.4% in 2nd place.
Well, I've got you. South Shields, same pattern.
South Shields as well. I didn't load that on before.
I know, because it's only just come in.
Just come just now.
So it's breaking news.
Professional.
South Shields, Labour winning, Labour hold, I should say. Reform 2nd, the Conservatives into 4th place, very much like.
I had that on my spreadsheet. I had South Shields, Reform 2nd. I'm sure of it. Yeah, that's what I had. South Shields, Reform 2nd. See, called some of it.
Yeah, good work.
Look at it.
Follow the sky, or why don't you jump in, or have like a rocket trail or something? I'm a little bit disappointed in that, to be honest.
I think it's fair to say he's had a good campaign. Clapton, apparently the turnout there just below 60%.
By the way, I've got the South Shields result here.
Oh,
it's
yes.
quite something, to be fair.
Go on.
The Tories are in 4th, but you'll be surprised at who is in 3rd. Labour are on 41%, down by 3. Reform are 2nd, up by 8. The Green Party has gone to 15%, and the Tories are on 11% with a 15-point drop.
Ooh.
The Tories got beat by the Greens in South Shields.
I feel like that can still be used as a good barb. Just to go, you got beat by the Greens. I mean, I got beat by the Greens once upon a time, but we're not going to mention that. So Tories in 4th again. What more? I can feel my brain starting to fizzle a little bit. I think I've hit that point where I need to switch from alcohol back to caffeine. Just to keep my levels topped up.
That or you're starting to get a little tired.
For me, that's switching from strong cider to the red wine I've got in reserve.
Now, people are saying, Ed Davey, why aren't you doing a special, gimmicky, fun thing for appearing with your supporters? But what they don't realise is that he's actually got a vibrating egg up his arse right now. Yeah. You just can't see it.
No, but to
raise awareness about mental health.
I think it's probably for this exception here. He realizes perhaps it's best to be professional.
Well, that's why he's wearing trousers.
I disagree with. I completely disagree with. I think he should show the vibrating egg off. To be honest,
you think
I think
so?
He would win in so much vote.
See, I feel like because Callum Ferguson isn't here, I need to start channeling his energy now as the disruptive element.
By the way, Labour thinks that they might have won both Isle of Wight seats.
I think they might have won both Isle of Wight seats as well.
Have they won them before? Out of curiosity.
No, never.
And I want to give a prediction. I think that in the Isle of Wight, the Greens will finish ahead of the Tories.
I think you're right. The Greens are very locally popular there, so I think you're right. It'll be a Green Labour marginal.
Okay, I guess props to the Labour, I guess, there.
One thing I can say for certain now is with results like this, for the first time in history, Portsmouth is going to be a complete Labour city.
Oh,
Your
yes,
city, a
props
Labour
to Labour
city.
for that one.
Yeah, Morgan will get a massive increase in his vote share, and Penny Mordaunt will definitely lose her seat.
Do you guys
As a curiosity, if
go on.
like Keir Starmer, does Keir Starmer regularly wear glasses, or is it just occasionally?
Just
It
when he
seems
needs
to be
to
a new thing. Yeah.
Because I'm just wondering, because if wearing glasses is going to be a more recurring thing, then he'll be the first Prime Minister since John Major to regularly wear glasses.
Yes, true.
I'm loving this trivia that we've got going on here. I want more of this. Oh, it's
The
more
Lib
Red
Dems have
Davey.
released.
Oh, someone set the eggs up to the highest level. Look at it.
Oh, look at that here. Oh.
And here's the man who did it.
Yes.
There's a communist.
You know, I actually got someone when I was leafleting today, giving back the leaflet, saying, "No, you Labour are communists." I was trying to say, "No, it wasn't." But he says, "Oh, they were." But then he just came back to me later saying, "I was just joking and all that stuff." But still, I was kind of annoyed about the whole thing.
Well, the thing about Labour being communist is you won't find many communists who vote Labour these days. Funnily enough.
Okay. Also, I got attacked by a cat while posting leaflets.
It's a cat? Weird. Was it George Galloway on the prowl?
No. It was just I was posting a leaflet in the mailbox, and then suddenly I started feeling something like I saw paws.
We have a potential. Wait. We have a potential upset in Northern Ireland. In North Antrim, Jim Allister of the TUV is neck and neck with the DUP.
Hang on, the TUV and the DUP. Am I right that the TUV is like the more extreme version of the DUP?
Yes.
That right. So it's okay. So it's kind of like a UKIP reform marginal or something.
Sort of like that.
Yeah, Belfast East is expected to be one of the seats to come up soon, along with well, never mind.
We've got our first gain. The Lib Dems.
Oh, what was that? Where's he gone? The Lib Dems of what?
Oh, the Lib Dems gained Harrogate. Yay!
The Lib Dems have gained Harrogate. You know what that means?
Say his name and he appears. I believe it. Davey.
Beautiful. Gets better every time.
Oh, congratulations! I'm very happy. Can you tell?
Well, no, you sound like you always do, Mr. Fielding.
Well, it's a seismic night. The celebrations will go long into the weekend. Don't you worry.
I mean, it's only Friday morning at the moment. There's plenty of time.
It is, and we've only had about 8 seats come in.
I got some really funny. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Go ahead. No, you go first, Swiss.
All right. I was going to say I got some really funny reactions from the people at work when I explained to them I'm not going to be in on Friday because I booked the day off so I could do the general ad. They didn't get it, but then some of them watch Love Island, so they're not one to judge really. Anyway, sorry, I was just going to read some comments. NA says Reform are in an alliance with the TUV in Northern Ireland. That is correct. And Console says, got to love Northern Ireland. Ulster Unionists got replaced with the more extreme DUP, who are being replaced by the TUV for the same reason.
So, out of curiosity, Mr. Fielding, now that Ed Davey is likely to win at least over 66, are you stop having calls to have Mark Pack to replace him?
Oh.
Well, big credit to Mark Pack and the Lib Dems on their seismic result.
By the way, speaking of which, the Lib Dems are confident that they've won Chichester.
Which is Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary seat.
Yes.
Yes. Interesting.
NA adds, from what I can find, this is the lowest ever turnout at a UK general election. I think earlier NA had been driving at maybe since the 80s or something like that, when we'd said about 2001, sorry, being very low. NA says this might be the lowest that they've found so far. I mean, I struggle to think of a general election with a lower turnout than what this one is projected to be at the moment.
Yeah. Labour sources are confident of holding Barnsley South.
Stephanie
Which was,
Peacock.
Oh, that was one of the
the
reform and close contention seats, wasn't it? Barnsley South.
yes, yes. And Dan Jarvis, which is, I think, Barnsley Central. But they haven't said anything about that.
I think it's Barnsley North now because boundary changes.
KJ adds, probably doesn't help that ID is required now too. Speaking about turnout, and for that matter, I'd say probably just probably Tory voters staying home probably has lowered the turnout as well. Yeah, go on. By the way,
yeah,
I tried to say I'll be there.
Sorry,
sorry.
Harrogate. The result for Harrogate has come out, the exact percentages. This shows you that tactical voting has been really intense this election, because this is what the Harrogate result is. With Dems, 48% plus 12. Tories, 31% minus 21. Reform, 11. Labour, 8.3 minus 1.4. So the Lib Dems have gained that from tactical voting from Labour voters.
So Labour in fourth to give the Lib Dems a leg up.
This is what I said would happen. I said that tactical voting would be extremely intense this election, and it has happened.
We're actually seeing a proper tactical vote election for a change. And NA, I just want to say I've looked at every general election going back to pre-1900 and can't find a single one as low as this election. So I think we are on course for the lowest turnout election then.
To be fair, we haven't had all the seats come in. It's just the northeast at the moment.
Well, I personally think we should just stop counting the results right now.
Hang on. Are you saying stop the count?
I am indeed saying stop the count. Yes, just so we can have Sir Edward Davey as leader of the opposition.
In a parliament with a government of 9 seats and an opposition of 1, and no speaker.
Yes, yes, exactly that.
Sounds wonderful. Well, hey, as someone memed earlier, I forget who, the Tories are presently on 0 seats. Everyone out there who was dying for Tories to be on 0 seats, stop where you are. Go to bed. 0 seats.
I wonder what their first. I think their first seat, according to the BBC, would be Northwest Essex, which is, I think, Kemi Badenoch's seat, if my brain doesn't freeze at this moment in time.
Yeah, I think they'll have that one. They'll have that one without much issue.
Yes.
Blue guy on the discussion about turnout adds that pre-1918 half the population couldn't vote, which is indeed worth mentioning when we talk about turnout. It was a very select few the further back you go in history.
Well, as I've said before, we haven't got all the results in, so I don't think we can actually speculate what turnout is at the moment.
What can we speculate?
How bad the Tory seat count's gonna be, because they're not going to get 131. When you've got swings that are in double digits in every single seat that you had, it's not good. It's just not good.
Well, we could speculate by what time in the AM tomorrow, or later this morning as it is, that Rishi actually resigns.
Yeah, let's actually do that. What time does he resign?
I'm going to say 7:30 in the morning.
About 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I think he hangs on to as close to midday as he can.
Lee Hallam says, if Kemi wins the first seats, does that make her automatically the leader? Well, I mean, it makes her the only MP in the party in Parliament at that point in time. Who keeps connecting and disconnecting to something?
Yeah, sorry, that's me. It's the something's doing me charger being crap. Carry on.
I recognise that noise because I get it all the time when I try and charge my phone off my laptop. Claire King says he will resign by 10 a.m. Consul says, I wonder what Jo Swinson is doing now. I don't.
Changing her name by default to Jo Slusen.
Returning back for the Schmibberal Schmemocrats with a fake moustache, going, yes, it's me. Come elect me. Lee Hallam says he won't resign till tomorrow. He's not going to get the king out of bed. Liberal says, I always get yogurts and fridges. What does that say about... Oh, maybe I've been jumped in on a private conversation here. Consul says, over half couldn't vote, Blue Guy. Remember, working class men, many were disenfranchised on property rent required. Yeah, way back when. I think it was like land owning or property owning men. That you had to be a man of a certain stature or class in society to be allowed to vote. And then
back in the days of rotten boroughs.
Oh, the rotten boroughs, yes.
By the way, just quickly want to say, what were the rotten boroughs? Because I don't really understand them.
Okay, have you not watched Blackadder the Third?
No.
Okay, right. Basically, it's...
I'll let you do it.
Oh, sorry. Basically, the landowner corruptly controlled the MP and the voter, because basically it counted that there was only the landowner themselves or the person they allowed to live there was the only person eligible to vote. So it was basically an electorate of one.
It was basically like the purest form of gerrymandering one could ever imagine.
So basically a constituency where it was only one person who was a landowner who controlled the Member of Parliament.
Yeah. Either they lived there or they rented the only property there to someone who was eligible to vote.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we've had our first Tory hold.
Whoa! Tory hold, yes.
Which seat is
Rayleigh and Wickford. Wickford's
They've ruined it.
Wickford's the other Essex place that I lived, other than Billericay, that I spent a good 10 years of my life. And they've gone and... But come on, Basildon and Billericay. Give us a Tory loss. Why not? Yeah. I believe that bloody Wickford would vote Tory in this election of all elections.
Oh,
well done, Wickford.
I think we might actually have our first Portillo moment. The Tories are really worried about Liz Truss's seat.
Well, they would be even if, but you know.
I did see someone on Times Radio talking about that for half an hour. I didn't actually listen to it, but still, it's like to think like when a former prime minister's losing the seat. Still a bit weird how that ends up being. We had a prime minister that lasted like less than 50 days. So I mean, chat for more. I'm just starting to notice.
If you're a Tory voter in Liz Truss's seat, then I imagine that even if you're of the view of going, you know what, I don't want the Tories to get totally wiped out, I'm still going to stick with my party in this election. They'll probably go, but not for Truss, not for the worst of us. Sorry, maybe next time. A few more comments here. Old Sarum was the most famous Rotten Borough. William Pitt the Younger was MP there. Consul says the Lord of the Manor held the only freehold in the area, thus had the right to vote. Claire King says Liz Truss losing. I am shocked. Blue Guy, good fucking riddance to Liz. Well, it means she won't be in contention for Tory party leader if she loses her seat. If Truss is returned, I wouldn't put it past her coming back as Tory leader in with their deranged wilderness years period. Lee Hallam says so is Mark Francois the leader now, because he is the MP of Rayleigh and Wickford, so he is the only Tory MP elected at the moment.
Oh, I say Mr. Fielding has left the chat. Ooh, I see Corbyn there.
He left because Corbyn appeared on screen. He's not a fan.
So
Liz will blame the Anti-Growth Coalition for her result. Sorry, go on.
I think someone's snoring in the background, and is
That
there any
might be
chance?
Cameron.
Okay.
I think Cameron's fallen asleep.
Okay.
All
Everyone
that
stay
cycling's bad for you.
Everyone stay nice and quiet for a moment so the viewers can be soothed by the sound of Cameron's snores.
I'm not snoring. Sorry.
What? Cameron!
I'm not snoring. So don't worry.
You were giving us some beautiful ASMR lullaby music to fall asleep to for this election.
Was I snoring? Oh, it was sounding like a snoring.
I don't know. Do you feel like you drifted off for a minute?
No.
No one else snores with a northern accent, mate. Come on.
Not on that side of the Pennines.
So if Mr. Fielding's gone, you think there's any chance if Dan's about you allow him back on, or is that not happening at the moment?
No, absolutely. We've got how many people have we got on at the moment? We have
5.
We have 5. Yes, we've got an empty space. If Dan's back around and he wants to come back on, he's more than welcome to.
I kind of feel a bit guilty since he suggested the idea of one of us drop out while Mr. Fielding gets on, and I guess he volunteered. But yeah.
I have quickly but this is the thing on election night. We do have like churn in the guests, and I sort of warned everyone as much to that effect as well. So everyone will have a chance to come back on when they want to. We'll be here for a good few hours. I just want to share quickly with you. This is from Raelian Wickford. God, it's so weird talking about Wickford like as this objectively different thing, considering I spent so many years of my life living there. But yeah, Conservatives, nearly 18,000. Reform in second place on just over 12,000. Labour in third behind Reform, just under 12,000. And the Libs and the Greens are there as well. Conservative hold for Mark Francois.
By the way, if you want, by the way, that drop in vote is gigantic. He lost 22,000 votes.
Yikes!
That is. Labour have gained Nuneaton, says Frank.
Yes, Labour gained Nuneaton.
Actually, a little bit of a traditional bellwether, Nuneaton.
Yes.
Once upon a time. Although I imagine they've got it by quite a nice margin this time round.
Been very Tory of late, but yeah.
I'll see if I can find the result.
Oh, here we are. Let me screen share because I've got it up here. They've got Nuneaton, Labour 36.9% on 15,000 votes. Conservatives 28.5, 11,000. Reform 22% on 9,000. So Reform in third there. But in terms of vote share change, Nuneaton, Labour put on 5.4%. Conservatives lost 32.1%. 32.1%.
That's brutal. That is.
Oh.
When I was doing my predictions for some of these seats, one of the first little bits of my own personal methodology I did was go to the 2019 result, look at the Tory vote share, and halve it. And then if Labour or the Lib Dems in second behind them were within grasping distance of that halved vote share, I'd say leaning Labour or leaning Lib Dem. That was part of the methodology I did. And it seems, certainly with the likes of Nuneaton, seems to be borne out.
It's a bit blunt, but he could be the new Mr. Curtis, I think.
I had other little modifiers in there, but there's a certain base level where you just get in there and you look at it and you go, right, what's that, but significantly less? Okay, and then what would happen? But calculating Reform, I had to do a whole thing where
You should have taken account of more variegated options. Then you would have been close.
Ah, well. This goes to explain, though, why I did not get that far through the seats this time. Like, I want to say I got about 100, 200 of them done. But what I should have done is I should have cheated. I should have found a list of all of the really safe Labour seats and then just compiled them and said Labour will hold them all. And that would have cut out like a good third of all of the stuff I was going to do. But instead I was going through seat by seat, whether it was safe or marginal or Labour or Tory or whatever. And it bogged me down.
If you wanted an example of symbolic victory here, Margaret Thatcher. The Lib Dems are projected, according to the BBC, to pick up Finchley, Margaret Thatcher's old seat.
Oh. His name and he appears. I believe it.
Projected. Actual victory is required for the video.
I'm sorry.
No,
am I
interesting.
Am I making the rules and breaking the rules like Boris Johnson himself?
Yeah, interestingly enough, last election you had Tony Blair's old seat swapping to like Labour to Tory. No, even though it's not the same here with like the Thatcher seat, you still got like a former Prime Minister's seat from the opposite party going to like one of the other parties. So it's like it seems like when it comes to a general election, when they have landslide defeats, you have like a former party leader's seat being lost. That was Prime Minister.
That seems to be the trend.
By the way, the exact vote share that the Tories lost in Raywick and Wickford was 36%.
Darlington's been declared.
Yes, Darlington is a Labour gain.
I need to have something to play for a Labour gain. If every time there's a Lib Dem game and I play that video, there needs to be a Starmer one.
The closest I can think of is maybe things can only get better.
No, play that. We're all right.
We're all right. Hang on. I think I've got something that I want to play. Let me see if I can find the video. If I've still got it. It might have been set to a private or something, but I'm
By the way, looking at the vote share in Darlington, the Tory vote fell by 6,000 votes in Darlington.
Pretty much all gone to reform.
Yes.
Can someone just read the facts that seat was just won by Labour again for me? Can I just have that fresh?
Okay.
Darlington has been Labour gained Darlington from the Tories.
Starmer.
You're going full on anime there, Swiss.
Yeah, that's getting a bit too close to that Asian babes thing again, you know?
Yeah, I'm certain if Mr. Fielding was here, he'd call you.
Look, me and Mr. Fielding are all part of the same big happy Lib Dem family these days.
And it pains you to feel that way.
Console says, "Yeah, but all right. Kinnock is good. But has it ever been put to synthwave?"
By the way, we've got Stroud here. We've got the results for Stroud. Labour has gained 5% in Stroud. The Tories have dropped 20%, and are in second. Reform have gained 10%.
Well done,
So there's an update on Labour in South Yorkshire. Apparently, they're going to win Hallam and both Pawn seats now.
Do you do a lot of printing, Swiss?
Printing?
Well, I just wonder why you got that advert.
What was the advert? I wasn't even paying attention. What was the advert?
Oh, ink cartridges.
I do virtually no printing.
That's what me and Zardoz were talking about earlier, about what adverts came up when he said it was like yogurt and fridges and things.
This is what I'm saying. It's nonsensical. I hardly eat yogurts. I hardly print stuff. So where you got the idea that I'm into Asian babes from, I've got no idea. You know?
We know why.
On the basis of an advert, you know. I once saw an advert next to one of my videos with Mr. Incredible from Pixar, with an LGBT flag behind him, and it said the word something like, "Take the quiz, are you gay?" And I didn't understand why that was there.
That's probably because I was on your stream sometime.
We have our first cabinet minister to lose their seat. Julian Keegan is going to lose her seat to the Liberal Democrats.
That was the education secretary who gave people the finger or something, right?
Yes, it says here, breaking news by Beth Rigby. Lib Dems call victory in Chichester as Gillian Keegan set to lose her seat.
Am I allowed to play the Davey video, or do we need to wait for the declaration?
Declaration, I think.
Mm-hmm. I know you're aching with your finger on the trigger, but
that's all right. I'm just looking through my Cappy Secret Stash channel with all the crap little memes I've made over the years. Just seeing if there's anything worth sharing.
I see Newton Labour gain from Conservative. You see Labour majority of 3,479. I think the Workers' Party was also in that seat, but they didn't win it, of course. And Conservatives down by 32%, Reform up by 22%, and Labour up by 5%.
How long, by the way, do you think before Labour will get a majority? As in, their majority will be officially confirmed?
About
3:45 a.m. Sorry.
3:45 a.m. Okay.
I just want to get in there first with a good solid prediction.
Who said 3:45 a.m.?
Me.
You, Mr. Liebel. Oh, I would have
Mr.
guessed.
Yeeble.
Mr. Yeeble, my mistake. I would have said something like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. I'll go with 6:15 a.m. There we are.
By the way, according to Patrick Maguire, Labour have won Southport, a seat that they have never won before.
I'm not finding another video. We'll just say, good job, Labour. Well done, you. How do you think Starmer's celebrating? What do you think he's up to right now?
Having a curry.
So the Tory sources in Basildon says there's only 20 votes in it.
My God.
Wow. Now that is, I've been saying all night, knife edge with some of these Reform possible wins. Wow. 20. So they're having recounts upon recounts for that. Then they're going to be recounting all night.
Yeah, that will be ages, I think. But the fact that it's that close shows that it's going to be a disaster for them.
I'm looking forward to seeing Basildon and Billericay. That's going to be a really, really interesting one.
I think the Tories will hold it, but not too much. Hornchurch and Upminster is projected to be a three-way marginal between Labour, Reform, and Tories.
So run that one by me again. Sorry, which seat?
Hornchurch and Upminster is shaping up to be a very tight three-way marginal between Labour and Reform. That's crazy because I thought that would have been a solid Tory seat. Had 23,000 majority. It was.
I think that's right about on the cusp, on the board. Because I was thinking back to you remember some of the by-elections we've had in the last couple of years, and the sizes of some of the majorities that were overturned in those by-elections, and sometimes it was getting up into the 20,000s. I was kind of putting the 20,000s as a sort of a hard border of where it starts to get into proper too close to call territory if you're thinking the Tories might be dethroned. But still possible. Anything, most things that were like, I don't know, a majority of 5,000, a majority of 10,000, even a majority of 15,000, I was like, yeah, it's falling.
Okay, I see.
Barnsley's declaring.
Oh, hang on. Let me get the proper Sky News up for this one. Oh, ITV News. Go on then, fuck it. Let's put on ITV. Oh, George Osborne.
ITV. Fuck it.
Changed my mind. I don't want George Osborne. Right, let's see if they're going to do Barnsley on the screen for us. Nope, they're still looking at Nuneaton at the moment.
Dan Jarvis has been re-elected. He won comfortably, 8,000 majority for Dan Jarvis.
So Reformers come in second.
Potential future Starmer challenger, perhaps.
Rachel Reeves' seat is declaring.
Lib Dems gain Eastleigh.
Oh, yes, I've just seen that on the screen there. Lib Dems gain Eastleigh.
So you can play your vid.
I was about to say, you know what that means, boys and girls. Lib Dems have gained another seat.
His name and he appears. I believe in David.
Beautiful. There we go. Well, that's keeping me happy. It's keeping me occupied that night.
Okay, Rachel Reeves got 18,976. And Reform came in third by 6,281.
So shadow Chancellor, soon to be actual Chancellor, Rachel Reeves has her seat.
Yeah, a majority of probably of 12,000 something, since the Tories and Reform votes split each other.
Would you say? I'd say that we're starting to get the results in a bit quicker now. I feel like we're just on the cusp of getting results in quicker than we can actually talk about them.
By the way, Dan Jarvis, it wasn't even close. He increased his majority by 5,000, and Reform actually lost votes.
Oh, Reform losing votes. Now that's interesting. Haven't seen much of that in this election thus far.
Rachel Reeves has also been re-elected comfortably. The Tory vote dropped by 25%.
Yeah, she's gone up by 1%, Reform gone up by 14%, Greens up by 8%.
Yeah, we're just getting the usual thanks to the the polling people and the returning officer. I think it'd be great if just once, someone won and then said, "You know what? I actually think the polling officers were shit."
I really enjoyed this election, apart from the returning officer who was a dick.
Yeah,
I will not be returning to this constituency.
It'd be like seeing a footballer interviewed after a match, and it's like, I have to say, I think the fans were shit. You never get it, do you?
Well, you know what, right? At the end of the day, politics is a tough game, and you just got to go out there and get as many votes as you can. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
I got some breaking news. Labour hold Knowsley.
What?
What a surprise!
What a tremendous shock!
And you know something. Despite everyone on social media going absolute crazy about the Sunderland Dawson Stormer, Scouts will still vote for him.
Well, I think mainly it's just the votes held steady. Really, it's just all the other turmoil's going on.
Labour have gained another seat. They've gained Telford.
Mm. My Midlands knowledge tells me that that's been quite conservative for a while.
It has.
But I think that's it in the Midlands. We remember we saw that rundown of all the percentage, and the Tories were the most down in the Midlands according to the projections. And they always say, don't they, the Midlands is where the elections are won and lost, And it's looking like there could be very few blue seats left in the Midlands. I mean, my own hometown area of Walsall North and Bloxwich, which is actually my old stomping ground, has been Conservative for quite a while now. But surely that changes.
I don't know what the Telford result was, but in 2015, the Tories had a 11,000 majority there, so their vote has collapsed in Telford when Labour's won it then.
Yeah, the more Staffordshire sides, the more Black Country sides actually have been really quite Conservative for a while. So, yeah.
I've got, in speaking of West Midlands, I've got all three of the Stokes either going Labour or likely to go Labour. I've got Stafford going Labour. I've got Staffordshire Moorlands still leaning Conservative from my predictions there. So there's a few from the old Stafford Stoke end of things.
Your old mate Gullis, who you quite liked, he's on his way, surely.
I found him to be a very personable, nice man in the 2 days that I knew him doing hustings with him. And then for the 4 or 5 years after that, I thought, who is this person who's been elected to Parliament? What is coming out of his mouth? Oh, Conservatives have held Castle Point.
There will be a leadership election then.
We now have at least we now have at least 2 Tories to fight over who's leader.
It's Speaking of which, I mean, I'm remembering Mark Francois. I always had the feeling with the whole Brexit thing that firstly, he was just cross about Europe because of his poncy French name. And secondly, there's a great bit about him arguing about Brexit with the author Will Self on a sort of daily politics lunchtime thing, where you see him, they have an argument, you see him, he's absolutely furious, and he picks up his coffee and he tries to drink from it nonchalantly, and he's quivering so much he nearly throws it all over himself. It's a great clip.
Oh, right, guys, I'm going to have to nip off again for a mo. Carry
By the
on
way,
as
I've
you
got
are.
I've got some more results. The Eastwey result has come in. The Lib Dems won it. Their vote went up by 5%, and the Tory vote went down by 16%. But Labour's vote share went up as well. So the Tories basically completely and utterly collapsed in that seat. And the Lib Dems, we have our next cabinet secretary to lose a seat. Alex Chalk, Justice Secretary, his seat in Cheltenham is going to the Liberal Democrats.
Cheltenham, a good old Lib Dem stomping ground, so not unlikely. Well, Vince Cable's old seat, isn't it?
Yes.
What you Googled, I remembered. But like I say, that's just me being older.
Labour are confident of winning Harlow.
I think that's just trying to emphasise more of the privatisation that Labour hopes to do with the NHS.
Labour has regained Bridgend in South Wales.
It's quite a shock that was lost in the first place, actually. It used to be pretty heartland. So.
Yeah, it was Brexit that caused it to go.
I mean, we're not talking Gower here, where it's like, really it's like the drawing of lots or straws most of the time. I assume that's going to be safe Labour this time.
Yes. This exit poll has vastly overestimated the right-wing parties and underestimated the left-wing ones, especially Labour. Labour is going to get more seats than Blair did.
Probably. I think it's probably not that far off on the right wing, but it's overestimated the Conservative portion of it. Sorry, please carry on.
Yes.
I suppose congratulations to Keir Starmer's in order for managing to do that.
Oh, by the way, Swindon is declaring.
Candidate at the said election is as follows: Andy Bentley, Green Party, 2000.
Yeah, Swindon is declaring.
Flo Clucas, Liberal Democrat.
So does the claim bear out?
86.
Swindon North, it's declaring.
Independent, 260. Scott Victor Abbas Hunter, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 139. Will Stone, Labour Party, 17,930. Justin Paul Tomlinson, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,827.
Labour have gained Swindon North.
Les Willis, Reform UK, 7,000.
By 4,000 majority.
There were 124 rejected ballot papers.
Well, it is as projected and predicted and claimed. I mean, I think we're pretty close now. In the next sort of half, 3/4 an hour, there's going to be a real flurry of seats.
Oh my God, I've looked at Justin Tomlinson's vote share. He lost 21,000 votes.
I say I always put store more in percentages rather than majorities in sort of actual figures. But yeah, even on the percentages, that's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, he had a 16,000 majority, and Labour's got a 4,000 majority now.
Gosh, when we were talking a swing of what, 20-something% there, if it was direct?
Yeah, over 20%.
Labour gained Blackpool South. And the Tories only got 5,000 votes.
Damn. Let's take a look at that. Okay, Tory vote shares dropped by 27% in Swindon South.
Oh, blimey, that's a big swing. 19% from what it's saying on the BBC.
Ooh,
No,
that's a
close
brutal
enough.
swing, that is.
Well, that's SNP Miliband swings we're talking here. We're getting to.
Yeah, you are, really. Oh, the Tory vote fell by 11,000 votes in Blackpool South.
Oh.
Well, Tom Harwood has tweeted saying our data is more favourable to reforming Barnsley South than North. I think it's also I don't know who was a factor there, but I think the reform candidate in Barnsley North was suspended. So I wonder if that was actually a factor. I don't know.
I think Mr. Hardwood's actually probably correct there, which is odd because I've always thought it was not so incisive ever since he stopped doing those things with Basil Brush.
Do you know what's amusing about this election is that before it happened, in the run-up to it, you had all these Labour people who were all paranoid that they were going to lose to the Tories and that the Tories were going to get a majority, and that all the polls were wrong. And then we're looking at a result where Labour's going to get a bigger majority than Tony Blair did.
It's like I said, it's that 1992 mentality where it's like last time when they thought they were guaranteed to get into government, they didn't, and as a result, they lost and had a few more extra years in opposition.
I have to cut in and just say that what else is amusing, watching the BBC coverage at the moment muted, is that trouser suit. If you're seeing it, you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's referring to. I need to move him up a bit. Oh, boy.
But there's too many amusing things about all this, really, from an independent viewpoint, you know. It's the stuff of election night dreams.
Oh yeah, they were ridiculously paranoid, Labour was.
But yeah, I think, let's see, 1992 has just permanently made Labour paranoid about whenever they're going to guarantee to win an election. And it's like, I think they're going to lose it.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, I mean, I think it was overhyped a little bit. I mean, just vaguely remembering from just about being a teenager then and just about getting involved in politics and interested, that it was kind of like Labour were probably going to be a bit better. I mean, you remember the exit poll was just saying Labour the largest party, and that's kind of what I got, the feeling of, that, it was like, yes, the Tories are unpopular, but Labour aren't, it wasn't like, 1997 or anything. It's not like Labour are clearly winning. Yeah.
By the way,
they were going to be a bit ahead.
By the way, I've looked at the oh my lord. The Tories have fallen by 29% in Lee.
Apparently, Labour have held Barnsley South.
I thought they would.
Rumours.
We got Margaret Hodge on the BBC thing. I'm not sure what she's saying, but because I'm muted. But yeah.
I have to say, just thinking back to a previous chat comment I saw, mentioned that with a certain Miss Northern losing, there'd be less cleavage.
We've got another result. We've got two results. Labour have gained Colchester and they have gained Vale of Glamorgan in Wales.
Is that the first Welsh games of the night?
This is the turnout in Barnsley South.
Okay, so
46.29%.
Jesus Christ.
Labour currently has 21 seats that have been declared.
Seriously starting to suspect we might be close to 50% turnout overall, even when we get the really contentious ones.
When we look at Colchester,
I wonder if the low turnout is actually hurting reform.
It could be.
Oh yeah. I mean, from all the social media things and all the various whipping up of interest and fervour, then maybe just general disaffection has kind of stopped them in the same way it stops. Well, like you say, that's basically what, apart from the shy Tory thing, that's what stopped Labour in 1987. Just not enough people voted affirmatively for them. They said lots of things like, "Oh yeah, we believe you now," but then didn't follow through with actual X's next to names.
Barnsley South has been held by Labour. But here's the thing, right, is that I never believed in the shy Tory effect because it was always exaggerated. It only happened in 1992, and to be honest, it only happened because our polling methodology was crap. If we had decent polling methodology, it probably would have been picked up, and even then, the thing that people forget about 1992 is 1992 was always extremely close between Labour and Tory in polling. They were no greater than 5% with each other, whereas Labour has been consistently ahead of the Tories by 20% in the polls throughout the entire election campaign.
Oh yeah, in part I agree because like I said before, the people assuming it was going to be Labour, and it's like it wasn't a big lead if it was hardly a lead at all. And secondly, about the shy Tory thing, I think what screwed up the methodology is that, quite frankly, and this has been borne out by people who actually did the exit polling at the time, is that some people basically actually lied. When they do the exit polling, they're asked to fill out a form in the same way as they voted at the booth, aren't they? When actually at polling stations after they voted, and some people lied and put something different. And that's what screwed up the methodology. Yeah, I appreciate it was less sophisticated overall, but nonetheless, that's what caused the whole shy Tory thing, was the fact that basically people voted Conservative at the polling booth, and then when they were asked to do a, for the final exit poll afterwards to actually repeat their vote, they actually put something different on the paper.
Nah, it's the sun what won it.
By the way,
the light bulb thing, that was it. Go on.
Yeah.
By the way, we have had history be made in Telford. There has been a 24.2% swing to Labour in Telford, which is the biggest swing in a general election in history.
Oh, wow. Well done, Labour. That's impressive.
So-
that is impressive.
What? Wow.
Well, between Conservative and Labour, surely. I mean, there were some SNP swings that were like 30%. I know in 2015.
No way. Labour have gained Carlshot and Wallington in London.
What?
How did they do that? That was a Lib Dem target seat.
Well, reverse tactical.
Right. I'm looking at turnouts in across the country. Turnout in Romosh and Coisborough, 49%. Turnout in yeah, it's gone down. So it's going everywhere.
I've just seen. I know it was projected Cannock Jace Labour again. Cannock Jace is again, Midlands was quite conservative. But I'd be interested to see how that went.
The Tories are down by 40% in Cannock Chase.
Guys, Ashfield's been declared.
Oh, okay.
So is it 30p and seat freely?
Yes, it's it's not. Lee Anderson, 17,062 votes. Alex Coates, Greens, 1,100. I mean, Alexander Coates. Daniel Holmes, 619.
He looks glum, trudging up to the line.
Labour, Rahi Kiana, 11,553. Conservatives, Debbie Solomon, 3,271.
Yeah, Lee Anderson's been re-elected.
Yeah.
And from the Independents, Ash Dacian Sounderies is 6,276. Yeah, majority of 5,509. Lee Anderson has won his seat.
He's got his country back.
So yeah, Lee Anderson is back. That's something we need to tell Swiss when he gets back.
Yeah. Well, it certainly makes the projections of double figure seats more believable for Reform.
I told you they would gain it. Every single person said to me that no, they won't gain it. No, they won't gain it. Yes, they will. They gained it.
I think they were looking more at national shares, swings, and things like this locally. He's very well known and has put in a lot of work. You know, there's a lot of social media presence. Go on.
Okay, Swiss is saying, no, I missed it. Damn you, 30p Lee. Reform up by 38% of the vote, Labour up by 3%. The Ashfield Independents are down by 11%, and Conservatives are down by 31%. And I'm not sure what speech Lee Anderson's giving a speech for, but swing from the Conservatives to Reform, 34%.
Interestingly large, third place for the Ashfield Independent.
We got another result. Labour have won Hartlepool.
Ooh, so Reform didn't win it.
Hampstead at Hartlepool, so.
Hartlepool.
Let's see. Let's see. But yeah, it was interesting because I think everyone. Well, besides like Tom said, yeah, it was likely that Lee Anderson was going to win it, and some were wondering if that was going to be one of the only seats that won, besides maybe the one that the Farage was winning, and possibly. We see live from. It seems that going live to Clayton on BBC in the background, while we still got the focus of Ashfield.
I mean, it's been quite a comfortable win in the end, but like I say, how much of that is going to be repeated across certain Reform target seats, and how much of it was to do with the strong independent taking votes away from possibly, Labour and other challengers? We'll wait and see, because that's it. His majority is almost exactly the same as what the independent game there, the local independent game.
Fair enough. Swiss has returned.
Yes, I was watching on my phone and I saw when it happened. 30p Lee.
I think it's basically what we've been able to conclude is that we could manage without Swiss, actually. Go on.
I
love you.
That I had to take sort of temporary host kind of thing with that announcement.
I've got a really interesting rumor that's coming around. So, according to sources, Independent has won in Dewsbury and Batley.
Who?
I'm gonna put it in the chat now. It's going around, so
probably not. But there was rumours that Reform was going to win the Barnsley seat, so I'll doubt that personally. But here's the thing that's insane: Cannock Chase has gone Labour. That was a 20,000 Tory majority, and they've gained it.
Like I say, it's long been a Tory stronghold, not far from down the road from me where I grew up, and of course Stan Collimore's old stomping ground. But enough about his dogging.
Alexander Douglas has won in we've had our first Scottish result. Sky Echo is reporting that Douglas Alexander has won Lothian East.
I'm just trying to get over that.
Shooing for the cabinet.
37.8% swing to Reform. There in Ashfield.
Yeah, massive swing to Reform.
Lee Hallam says none of the MRPs predicted Hartlepool for Reform, so the exit poll was a surprise. Hartlepool was one of those that I'd seen and thought possibly Reform was in with a chance. Where are we at? Oh, I paused it. Hang on. Where are we at the moment with our results? Right, so Reform have their first MP of this election then, and given that we saw Farage as the most likely Reform seat, this gives them essentially a guaranteed 2, but I'd say likely that they'll get more than this as well. I mean, Basildon and Billericay's on a knife edge, isn't it? So that one could well go to them as well.
The Tory vote share in Blackpool South fell by 33%.
33%.
33%. And if you look at Cannock Chase, it's completely insane what's happened in Cannock Chase. It's just a gigantic swing.
I know it quite well myself. It's like I say, apart from the jokes, When it was very hot summers, we used to spend quite a lot of time. It was the go-to place for families to go up Cannock Chase and walk and enjoy the pools. I remember once my uncle Stephen had to strip down to his pants to save his dog, who wouldn't get out of one of the pools in Cannock Chase.
Such fond memories in old Cannock Chase.
Yeah, but very, very leafy Tory suburb.
Has anyone seen anything about Rishi Sunak's seat?
No.
Or heard anything?
No. Can I read this tweet? So, breaking news: Dewsbury and Battery looks like a 4,000 to 5,000 majority for the independent candidate.
And who's the independent candidate there?
Mohammed. I can't pronounce his second
I was just
name.
going to say, did you have any particular, single issue about it?
I think he's stood on a pro-Gaza platform.
Oh, is it a Labour seat or was a Labour seat?
Labour seat. It used to be called Batley and Spen.
Oh, I know. I remember Batley and Spen.
Wait, isn't that Joe Cox's seat?
Yeah, it used to be.
Yeah, and Tracy Brabham, after she did the, taking over from Parky, selling the over 50s life insurance thing.
Okay, BBC is showing Keir Starmer, I believe possibly with his wife, walking in with the crowd celebrating.
Well, he's going to win more seats than Tony Blair, so I can see why he'd be celebrating.
Yeah.
Oh, Jay Chapman.
Middle
Blue guy says, Count Binface leading in Rishi's seats. I made that up, but it's what we want to be true.
Labour have held onto Runcorn and Hillsby and Middlesbrough.
Got to say, Binface is right about that hand dryer placement. It's terrible.
Labour hold Swansea West.
Oh, we've seen Neil Kinnock on the TV now.
Is it actually confirmed announcement wise that an independent has won, or is that just on?
It's heavy. No, the results expected time now, but it's heavily expected.
Heavily expected.
Oh, yeah. Conservatives have held Broxbourne.
Yes.
Oh, Broxbourne. That is the safest Tory seat in Hertfordshire. So So in that case, it'll probably be the one place they will hold. I mean, granted, there could be one or two other places that they might just hold in Hertfordshire, but I pretty much you should expect Watford to go Labour. Let's see, Stevenage to go Labour.
Oh,
possibly
breaking Labour gain Hartlepool.
Yeah, I know that's an old one.
Oh, is that an old one? Sorry.
Yeah. So before we go to get that one.
By the way, looking at it, Cannock Chase has now topped Telford in terms of the biggest swing in UK history. 26% swing to Labour. That's 2 historic swings in one day.
Historic election.
Pretty much.
Is this one of those elections?
Blue guy asks, what seat is it that the independent may have won in?
Dewsbury and Batley.
Yeah.
Oh. There we go.
If I recall, Batley and Spen always threaten to be one that Labour loses, but they never do in the end.
Yeah, a bit of a nondescript sort of tagline I'm seeing across the bottom of the news coverage saying "Exit poll: Labour, SNP lose seats to Labour."
I think there's some other news about Hezbollah attacking or launching missiles against Israel, and also there was a something about 30,000 Californians evacuate from wildfire.
By the way, can I just say that the BBC's purple display is really, really ugly.
Mm.
Yeah, this year's display, the elections display is not as good as their 2017 one.
If anyone knows the daytime quiz show Tipping Point, then we always thought, a friend of mine, when they get to the final, the machine all gets lit up in like purple and gold, which is UKIP colours. I always wondered why they did that.
Timemouth is in. Timemouth is in, and that is my. Oh, I'll add Tom back in. Timemouth is in apparently as a Labour hold, and that is my constituency.
Oh, by the way, as I was quickly saying before, Rushcliffe, Ken Clark's old seat, has been gained by Labour.
Oh, that's a blow to the tobacco chairmanship, isn't it?
Okay, Labour up 36 seats, Tories 2, Lib Dems 2, Reform 1.
I've got the
selfie with some of the people around him.
I've got the Timemouth results here, by the way, just for my own interest somewhat. So as you can see there, yes,
Labour have gained Wash.
Okay, Apollo TD saying no way Tories get 100 now.
Well, I was definitely safe in voting Lib Dem. Labour won Timemouth pretty damn comfortably.
Good for you. I was safe in spoiling my ballot, I think. I think Khalid Mahmood is definitely holding Perry back.
So did one of you just say Ken Clark's old seat has gone?
Yes, Ken Clark's old seat was Rushcliffe.
Nice bit of diversity we're seeing around Keir in these selfies, I must say.
By the way, it's a couple things. Labour has gained Wash, and George Galloway has lost his seat of Rochdale to Labour.
Speaker's held Chorley.
Shock.
Massive shock result, of course.
Well, there was that time, wasn't there, when was it as UKIP or the Brexit Party when Farage was insistent and they actually stood against the Speaker at that time, even though it was the convention not to?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Have the Greens stood against the Speaker before as well?
Yes.
I think they might have done, yeah.
Oh, Camden.
Where's Camden?
Kevin Bloomer in the chat says, I watched the last results of Swiss. Like this one is just unreal crazy. Rochdale not declared yet, imminent though, says Frank. NA says the lowest turnout was 57.2% in 1918. So if the turnout is lower, then it will be the lowest turnout ever. Blue Guy confirms Green Party stood against the Speaker. Consul says diversity around Starmer is relatively low, considering he is in North London.
By the way, speaking of London, well, two things. First of all, Labour's held Pontypridd, which is in Wales.
So not London.
Yeah, no, but Labour have held Battersea and London, and it's been a 7% swing from Tories to Labour in Battersea.
Strength in a safe seat, like we didn't see up north.
Yes.
Interesting. Possibly
the Tories are. We are genuinely looking at a complete and utter disintegration of the Tory party at this stage.
Well, I don't know if anyone noticed, I actually changed my hat to a Reform light blue to mark 30p Lee's safe seat.
Oh, have you now? How very fitting.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, which was the seat that you just said that Labour's vote share was holding up quite well in? Battersea in London.
Battersea, yes, it was a 7% swing from Tories to Labour in Battersea.
It's a power station of a swing.
Indeed.
Oh dear. Sky Echo 7 says bloody ads on a live stream, and SG says, yeah, I just had to skip an ad. I'm afraid, yeah. YouTube changed its whole ad thing a year or so back, and I've enabled the ads, but it does let me pick whether they're on very often or not very often, and I pick not very often.
This is why we were chuckling about it in the chat earlier, because this thing where suddenly you used to get them, obviously, adverts, but not in live streams, and the way they just pop up in live streams nowadays really is a matter of ridicule. But hey, it keeps it free. Yeah,
I mean, I doubt I would be able to sell this at any kind of a decent. Well, I say a decent profit margin. It doesn't really cost me much to do this anyway. But,
We've got
Well,
a
but, you know,
declaration.
all the fruity ciders. I mean, that's a business expense, Swiss. I've done accounts.
I'll write it off on the expenses.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a declaration by that. I'll stick the volume on.
Do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election is as follows. Paul Simon Ellison, the Conservative Party, 4,273. George Galloway, Workers' Party, 11,508.
Gotta say, the guy behind the returning officer really got Martin Bell vibes there going on.
11,000. Let's see. They seem very happy.
Michael David Howard, Reform UK.
Labour have gained Whitehaven and Wrexham.
Andrew John Kelly, Liberal Democrats, 2,816. Martin
Corbyn's won.
Savin, Green Party,
Corbyn's won.
Corbyn's won.
Corbyn's won.
Can we get some coverage of that?
Independent power.
Hang on. Let me just get the end of this Galloway result.
13.
Oh no, Labour's beat Galloway. Corbyn's won his seat then.
Galloway. But yeah, Labour have gained Whitehaven and Wrexham.
Gorgeous George has not won, but Corbyn has won his seat. Where is the results for Islington North, guys?
I'm not seeing anything.
I have to say, I think if he'd switched to baseball caps as opposed to the obligatory trilbies, he might have done rather better.
I'm just going to check if there's anything on BBC about this.
Where did you guys hear that Corbyn had won from?
Multiple journalists are saying it. I can't see the results, but everyone's like about. Literally last minute about 20 journalists tweeted it out. I can't see.
Everyone's saying it.
That's why I thought it was like a full-on declaration, but by Corbyn's. I'm happy.
No, I try and check it now. But so, like last minute, I had a swarm of people to say as well. So I presume.
By the way, I've got some results from different areas. Oh, for God's sake, there's another declaration, but I'll say them anyway. The Lib Dems are confident they'll win Henley.
And it's been Conservative since 1910.
Well,
Yes.
that's David Cameron former seat, isn't it?
Yes.
Indeed.
Anyway, I
Carry
think the place has been declared as Kilmarnock. I might have pronounced that incorrectly. I apologise.
Yeah. Next, do the Plaid leader's name, please.
NA says nothing official for Islington North yet. Lee Hallam says Corbyn supporters still think he won in 2017. POV Music says misleading that they're calling Rochdale a Labour hold. Well, it's a Labour hold from the last general election, but you're right. It's obviously a Labour gain from the by-election. But when they describe it as holds or anything else, it's versus the last general, usually.
Labour hold Bottle, or Bootle, I should say.
Bootle. Oh, who went for Bootle? Bootle's ringing a bell. Paul Nuttall. He stood in Bootle, didn't he?
Yes. By the way, Labour have gained Kilmarnock. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Oh, yeah. I'll just say that.
Kilmarnock.
In Scotland.
Yeah. Did have to laugh at Bottle there. Sorry. Bootle is like the most famous downtrodden Scouse area.
Bootle.
It's where Gap, Bat, and Tet come from. If you know your Harry Enfield.
Right, I'm going to go back over to my Sky News feed here.
Right,
I
can't see the results anywhere. Right, but literally, if I go on Twitter now, Everyone's saying Corbyn's won. Last like couple of minutes.
That's probably because a few journos have said it, and then Twitter heard, and then they went,
I mean, Owen Jones said it now.
Well,
if that's
Basildon is Richard Holden doesn't look happy in Basildon.
Oh. I'll just mention in Rochdale, obviously Galloway lost, Labour won. However, Labour only came a few points ahead of Galloway. Galloway's a very close second in Rochdale for a non-by-election election.
I think he was close though in Bradford when he was there, to be fair.
Yeah, show some respect, party.
By the way, Reform actually lost votes in Hartlepool. Labour won Hartlepool by a comfortable amount.
Oh. And Reform lost votes in Hartlepool. Oh, I'm surprised by that.
Okay, I think Richard... Wait. I think Richard Holden has lost because he's gone up to some woman looking really upset, both him and the woman, and he's hugging her.
I think that Swiss Hartlepool is always going to be an anomaly when it comes to like elections.
Could be that Mr. Holden is coming out. I don't know.
Yeah, Chessington has been declared right now. I can see the Monster Raving Loony Party candidate there.
Yes.
What a world of adventures.
Nick the Flying Brick?
Where is that? Ed Davey there. Yeah.
You know that if you say his name, he appears.
Nothing's better than Tim Farron with Mr. Fishfinger in the background.
Oh, it was a simpler time.
Okay.
And he kept calling him Mr. Finger.
Ed Davies' seat is declaring.
Oh, Ed Davies' seat is. Oh.
Yeah. Hang on. Gonna have to skip Richard Bergen. Let's see. Greens have got 3,900 in his seat. I mean, 3,000.
Always skip Richard Bergen.
Ed Davey, 25,870.
It's a water landslide.
Conservative Helen Edward, 8,635.
All the suspense.
Let's see. Mark Fox, Reform, 4,787. And Labour, Inus O'Dame, 6,561.
Ed Davey comfortably won re-election.
Yep.
Say that for me. Say that for me one more time, will you?
Ed Davey comfortably won re-election.
Of 66.
His name and he appears. I believe in
Ed Davey.
I believe.
Swiss.
By the way, Labour.
It's Ed Davey has a majority of 17,233.
Labour have also gained Tipton.
Again, like I said, with a lot of one of those big black country seats that's quite often quite conservative.
NA has just said Davey got more than the Conservatives, Labour and Reform combined. Strong win for Davey.
Although his vote was down.
Okay, Apollo DD is saying this election once again proves that high turnout benefits Labour is nonsense.
Yes.
And he's also saying Peston's saying Corbyn won.
Well,
yeah, by the way,
I mean, I think I was just going to say, just as a very quick point, I think the low turnout in this election especially can be explained by the fact that there's a lot of Tory voters who aren't voting.
Yes.
In very simple terms.
Yeah, I would say that high turnout actually, benefits the Tories because it's their people who vaguely support them actually bother.
The only exception to that would be 2017.
Well, I think maybe, and I know this is a horrible, vague kind of thing I'm putting out there, but I think actually the turnout probably fluxes election to election in terms of who high or low benefits, because it entirely depends what set of voters it is that are turning out in any given election. So I don't know if it's so easy to do a hard and fast rule to say,
by the way,
this or that.
According to James, although I haven't seen it anywhere, it's just what James is saying, the Cotswolds has gone towards the Lib Dems. Which is shocking, to be honest. You can't get more Tory than the Cotswolds.
Or perhaps they were spending all their time not going out and voting Tory and getting all those Jengas to paint blue to knock down. You should have had that in your video, Swiss.
I should have done. I should have done. I've got a couple comments here to read out. Skyoko7 says, I don't like Galloway much, but I really wanted him to spice things up a bit in the Commons. Well, you'll get Farage and Corbyn. And in a way, if Farage and Corbyn had a baby, it would be Galloway. So, just pretend. Frank says, Swiss, the Greens are second in Islington South. Blue Guy, I'm saying Corbyn won. Has as much weight as anyone else saying he's won online.
What a good remark.
POV says North or South Cotswolds. North is my seat, and it's a new one made out of boundary changes.
Yeah, I still can't believe that. I know what's going on about it, but that I didn't even realise my MP had changed until I went to vote.
Who was it saying about the Cotswolds?
Wait. Andrew Rayner has won re-election, which isn't a surprise.
Oh yeah, she's giving her speech right now. It's the same time Ed Davies giving his speech.
Ooh, who's going to say scum more?
Scum, Tories, scum.
Scum.
Disgusting Tories. God, I don't know why I'm sort of gyrating around when I'll say that. Tory scum.
Any second now, there's going to be the official announcement in Islington North.
Oh, right. I'm bringing back on my Sky News feed for this. Then surely they'll cut to Islington North.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh yeah. Let's see. I think Emily Thornberry has won her seat, so Islington North might come in soon.
Labour have held on to Leighton, Wanstead and Gower.
Well, mentioning Islington North and Emily Thornberry, does anyone remember that one from a couple of elections back when they were celebrating together, Corbyn and Thornberry, and they went to do a fist bump and he missed and basically hit her in the tit?
That was my first thought when Emily Thornberry was mentioned, because I was going to make some kind of a joke about Jez is going to go and give her a high five or something, or a low five.
It was a down low five. We were talking downtown. That's what happened there. Sorry, I've been watching Talk to the Hand too much.
and then years later, a secret recording of Corbyn surfaces, and he says that it was actually only just locker room talk where he was caught saying that women will let him do whatever he wants, like grabbing them by the boobs. Completely derailed his presidential campaign.
I believe he referred to them as the Nugies.
Oh, we see Nigel Farage walking.
We see Rayner talking and Farage walking.
Yeah.
I don't know why we have that on screen, but we do.
Yeah, and somebody porking. Oh, no, that isn't.
Okay, interesting.
Ealing Central has been held by Labour.
Majority of 6,789.
The independent candidate didn't come close.
And the Workers' Party candidate got less than 3,000. Curious, do you think next election, let's see, Reform will try to target this seat since it's a majority of 6,000?
Could do.
I could feel like that could be a target. Let's see, you could see the right trying to do because of all the sort of attacks they've been trying to do on Rayner from this last term in Parliament.
Turnout lower than 50% again for Rayner's seat, says Liberal Zardos. Less than 50% in a general election.
Wait. I've got some news for John. Labour have gained Stevenage.
Yes! A canvas there.
Well done, John. You have contributed towards that.
Also, it looks like the SNP are actually going to be wiped out in Scotland because there was a seat that was supposed to be a very marginal Labour. What the hell? Labour have gained West Dunbartonshire. Labour have gained Southport. But anyway, yeah, there was a seat that was supposed to be really close between the SNP and Labour won it easily.
Why is Farage getting caught into the cameras right now?
Shall we see what he's saying? I'll stick the volume on.
What's the good vote share for reform for tonight? What do you want vote share wise? As many as possible. No idea. You're the credible.
It's Clayton Council.
Lee Anderson is one because he had the courage to jump to reform. There are many Conservative MPs who tonight will lose their seats because they lack that courage. And the really big message is this: geographically now in most of the country, a vote for Conservatives actually splits our vote and is a vote for Labour. The argument they've used against us will never be used again. Which is actually leading the Conservative Party now. The Conservative Party?
Isn't this? Farage's hair look like it's getting blonder.
Well, he's 60 now.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just wondering, is he trying to imitate Donald Trump in the hairstyle, out of curiosity?
I've not seen it as blonde so much as grey.
Okay.
But maybe it's the lighting where he is.
Yeah, yellow lighting. I get the same with my hair. My beard looks anything from yellow to dark brown, depending on the lighting.
But that line from Farage there, saying they're splitting our votes now, and he can actually stake that as a true claim in a number of seats. When Reform is in second place behind Labour and Tories are behind Reform, they can now say, yeah, you're splitting our votes. Get behind us.
Labour have gained
turnaround.
Labour gained Bruxtowe and Bishop Auckland.
Oh, Bishop Auckland. That was one of the ones that I actually did.
Barrow and Furness has been gained by Labour.
Wait, is that a Hertfordshire one or no? I'm thinking Broxbourne.
Labour have gained Scunthorpe.
Conservative majority, but I've spent the past few weeks with him on the campaign trail here.
I'm enjoying
Richard Holden is still unhappy.
It's very engaging being able to see Farage and Starmer from a distance with shaky cameras.
Richard Holden just doesn't look like a happy man at all. He's just mowing about across the count and he's sighed and he's just completely lonely.
Well, that's what happens when you parachute yourself halfway across the country because you're going to lose your seat and you're standing in a place with a bunch of Essex people who love that Nigel Farage.
Yeah. Well, bear in mind, that's Dick Holden.
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, is that King's Cross? King's Cross is live. It seems like that's going to be declared soon.
I assume that's because it's Starmer's seat being declared there.
We've got
Starmer's seat.
I was just about to say it looks like Starmer and Farage is obviously at his count now. Is this Starmer's seat that's about to be announced?
There's rumours about Reform doing wrong and Great Yarmouth.
Oh, I heard something to that effect about 3 hours ago,
exit poll speculated they'd gain it.
Oh. Well, I've got to say, guys, we are nearly at 3 a.m. The stream's been going for 5 hours, 20 minutes. I'd say we're doing pretty good. Stamina-wise so far.
Labour have held on to Tooting and Makerfield.
Despite a strong challenge from Robert Minster.
Oh, it's been confirmed. It's been confirmed. Labour have gained Thurrock.
Oh. Labour hold Newcastle North. All the results really are coming in now.
The Greens have come second. Islington South.
Let's see. Labour has got currently 67 seats. Tories 7, Lib Dems 3, Reform 1.
Is do we have the numbers on Islington South? Was it quite a close second that came? I mean, I can obviously search for it myself. I just didn't know if you had it in front of you or not. But
it's not close.
Islington's... It's
The
quite
second
close.
week's close.
Oh,
It's not close.
Party D saying
it's not close.
breaking. The new ITV news forecast now gives Labour a majority of 178. Ritzy with 114, Cons 130, Lib Dems 60, Reform 10, SNP 11.
I think, to be honest, that's overestimating Tories at this stage.
Well, they've knocked one MP off from the 131.
Well, true. By the way, Tories have held West Suffolk, which they were expected to. Oh, the Lib Dems have gained Bicester and Woodstock.
I don't have the video ready.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, what? Swiss?
No, I was just saying I don't have the video ready. Just say his name and he appears, I believe, in Ed Davey. Oh, we've got another count here.
All the psephologists behind it, the numbers were a bit softer in Scotland on how it projected because it was looking at Tory gains there. They had the SNP down a lot at 10, but it looks as if that might be on the optimistic level for them if this is played out. However, and I would caveat this, look, Scotland is not a homogenous group, and you can't really just put a national swing across it. What happens in the Central Belt is very different to pockets of the Northeast, very different to the Highlands and Islands, and that south of Scotland band as well, right at the bottom, those 3 seats that sit across the bottom.
On the face of it, though,
Oh,
this is a
Swiss, I think Richard Twice has arrived at Boston.
Yeah, he has.
You think he'll win it, or you think he'll lose it?
I think he'll keep it.
So you mean gain it?
Let me see what I had on my thingy for Boston Skegness, because that was one that I did. I have that one leaning reform. So Swiss from like a day ago seemed to think that he'd win it. So I'm gonna go with that. Yeah. So at the moment, then we'll have, assuming we know Farage will win Clacton, assuming Richard Tice wins Boston Skegness, and then you've obviously got 30p.
Tories have held Hinckley. Labour have gained Bolsover. Tories have held North East Cambridgeshire, and Clacton is about to declare in 10 minutes.
Oh. I'm looking forward to Clacton. Oh, we got Starmer here.
on the stage. Did you see that?
Oh, look at him. He's enjoying the man with the hat so much. Happy Starmer. All right, wonderful. Just wonderful. What fun. Yeah, flurry of results indeed. We've had 84 seats declared now, according to the little ticker at the bottom of Sky News here. Lib Dems have gained Chelmsford. That was one I had the Lib Dems to gain, actually. Well, I'm looking forward to what have we? Oh,
Monster Raving Loony Party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthul Kumar Independent, 40. Mireen Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansell, Green Party, 4,030.
That's a good showing for Feinstein then. And he says beat the Tories and Reform combined. They were on about 7,000. Tories and Reform on about 2,000 each or something.
Yeah, Starmer has been re-elected. The Lib Dems have taken Torbay.
What do you know about the independent who was running against Starmer though? Because some of the people in the chat are a bit jazzed about him. Oh, it was just an indie Corbynite taking on Starmer, was it?
Yes.
I see. Hey, 7K ain't bad. Ain't bad for an indie.
Not bad for an independent, no. Definitely shows Tory vote share, the protest, though. What was his majority last time, Starmer?
So the independent came second in the seat as well, then? Wow. Ah,
yes.
Good on you, Mr. Feinstein. Well done.
I love how Keir Starmer is still classed as leader of the opposition, even though he is obviously going to be Prime Minister. Big reduction in his vote share, Starmer.
Yeah?
Yeah, his majority was 27,000 and now it's 11.
Oh.
But the turnout has dropped dramatically.
Has anyone noticed that Dan's seat has gone full Lib Dem?
Yes, Hazel Grove has gone Lib Dem.
That's quite interesting to me how much Starmer's majority has dropped by, though.
That's because dropped by. That's because the turnout here is 20,000 votes fewer than last time.
But that shouldn't but I'm talking about vote share rather than number of votes. If you get what I'm saying.
The turnout is just very, very low.
No, the turnout's low, but I thought you were saying that.
Whoa. Dan has reported that Labour came second in Hazel Grove.
Wow, Tory's down to third in his leafy suburb constituency. Love to see.
Oh no, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I was having a mind. A mind what?
Starmer's majority's gone down so much simply because the turnout has massively dropped. So it's a lot of people.
I was misunderstanding you. So his actual vote share though, percentage wise, that hasn't dropped so much, has it?
No, his vote share is the same.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine then. I was getting the wrong end of the stick on that one.
Another Midlands seat gone. Worcester gone to Labour.
Zara Sultana holds. Piers Corbyn ran in Bermondsey and Old Southwark.
Oh, if you can find his election video, that would be a watch.
Oh, I'm tempted. Go on then. We've got a few more minutes till Claxton announced. Oh, hang on. No, wait. Starmer's giving his speech. We should at least listen to that. Here's the PM.
Somerstown, who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency.
Damn, Nigel's
the
thirsty.
mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime. The pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need. The local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day.
I'm glad that Elmo gave him a clap as well. That's quite nice.
Breaking news, Elmo gave him the clap.
Because tonight people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy.
Turning the speed up on the start of the speech.
You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
Things can only get better.
Only get better. Right, if I look up this Piers Corbyn video, will one of you guys keep an eye out on the Clacton result for me so I don't miss it if it pops up?
I just had to mention in the chat someone saying that your blue guy mentioned that his speech was boring. If only there was some prominent woman who could shout across the aisle about how boring he was, you know, that would be good. Where's Nadine when you need it?
Piers Corbyn election video. Where are we?
Compared to the multitude of adverts.
YouTube is shit these days. You search for something and it doesn't give you anything relevant related to what you're looking for. I can't find this Piers Corbyn video. Is there a Piers Corbyn YouTube channel? Maybe I can find it on
Tories have held on to Flide.
Lied or filed?
I think
Piers
it's filed.
Corbyn.
I don't know though.
I don't think this is his election video. We've got Piers Corbyn live instead.
There.
It's exactly what you think it would be.
Yep, top quality. I have sleep apnea, and that's me when I fall asleep in my chair. which you might see again, like you might actually see later if I'm still awake.
Piers, there seems to be a large bird's nest invading your office.
Oh, we've got a Scottish result. Labour has gained Renfrewshire South. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing these names wrong.
It's Renfrewshire.
I've just never heard of these places before, so I can't pronounce all of them right.
Just wait until we get to Wales. Whoa. Oh boy.
Yeah, Tom, you absolutely must cover when the Plaid leader retains his seat, because you must say his name.
He's got a really hard to say name as well.
I do know a bit of Welsh, actually. Isbitty is hospital. And Popty Ping is microwave.
I know that lush means something is good.
Yeah. I had a woman I made, a relative of my ex, and she came over and I was making all the brews as usual. And and she kept saying how lush the cup of tea I made was. She must have said it about 50 fucking times.
Oh, it was lush.
Yeah.
Oh,
lush.
Waywin Hatfield is declaring Grant Schnapp's seat.
Ooh.
Grant Schnaps.
Yeah, get ready with the bottle of Grants and the bottle of Schnaps. Come on.
Oh, Michael Green.
Oh. That was just me reacting to the fact that my battery got 100%.
Of results of poll, election of a member of Parliament for William Hatfield on Thursday.
Hatfield, and she's wearing that hat.
I was about to say that hat's a field.
Annie Brewster,
Yeah.
being the returning officer
Ascot
of the
reject.
above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate.
I mean,
at
even
said
Beatrice
election
wouldn't wear that
as
to the horse
follows.
racing.
Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397. Butcher Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986.
Under pressure from Labour, we should say.
Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877.
Chap's in a lot of trouble. Spencer.
Great comment.
Here we go.
Munro John Peter, Liberal
Grant
Democrats,
Schnaps has lost his seat.
3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,000.
Oh, Shapps.
Yeah,
is
Grant
gone.
Schnaps lost his seat. Were you in Hatfield gain?
Well, we've had our first big beast of the night, I'd say.
It's not quite a Portaloo moment, but there you go.
No, it's not. But we're working our way up there. We started off with Gillian Keegan, and now we've got Grant Shapps. We'll see where else we get. We've lost.
Come on,
Ganaway
surely it's got to be Jeremy Hunt, that one. Come on.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm waiting for Rishi Sunak's seat. I want the surprise of the night to be Rishi Sunak.
Your prediction on Twitter, you want it to come true.
Well, the thing is, since I've made so many references to that tweet now, I need to double down on it and throw all my weight behind hoping it's going to happen. So...
Double and triple down.
We'll see. Well, Hatfield is Labour. Bye-bye Grant, says SG.
Oh, by the way, the Tories have gained one seat, and it is a seat I predicted them to gain, and that is Leicester East.
Oh. What's
Ian
happening at
Duncan
Leicester
Smith
East?
decoration.
Oh, Leicester East, is that the one where a certain disgraced former Labour minister was standing independently?
Oh, is that the Keith Vaz one?
Yeah. Is that Leicester East, isn't it? Yeah.
If there was ever going to be one the Tories gain, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, Chingford with the Independent and potentially irritable bowel syndrome in trouble.
His IDS.
Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Ludgery, Reform UK, 3,653. Faiza Shaheen, Independent, 12,445.
Ooh, Labour gained Warwick North. That's very Tory as well.
Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,520.
This is their IDS is held on. Looks
Seriously
like
split.
IDS has
Yeah,
held on.
they split the anti-IDS vote.
I think this goes back to something John McDonnell was saying.
It looks like they're saying IDS has held on. We missed them reading his results out there. No, is Ian Duncan Smith?
In that community,
Ian Duncan Smith is in then.
Kind of well known there, and
IDS is back.
Breaking news: the Tories. Wait, who got more? Cody Webb or Keith Vaz?
Guys, can we have some respect? The quiet man has turned up the volume, and no one is acknowledging it.
Yeah, that was that guy's greatest moment, I think. Not doing Downton Abbey, writing those Ian Duncan Smith speeches. Yes.
So you know why they were doing it. They were worried that they've got this massive majority heading, but at the time they were worried about, in the run-up to the election, certainly, they were worried about having a very narrow majority and Keir Starmer being bounced by the kind of 30 to 40.
Bit of a flurry of Conservative holds suddenly, actually.
Well, they had to start coming in sooner or later.
But this is it. You know, we are in the that 3 to 4 a.m. period. We're in that sudden acceleration of results period. In fact, I wouldn't be surely it's going to change to a projection soon from the the exit poll. That's on the cards very soon.
Well, we're now at 120 declarations. So we're nearly like a fifth of the way through, I want to say, approaching.
Usually when they get to 150 to 200, they're ready to make a proper projection. So It's close. Hey, I might not get to the red wine before it happens. Although this is the last cider. Go on, please.
Oh well, guys. Look, chat. It's a mixed bag, okay? Grant Chaps is out, IDS is in. You do the hokey pokey and you turn around, you know? Well, 122 declared now. They are coming in quick, aren't they? Labour's gained Lothian East from the SNP.
Yeah, this is the time to watch the ticker tape because we're not going to get, to every count for the big names, you know.
Ed Davies got another one, says Liberal Zardos. Corbyn, Jeremy, as opposed to Piers, better of one, or I'm going to be very depressed, says Blue Guy. There's Uncle Nige.
Just want a seat in Scotland.
You can in just a second. Let me just tell people what they're expecting in about 5 minutes or so. We are waiting to see the result from
Labour hold Liverpool Riverside. It's the Sun what won it.
The Sun what won it.
Famously
Right.
unpopular in Liverpool.
I will just say at this moment here at 3:15 in the morning, to our dedicated band of 30 dear viewers watching, and I imagine many of you are part of the core viewership of this channel because I recognise so many of you in the chat as well. Please do drop the stream a like if you haven't already. It might well help us get discovered by some new people.
Just realised I haven't liked it even though I'm on it.
Shocking behaviour. I've just realised, Lee.
I see Welling. Grant Shapps is talking. Oh, Labour gained from Conservative.
Oh, by the way, Plaid Cymru gained Anglesey, which is what I predicted.
Yeah. Well, my constituency, a Labour hold.
Let's see.
Thought it would be.
Let's see. Grant Shapps has
10,000
lost
majority.
Okay. Grant Shapps has lost his seat.
Oh yeah, we saw that when it happened.
Sorry, I must have dozed off a little bit.
That's all right. Yeah, Grant Chaps lost to see. IDS won his.
We didn't hear those not northern snores, you see, so we didn't know.
Feeling ashamed.
We're on the cusp of Clacton though, and thank you, NA, who says they've liked the stream. Drew R says 4th Swiss stream since first Corbyn, including Brexit. Makuta Pterodax says I was sleepy, then I had a monster, now I'm awake again. Well, I like I say, I switched from the alcohol back onto the caffeine at this critical juncture. Will there be a tactical coalition behind the Tory in Clacton to block Farage? Short answer, no. I don't think enough anti-Farage people could bring themselves to vote Tory to block him winning. So I don't think so.
Interesting to see Labour take Thurrock. Probably a good idea that Nige shifted from that.
Yes.
David Lammy's been elected, says Lee Hallam.
And Tom, remember, it's not Anglesey, it's Innismon. Come on.
I can't pronounce them.
Drew R says Farage will win. Predicts now. Farage will win. I predict now. There we are. SG says I slept in the daytime, so I'm okay. Good. I should have slept, but I didn't. Oh, Chaps is talking. What are you saying?
Ability. I wish you well as you take up the baton.
Oh, that's really nice. Thanks for that, Grant. Apollo TD says Bracknell results Swiss. Nuts Labour gain down south. Liberal Zardos says Farage looks grumpy. He looks a bit tired. But I think he's won Clacton or he'd be looking miserable. Right, come on, Chaps. You're yesterday's man.
I think he's just saying I forgive the hat.
Yeah. My God, we've shot up in results. Last time I read out, we were on like 122. Now we've had 136 in. So we're getting a result every 20 seconds or so at this rate.
Mm-hmm. Told you.
Yeah, they're coming in thick and fast.
Sharps is still doing his speech, I see.
Why is Sky News showing me Sharps? Yeah. Inventor of the Sharpie pen, Grant Sharps. Don't you know him?
I thought he was talking about the sort of 80s group, you know.
Lee Hallam says, I'm talking nonsense. I mean, Lammy's replacement, Alexander, has been elected.
Yes.
Holy.
Quite likely. Douglas Alexander is definitely getting a good cabinet role in the next cabinet. Definitely.
Labour have gained, not Labour, Lib Dems have gained South Cambridgeshire.
Oh, Cambridge.
Basildon and Billericay.
We've got 3 big beast seats coming your way. You ready, ladies and gentlemen? Edge of your seat.
Big
You were
beast
delighted, weren't
seats.
you? Honestly, sit up, take note. Clacton. Clacton coming up very shortly. Why is that important? Because
They might as well call them throbbing dongle seats.
At Nigel Farage. We've also got Basildon and Billericay. That was a safe, an ultra-safe seat, so much so that the Tories thought, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put our Conservative chairman in there. Is an absolute shoo-in. It's had, he's had a recount there. So Islington North as well. And Beth's got news on Islington North for us.
Labour have gained Burton.
It is probable that it is going to go to Jeremy Corbyn. He's going to retain the seat. So Labour as an independent. And then John McDonnell was saying he should be let back into the party. And Andy, you were sort of intimating a bit of that, weren't you, about making it a bit of a broader church again?
I just think that's what a government needs. It needs voices from all around, and that's what sustains a government in power when you've got breadth and depth in terms of the voices.
All right, we've got 3 big ones coming up.
A broad church should include atheism.
So Andy Burnham and John McDonnell think Corbyn should be back into the party if he wins.
No, Piers should go into the party as his proxy.
Oh no, don't. Labour gain Glasgow Glasgow East from the SNP. Sky Echo is reporting.
I think the Glasgow cluster was always quite likely to fall from SNP to Labour, almost all of it.
Yes.
Guests and dear viewers in the chat, given if we're going to assume Farage wins Clacton, Corbyn wins Islington North, as is being touted, what about Basildon Billericay? That one's on a knife edge. Are we saying Conservative or are we saying Reform? Votes now.
Wait, why is that one important?
What, Basildon Billericay? Because it's a Conservative Reform knife edge seat.
And it's the Conservative chair parachuted in, Jobbit. Yeah?
Exactly, yeah. The chair of the Conservative Party parachuted into what was thought to be a safe seat that turns out not to be so safe.
But just on the screen, sorry to butt in, Lib Dem gained Stratford-on-Avon, which is very Conservative. That's a very big game.
Well, let's just look at the swingometer real quick.
Uniform swing. So in all of the seats, you're seeing the same movement from the Conservative to Labour or the other way.
I like to say swing.
The needle goes like that. And then gradually all of these seats are turned red. And then by the time the needle gets there, it's eaten up enough seats to get into this majority territory. But here's the thing, okay? So
you do know what that means, don't you,
Swiss?
Swiss?
That we're seeing across the country right now and activate the swingometer. Look at what happens.
Here we go.
Okay, the swingometer, the needle goes
You're going to push the button and let you know.
And we're in hung parliament territory. So actually, the swingometer is basically telling a kind of duff story here. It's saying that Labour's not going to be able to win in these seats over here, but we know it is already. We know it is already. And why is that happening?
Why is he doing like a weather map kind of motion?
Swing across the country. If you were seeing a uniform swing across the country, basically with all seats seeing exactly the same change, then you'd expect that seats, for instance, where the Conservatives didn't have much
Labour
of a majority
have gained
before,
rugby.
through to seats where the Conservatives had a big share of the vote, you'd expect all of them to be behaving the same way. But let me show you what's actually happening. Look, this is quite interesting. In seats where the Conservatives don't have that much of the share of the vote, they're actually gaining a little bit. So it's going from Labour to the Conservative Party. But the bigger the share of the vote the Conservatives have, the more they're losing. The more they're losing. And that really matters because in areas where previously they could rely on...
That's a remarkable statistic right there. If you just look at that, just the sheer volume of vote they're losing in their strongest areas, explaining why so many of these safe areas are not as safe as they were.
Quite a big share. They're losing way above where you would normally expect. And that is part of the explanation for how the Labour Party is heading, potentially, according to the exit polls, according to what we're looking at in these numbers, for a big majority. It's going way beyond where the swing would suggest. And in fact, it's going towards historic territory. If we just look again at where we are right now. So this is showing you the change in the share of the vote for all the parties going back through history, and it's showing you the biggest falls, essentially. So when you're going from a vote share, a big vote share, to a small vote share, this is basically showing you that. And the bigger the bars are, the worse you're doing. So that, for instance, that's the Lib Dems in 2015. You can see the Labour Party suffering there. You can see the Conservative Party.
I love the way he's trying to be so excitable about bar charts.
This is honestly, this is the stuff that gets me really excited in elections. Looking at
I love the maths
swings.
Right.
I'm like,
Islington
North.
Islington
Oh, Islington North. Okay.
Happening right now.
Yeah, the Islington North. Jeremy Corbyn. Here we go.
Clap.
Thursday, the 4th of July,
Right.
2024.
Hush now, everybody.
Hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000.
Yeah, looks like a shoo-in, but we'll just wait for the Labour vote. $24,020. 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 3232. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660. Crackle Nargan, Labour Party.
Unlucky, mate.
15,000.
That's not a gentler kind of politics.
800.
No.
About an hour or so ago, Jeremy Corbyn has gained the seat as an independent.
8,000.
It was not even close. It was like it's like, let's see, it was a majority of 7,247, turnout of 68%.
My God.
Some of the highest turnout we've actually seen.
Ooh.
So what were those polls doing then? The polls that were saying that Corbyn was behind Labour were way off.
Maybe they were trying to discourage let's see, people from voting for him or something. I don't know,
Possibly. He's just a great local motivator.
It could be they've greatly underestimated Corbyn, and because they figured like he might be disliked so much that he might just lose it.
Okay,
you have to
Corbyn's about to do a speech. Corbyn's about to do a speech.
Yeah, all right. I'll definitely listen.
Just to quickly cut in, a bit like with 30p Lee, Corbyn is a great local motivator, and the more hate they get nationally, the more love they get locally.
Oh my goodness me! Now that is
an independent candidate, and I believe that was one of our Gaza seats.
Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat.
Let's listen to Corbyn.
Thank you very much for the declaration. And can I first of all thank you and the returning officer and all the staff that have arranged this election for the very hard work and very efficient way in which it's been run. It is a credit to Islington. Thank you very much for the great work you've done in those respects. I also want to place on record my enormous thanks
declaring
to the people of Islington North for electing me for the 11th time.
Clacton's declaring. Declaring.
Okay,
sorry, Jez. Sorry, Jezza.
Jezza for Nige. That's Tuesburg bias.
Right, guys.
21,225.
Yeah, yeah. I think they were reading those. They were weighing them. I think.
Jameson Craig, Climate Party.
Oh no!
Oh, damn stupid ads.
This is why you watch the BBC.
Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448.
So you're thinking of a couple of agitators to have in the House of Commons.
Tassos Heritage Party,
Super low result for the Labour Party candidate.
Who won in Leicester South?
Corbyn has won. I mean, not Corbyn, sorry. Nigel Farage has won Clapton with 8,000 majority.
8,400.
Not easy to mistake the two.
So I was
Turnout
saying, if you wanted a couple of
58%.
agitators, you'd go for Corbyn and Farage, wouldn't you, Beth?
Yeah, I mean, so Corbyn has held on in Islington North as an independent. That was a hard-fought battle, but he had many people
Let's
out
be fair,
campaigning. I
that
live
is
near there,
stonking,
and it
I
was a
believe is the
very
word.
active campaign. But
Oh
and
Yes,
Farage
it's a massive swing.
at the 8th.
Well, all right. Who's independent that won it in Leicester South?
Don't know, but Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat.
But also, Akehurst has won Durham North.
But I was going to win, wasn't he?
I mean, Nigel's won nearly 50% of all the votes cast there.
Yes.
Looks
Yeah,
like
high
Farage making a
40s.
speech.
Wait,
It's
how
not
much
even
did he
close.
win?
He's doing a speech.
Oh, sorry.
With constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment.
Ooh, swing of 45%.
It's over 30 years ago that I
yes.
fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem.
Come on, Nigel. PR.
I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in
He
the
sounds
ring.
like Craig David.
I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country.
I think you had lots of rich
we're gonna
donors,
come
mate.
Second in.
I love this comment from Console. Inside info: Farage's Horcruxes are in the 7 seats he lost.
So who's
Yeah,
the
by the
snake?
way-
So wait.
By the
is-
way, the Independent gained 1 by 1,000 majority.
Is that wait?
Jonathan
Ashworth.
Jonathan Ashworth.
Yes, Jonathan Ashworth.
Oh, wow!
Right, it's a poor guy's independent.
Yes.
Wow.
So is this our second independent?
Now this is Akram Jakub.
Wow. I mean, John Ashworth, he was a big player.
He was. That might actually be the Portillo moment of this election.
Wow, a Portillo moment. It's in the winning party.
I love it. I love it. Tories getting scalped by Reform and Labour and Lib Dems. Labour getting scalped by independents, left-wingers, Gaza types, all the rest of it. What an election. This election feels like some kind of fantasy football thing. What's going on right now?
It's banter timeline, Swiss. And can I just say it's not a Portillo moment unless the middle names are Denzel Xavier.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let me just see what his shell cabinet positions are. I'm trying to find
Well,
them.
it's given Douglas Alexander a nice route back
Really,
to
though,
cabinet,
we need
hasn't
to
it?
look at Ashworth's. Right. Hang on. Let me stop everything for a moment. What is Jonathan Ashworth's seat?
Leicester South.
Leicester South. Let me bring this up and actually have a look at it because I feel like this deserves a bit of attention. Leicester South Parliamentary Constituency. Dibby. Where's our? Okay, it's not been filled in on the Wikipedia page yet. I'm trying to find a link to it somewhere where we can look at the actual.
Ever
results.
reliable Wikipedia.
Well, from what I can tell, from the last election, he had a majority of 22,675.
Only a single issue thing can really deflate someone like that.
Right, just so the dear viewers know, I am trying. Leicester South results, we do not have it yet on the BBC website here.
By the way, Kemi Badenoch has won re-election.
Well,
The next Tory leader.
Well, I guess that means she'll be standing in for the leadership.
Yep, she'll
Badenoch
be a
is
leadership
Baden.
contender.
Expect lots of cervix talk.
Right, so where are we at? State of the parties here. Let's have a little update. So Labour 129, up 51. Conservatives 8. Wow. Conservatives 18, down 60. 18 down 60. Lib Dems 16, up 13. Reform 2, up 2. 1 independent. Dear old Jezza, and the others on 2, -7.
Shouldn't that be 2 if Ashworth has lost a seat?
Well, they've not updated it on the BBC website yet. So once they fill in the results here, it'll feed through onto there.
Are you sure you're not just saying shock at Adam and then there's a seat? Let's be careful here.
Let me read a few comments here. Frank says Lib Dems gain Eastbourne. SG, this was Farage's 8th attempt to be an MP. Shock at Adam, won Leicester South. Oh, I was wondering what you're saying about shock at Adam. I thought it was some kind of joke or pun. You're making me think about the Simpsons episode where Rainier Wolfcastle's being radioactive man, and he keeps saying up and Adam, up and at them,
up and at them,
up and at them. It's up and Adam.
I'm curious to see how Mr. Fielding is reacting to Corbyn winning.
Seething and coping and not caring.
The one thing that's kind of remarkable to see is look at Scotland. The SNP are collapsing.
Ooh, Corbyn's doing a speech again on BBC.
Have the SNP won any seats yet?
I don't think so.
Oh, Southend. Wait. Southend East has been gained by Labour.
Oh, I had that one. That's one I remember.
A Labour for Corbyn's seat. There's 40% swing from Labour to Independent.
That's another historic swing.
Yeah. That's a swing.
What an election this is. Frank says SNP won Aberdeen.
So they have 1 seat.
Yeah, so they've got 1 at the moment. And Skyoko says Aberdeen North. Oh, same one. Yeah, Aberdeen North. Okay, so SNP have got some seats.
They've got 1 in at the moment.
And they also says, I'm not sure if someone on the left would be better for a Tory on the right to be leader and fail, or a Tory centrist would stop the Overton window going to the right. It's a challenging question you pose, isn't it? I suppose if the outcome you want is for the right not to gain power again soon, then you want a disunited right, don't you? And the best case for a disunited right would be, oh God, I don't know.
It's either a right winger that doesn't like Farage or a centre right that Farage will hate.
Stephen Flynn in Aberdeen won his seat.
I suppose the best case scenario for the left then is you have a right-wing leader of the Tories, but they don't want to do any kind of pact or deal with Farage. And then you've got both of them standing on similar platforms, but fighting over the same lot of voters. That's probably your best case scenario as a left winger for what pans out on the right over the next parliament.
But also vaguely plausible about how the knee-jerk reaction to this wipeout might be, you know.
We've got
reclaim the reform voters.
Sorry, we've got the results here. Shocker Adam, who beat Jonathan Ashworth here in Leicester South. So this is the results on screen, if you can just about make that out there. So Labour down 35%. Labour down 35%.
That is,
like I said, about one of those, one-off Palestine things.
That is the sort of level that we've seen the Tories losing vote share, and that's at the high end that we've seen the Tories losing vote share.
Actually, a decent turnout comparatively as well.
Yeah, and that's happened to a Labour candidate here. Okay, is this our Portillo moment? Lee Hallam a moment ago said the Portillo moment is the one that no one sees coming. No one saw this one coming.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And in many ways, I feel this will greatly. I wonder how Labour will respond, because it's like, okay, it's shown that in some seats they can lose over the issue of Gaza and Palestine. It does make me wonder how Starmer's going to try and handle the whole situation, since now apparently it looks like Israel is about to get in war with Hebelon, right?
Sorry.
Is that
Hezbollah.
how I pronounce it? Hezbollah.
Hezbollah.
Yeah.
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah. Yeah, it looks like, because that looks like it's going to happen.
By the way, just reporting, Reform have gained Great Yarmouth.
Oh, have they now?
Yes.
Is that Labour,
Ooh.
Tory, or let's see,
Tory.
Labour or Tory? What?
Yeah, must draw attention to Frank's comment in the chat that the BBC have put out a forecast and it's actually put up the number of Tory seats from 131 to 154.
Yeah, it's got Labour at 405 and Tories at 154. Lib Dems on 56, SNP 6, Plaid Cymru Reform 4. Currently saying that Labour has currently a majority of 106.
But what we are seeing in terms of the challenge to Labour in seats over the Gaza issue, and I think we'll continue to see through this parliament Labour being challenged by Muslim voters, left-wing voters, progressive voters. Basically, there's gonna it's gonna be a bit like a sniper rally. It's gonna be like picking off seats here and there.
You know what? The Birmingham results are going to be very interesting.
Yeah. One thing I think it goes to show Labour is they can no longer take the Muslim community's votes for granted. They can lose seats if there's enough anger towards them on their situation.
Well,
So they
I
need
mean,
to
if you go around saying daft shit like, "Oh yeah, it's okay for them to cut off water and power and food to the besieged part of Gaza," then that is going to rile people up, you know?
Yeah, I almost quit the
locally
party.
in my seat, I heard a lot of anger about that, I must say.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there's a few.
And that was sorry to butt in. That was Starmer's first pronouncement, really, officially on the whole issue.
Oh yeah,
they're allowed to do that. They're allowed to commit war crime, basically.
I mean, I'm not a, I'm never a single issue voter, and there's a number of reasons why I did or didn't vote for Labour, and obviously in the end I didn't. But I've got to say that Labour's handling of Gaza from beginning to where we are now has contributed. It has been one of a list of things that ended up being, okay, I'm not going to vote Labour this time around. So yeah, I can see it being a big issue for people.
John Curtis is speaking on BBC right now.
I mean, just to point out that number we've put out, that is the first official projection now that we have. That the Conservatives are actually doing better than we thought.
Oh, so this is a projection based off of the results so far, then, that the Tories end up with
that's a rather ludicrous projection. When you've got Labour winning seats like Thurrock and Cannock Chase, that's just
But the SNP on 6, wow.
Yeah. Old Stoke-on-Trent North, Gullis has lost his seat. Thanet East, that's gone to Labour. Labour Gazane, Carlisle. Like, there's no way that Labour's going to end up with 405 when they're gaining this sort of votes.
And that's the only way I can see that happening is if they lose a lot more seats to some independent voters.
I'm quite happy with Stoke-on-Trent North that they've got a Labour MP back. I've got to say, good on them.
It's very Tory, but a bit of a surprise in my vague neck of the woods that Aldridge and Brown Hills has been held by the Conservatives in the current landscape. I would have thought there'd be quite a strong reform vote there, knowing what I know about them.
And they've got some graphics on screen here from Sky just illustrating how Labour's vote share has been dropping in areas with higher Muslim populations, showing that there really has been a moving away from Labour.
Yeah, just to clarify earlier points I made on the chat, that I live in an incredibly a minority white postcode and constituency, and I wasn't trying to claim that the Muslim vote was a block that always followed the crowd, but you know, it was clearly a trend that was occurring, and I'd seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, demographically, when we talk about voting, we'll talk about old people and young people and graduates and people of different backgrounds or immigrants or whatever. You know, it's obviously
single
not
issues
all
are more, you know, important than that sometimes. But
yeah, but certain issues will matter more to certain demographics of people than others. That makes enough sense.
I mean, yeah, it's like with Scotland, it was like the independence issue for like a decade.
Oh, shut the front door. Green gain Bristol Central, says Frank.
Ooh.
Ding dong.
Yeah, that was expected.
Well, it could be possible that if Labour's going to be on 405, that they lose quite a few seats to like the Greens and maybe other independent voters. I mean, granted, I still think they're going to do better than what that new prediction is saying.
Bury St Edmunds, 25,000 majority has gone Labour.
yeah, the projection does. It's so hard to believe that the Conservative seat margin is going to be so much higher than the initial prediction.
Yeah, I mean,
nonsense.
for Sunak, that will probably make it. That will be a sigh of relief that it's not as bad as it looked in the exit poll.
Is it going to be? Is it going to be though that the Southwest? Are they predicting that maybe the Tories do better versus the Lib Dems in the Southwest, and that's how they win more seats?
Well, I doubt that, considering that their projection just nonsense. Like the Lib Dems have been picking up seats in the Southwest.
Or maybe they're thinking that Reform won't be quite the scale
Cardiff
of
gained a seat from Labour. They've gained Lancaster East.
Oh, Alliance gain from DUP.
Where?
Let's see. Robin and Joe must be happy about that.
In DUP where?
I'm going to see if I can find anything about the Green gain here. Get some numbers.
They're just covering Jonathan Ashworth losing on the BBC at the moment and the whole shares and things.
Saudi Arabia has taken about 5,000 votes off of Labour, and as a result, let's see, the Tories have won Lancaster East.
So there's a recut in Blackburn because apparently an independent candidate ahead of Labour.
An independent candidate what?
Wait, hold on a minute. Hold on, before all that, what seat did Alliance gain?
Something Valley. From
Lagan Valley.
Lagan Valley.
Lagan Valley.
Lagan, sorry.
Seeing the Leicester East result, Keith Vaz actually got over 3,500 by himself.
Oh, God.
Okay, Lib Dems have gained Cheltenham. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
Oh yeah, of course. Looking at Leicester East, sorry to butt in, but not only Keith Vaz, but of course Claudia Webb being, disenfranchised from Labour. So between her and Keith Vaz, that's 9,000 potential Labour votes that have disappeared.
Could someone read out the Leicester East results from sort of main parties approximately?
May I? Conservative about 14,500, Labour 10,000, and then Webb got about 6,500, and Vaz about 3,500. They just took it off the screen, but that's what I remember. So basically, 10,000 that could have been Labour votes bled to independence.
Reform's gained Great Yarmouth.
Great Yarmouth.
Yeah.
Is that Tice?
No.
No.
Is that? Oh no, that's not Rupert Lowe, is it? The Southampton chairman? No, that's someone else.
So we've still got Boston Skegness to come. We've still got Basil and Billericay to come. So Reform's on 3 already. So there's easily a 5, if not more, that they could get elsewhere.
Yeah. But at the very least, we know that the Tories have gained 1 seat off of Labour this election.
Labour have gained Isle of Wight West as well. Hull East, Lancashire West. Well, Hull East and Lancashire West were Labour already. We've gone to accounts in Chichester.
Chichester.
Oh, let me just bring
here's the avalanche of results. Go on.
Yeah.
Right, here we are.
White Arrow of West Sussex being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Chichester constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate At the
Oh, it was Rupert Lowe in Great Yarmouth. Sorry.
Curious.
Brown, Jessica John Louise, Liberal Democrats, 25,500.
Oh, wow. Sorry to butt in. Michael Fabricant has lost in Lichfield.
To who?
Dave Robertson, Labour.
Oh, good riddance.
I think someone in the chat threw that in there a little bit earlier.
Sorry, but I had to cut in. That's quite a surprise.
Labour has gained
Frank.
Stafford.
Yep, saw that one coming.
Out of curiosity, have we learned any news from Ritzy Peter Manderson reacting to the fact that Corbyn has won the North?
Probably not very happy.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. There's an expectation that Labour's going to lose Blackburn, and they're having a recount there. So the Pearl Guards Independents ahead of Labour by 50 votes apparently.
Oh, that's tight.
Yeah. Oh, so out of curiosity, since Corbyn won his seat by a massive majority, do you think it's now possible that George Galloway could win Rochdale?
He's lost it already.
Oh, he's lost it already. My mistake. My mistake. I've not been keeping up. I'm sorry.
Oh, we've got a live result from Fareham.
Through how it manages.
It seems to me, Brandon.
Nah.
Oh, it's slower.
Goes off at that part.
I want to see the Bristol Central results. I'm still waiting for them.
I have to say that seeing the Jonathan Ashworth result makes me wonder, seeing what I saw out on the streets earlier today, whether my former constituency of Birmingham Ladywood might also have fallen to the Independent.
Yeah, I was thinking they might actually lose Birmingham Ladywood to the Independent.
See, okay, so it's possible we might have 3 independent MPs in Parliament in this.
That was predicted, yeah.
Conservatives hold Staffordshire Moorlands.
Savannah Braverman, I think she's gotten her announcement, or let's see, has she won her seat?
NA's just said Braverman's won.
Yeah, she won. Lib Dems have gained Chichester from Conservatives. Keegan is gone. Bristol Central has been taken by the Greens.
So anyway, we've got Kemi Bagnott and Savannah Braverman probably going to go for the leadership. And there's Priti Patel won her seat or not?
Priti Patel has, I think. Wait, no. Has she? I can't remember. I'm losing track at this point.
Labour's gained Rossendale. Oh, Hempstead has been Labour gained. Ooh. That is
Simon Hart has lost his seat, 3rd cabinet minister to lose it.
Hardly the household name.
He was the Welsh secretary.
Quite.
Lush.
I'm curious who they're going to have as the Tories are
You're
going to
talking about those Clyde Gaines again.
So, curiosity, if the Tories lose all their Welsh seats, who do you think they're going to have as their shadow Welsh secretary?
Someone English.
A lord who's from Wales nominally.
What about Mog, says Average Joe? Nothing on Mog yet. We don't know about Mog yet.
I wonder how Keir Starmer's reacted to Corbyn winning.
NA says, has Mordaunt's seat been declared? I don't think it's been declared, but I think word on the ground is she's lost it, but we don't know that.
Yeah, it hasn't been declared, but she's going to lose it.
Wouldn't be surprised if there's a few recounts for desperate hangers-on that delay things.
Neil William, Reform UK, 10,533. G. Mark Patrick, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 222. Lawson, John Craig, Liberal Democrats, 1,036. Nietzsche Townend, Leah, known as Leah Nietzsche, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,269. On, Melanie, Labour Party, 15,336.
It's a Labour victory.
Stevenson,
Conservatives in
Christopher,
3rd
Social
place.
Democratic Party,
Again.
108.
Thangham's just lost Bristol.
And Thangham Debonair's just lost Bristol to the Liberal
Yeah,
Democrats.
no, to
Green.
the Greens.
Greens.
Yeah,
Of
yeah. Do you remember?
course.
Yes.
Does that mean the
So
Greens have
she's
won a
agreed.
third seat?
No, second.
Culture Secretary or would be Culture Secretary. So that's 2 cabinet ministers now that would have gone into a Labour government that have gone, John Ashworth and Thangham.
And for
Can I pick up a trend as well that's happening in Scotland
and
that we haven't
for
talked
cabinet
about?
secretaries.
I just want to listen to the Sky News coverage for just a second because I just want to get on the pulse of what
Sorry,
they're
apologies,
saying about it.
To have
That's right.
lost from the Conservatives.
And I think one of the things we're seeing, and I think we will see more tonight, is we'll see, I think more than before, more and more outliers. We will see these odd results that where because of what the reform's doing, we've seen independent votes. That's going to give some dynamics that are unexpected. I think we're going to see a lot of that tonight.
I think we're in F5 parties.
Yeah. One of
Which
the things
is what exit polls will struggle with because they've not had it before.
Yeah, we're seeing a trickle of the sort of, Scottish seats come in, and we're seeing Labour taking seats here and here. What we're not showing is just how big some of these results are, and they're bigger than expected. So we've seen that Falkirk has gone to the Labour Party. The Labour is coming from 3rd there.
Right.
It was the safest seat. That's the SNP's safest seat in Scotland coming into this campaign.
Wow.
They had a 15,000 majority. They got over 52.5.
I think Basildon and Billericay are declaring, or just about to. I think they're going to cut to it on Sky in just a sec.
2,000 votes.
Yeah.
After a recount.
20 votes in it, I heard.
Yeah.
Oh, I reckon the Tories will win. That's my prediction.
Come on. I'd love to see one on drawing of lots.
Right, what's your predictions, guys? Tory or Reform?
Tory.
Yeah, I'll probably go with Tory as well.
I'll go with Reform just to be different.
Solidarity being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
Tory candidate does look really constipated.
Oh, Labour's vote share's now up to 38%.
Cuts 373. Connolly, Stephen, Reform UK, 11,354. Goshawk, Stuart, The Green Party, 2,123. Harrison, Alexander James, Labour Party, 12,885.
Got it.
No.
Holding, Richard John, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,905.
Oh, it looks as though he's
Oh, Tory's got it. Tory's got it.
Yeah, Tory's got it. I predicted.
20 votes. I saw you
20
whistle through your
votes.
teeth there.
20 votes.
20 votes.
Oh my God. Oh, and that's 20 votes over the Labour candidate. Oh, it really was a three-way toss-up. Look at that.
Wow. What's the lowest turnout have you found in any election so far?
Hang on just a second. We could approach that question in just a moment. I just want to direct you over to my private spreadsheet I have here. Basildon and Billericay. What's this? Toss-up, leaning Conservative, Reform stroke Labour.
Would you put as Islington North, by the way?
I think you know what? I didn't do London, so I didn't write down any of the London ones here. But I think I had it leaning. I don't know actually because I started to doubt whether Jezza would win it in the last little while. I think I probably put it too close to
People, I think we might have a Portillo moment that goes above Jonathan Ashworth.
Oh,
What? Okay. Oh, where is it? Where is it?
Liz Truss might come 3rd in her seat.
Oh, we've got Boston Skegness.
I think she'll blame it on cheese.
Well, to be honest, she's partly to blame for this entire landslide defeat, to be honest. So
Right,
she probably
guys,
deserves it.
Boston Skegness results.
I wouldn't be surprised that let's see the reason why she's losing if she lost this.
Oh,
vote.
he's won.
Wow. Tice, low, as well as Nige.
Entice.
Oh,
Entice. Most enticing.
Most enticing.
There we are.
Like I said, fool me once, fool me twice.
Oh, guys, Ilford South is laboured hold.
There we are. Richard Tice, Reform. So what does that take us up to now? 4 Reform seats, I think so.
Yeah, for Reform.
Yeah, and Ilford South is Labour hold, so I think that means West Streeting is still an MP.
Oh, close one. You look like you're wearing a kilt there, Swiss. I assume it's one of the throws, tartan throw.
Oh, these are like tartan, like pajama bottoms.
Ah.
Comfy.
I was going to dig out my Yeezys to sort of pull my legs up and show people, but they're buried in the bottom of the bag somewhere.
Is it me? Is it kind of interesting how whenever Labour does a landslide, there's at least one independent that wins an election?
Why did that happen in '97?
Yeah,
Martin Bell.
I mean, granted, it was an independent against a Tory, but this time it's a few independents against Labour.
Well, look at that, by the way. Richard Tice, swing to reform, 38.4%. Swing away from the Tories, 43%.
I think we just got a scene of like Rishi Sunak leaving someplace. North Yorkshire. Yep.
Always amuses me on 24-hour news when they get that thing. We're talking about something important, but hang on, we've got to cut to someone getting out of a car.
I think Rishi Sunak has arrived at his seat.
They've got these great big like Edstone things on Sky News right now showing all the reform majorities. They've got them just hanging up there. Clacton, Ashfield, Boston, Skegness.
Ooh, that is
Labour's
bad.
on 200. Oh, 201. You know what? Labour might well get their majority. What time did we say Labour would get their majority? About
I think one said 3:45, but it's past that now.
I think
It's
I
past
said
4 a.m. in the morning.
like 6
I was
a.m.
over optimistic.
Wowee.
Wait, Sky
All right.
Sky Echo is reporting that Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat.
Ooh.
Oh, well, we'd heard it could be happening, so maybe that's imminent. Lee Hallam says good night. Good night, Lee. Thanks for joining.
Good night, Lee.
Good night.
Hartford is gone, Labour.
Sleep well.
Milton Keynes, Labour.
So turnout, let's read this out. Turnout in Doncaster North is at 45%.
Oh, that's dreadful.
Cool. We do seem to be edging towards the 50% mark, don't we? I think that in future this might be known as the disaffection election.
Yes.
Right. I'm going to pause that screen share for just a moment. Guys, if we pause reporting on results for just a sec, let's kind of discuss and review what's happening so far, because there's a hell of a lot of stuff that's gone on in the last few hours that we need to kind of try and unpack a little bit. So Labour, obviously, on course for a large majority, winning in the places where they need to win, but staying still or indeed losing support in some of the places that are considered safe for them. Reform second to them in some places in the north. Obviously, they've lost to a few independents here and there as well, but by and large, very strong showing for Labour. Tories, predicted to be an abysmal night, is being an abysmal night, although not a total wipeout. They might well scrape themselves up to close to 100 seats or over. Reform are on 4 seats at the moment. I expect they'll have more seats before all is said and done at the end of this. Greens are obviously on 2, but I think there's a ceiling to how many we'll see from Reform and the Greens at this point. Any observations or
I
thoughts
think
on what we've seen?
one
guys?
observation I would probably point out is the Tories managed to win at least one seat due to some of the splitting between Labour and some independents, particularly with the Claudia Rebbio one. So there's at least a gain for that. The Lib Dems guaranteed to become the 3rd largest party, and the SNP seem to be wiped out.
Yes. Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah, Lib Dems now set on course to become 3rd largest party because SNP are just not going to make it up. And Brighton hasn't been declared yet.
Yeah.
Greens are only on 1 at the moment, says they. My mistake. I've taken it as such an assumption of Brighton Pavilion going green, but I misspoke there.
Oh, and the exit poll seems to be accurate for the Greens. Maybe they might get a third one. I'm not sure.
Oh, Labour have held Hackney North and Stoke Newington, which is Diane Abbott's seats.
Okay.
Just to add in my 2 cents, it's it bears out the exit poll is obviously roughly correct, but the problems with it are the local machinations, as we've seen with a few of the shop results, and it's proven to be a little bit more complicated, and it shows what I think is a very good shift actually away from a very two-party swing system to possibly as many as 40+% people voting for other parties, and that's I think very promising for the future and bring on PR. That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm very pleased about it. To be fair, I like this diversity within Parliament, where you've got your Greens, you've got your Reforms, you've got your Independents, you've got all kinds of people in the mix now, in what is a voting system that's kind of designed to enforce. You've got to pick between one of the two main parties. It's really refreshing that is not happening. Of course, because it's such a weird system, first past the post, with all this difference in people voting in different areas, different contests, it feels like it's strained at this election, but could it get even more strained at the next election? Could we end up with
very well could so
further pulling in all different directions?
I mean,
disaffection with Labour with a large majority, could cause even more of this. Because let's face it, that wouldn't necessarily cause a large swing back to the Conservatives.
In many ways,
Labour win Aldershot, says Frank. Sorry, carry on.
Labour have won Aldershot.
See, these wins could be guarded in short term, but the runner-ups could be problems in the long term for Labour Party.
Portsmouth North is declaring.
Oh, yeah, I see Penny Mordaunt's on the BBC.
Also, I think what was it that Pontefract and Normanton's going to call soon as well. So.
Penny Mordaunt is declaring as well.
For Penny Mordaunt to hear her declaration, it is a close one.
Another scout.
We've seen plenty of cabinet secretaries losing their positions so far.
Yeah, Tice was always going to lose the split screen to this.
Splendidly during the coronation. Exactly, there's a theme developing.
Stand up and fight, Penny. Come on.
Stand up and fight.
Well, I mean, there'll be plenty of MPs who will be looking at their opportunities and whether they think they're the right person. And that's
so. Yeah, I mean, we've obviously been talking about Tory cabinet ministers getting poached, but the fact that we've had a couple of Labour ones now as well in the shadow cabinet gone to Green and Independent is pretty spicy in of itself.
Well, it definitely means Starmer's going to definitely need to reshuffle his cabinet when he gets into government.
Yeah, certainly some opportunities for either like Douglas Alexander, the old stalwarts, or maybe some of the newer crowd. We'll see which way it goes. I'd rather fancy, obviously, he's going to play it safe and very establishment. So I wouldn't even offer odds on Douglas Alexander being in the next cabinet. It's guaranteed at this stage if there's a space for him.
I'd say so.
Yeah, he's going to cut out the new and radical types. So.
But it's like for John Ashwood, he spent 13 years in opposition, winning, I think, a by-election in 2011. And now when his party's finally got into government, he doesn't get the chance to experience that.
Do feel a little bit sorry for him because he was sent out as quite a sort of safe pair of hands to defend Labour. Yeah, another Green gain.
Green gain, Suffolk Coastal.
So that means Greens have 3 seats now, possibly.
Well, yes, assuming they win Brighton Pavilion. And can I look at Suffolk? What did I have for Suffolk Coastal? Because I'm sure I had that as leaning green. I want to say I had
leaning green.
Where is Suffolk Coastal? I had it.
If I believe in the S section, will it be
Suffolk Coastal?
Didn't you alphabetize it?
No, I didn't have that. I had Suffolk Coastal as too close to call between Conservatives and Labour. I didn't go for the Greens there.
I see.
Well done, Greens.
John Curtis is safe for now.
Oh, look, more than seats been declared. The Lib Dems have shown up so far.
Oh, all right. I'll screen share that.
Labour seats have been, vote shares been shown.
I'm a big fan of Simon, not least because he was very pro getting House built.
And 31.
Penny
A man-
Mordaunt has lost her seat.
Labour Party, 14,495.
The milk is gone.
Right, so has Penny Mordaunt lost the seat then?
Yeah.
So Penny Mordaunt's lost her seat, which had been sort of briefed for the last few hours was going to happen, but obviously Mordaunt was one of the contenders for the Tory throne once Sunak's gone, and she's not getting her chance now either.
Yeah, arguably, I'm not really sure if this can be considered a Portillo moment because everyone predicted this, and did not, and it's pretty much turned out to be correct.
Yeah, I mean, it was always a fairly marginal seat in reality.
Yeah. So, out of curiosity, would this mean that Portsmouth North has become kind of like Stevenage again, where it's like whoever wins the election gets the seat again?
For the first time in UK history, Labour has won all the seats in Portsmouth.
Never happened before until now.
Nope.
A swing
18-point swing from Tory to Labour in Portsmouth North.
Oh, I see Peter Mandelson there reacting to it on BBC. It seems whatever he was reacting to, like Corbyn's loss, it must have he's come back from it. I mean,
Suddenly all triumphal.
Oh, by the way, no, we've had a correction. It wasn't the Greens, Suffolk Coastal. It was Labour.
Oh, so my prediction was right. Everything's fine with the world. Sorry, Greens. That did come as a bit of a surprise when I saw Suffolk Coastal. I went, "Oh, really? How did I miss that?" Okay. Oh well. The Greens will still get Brighton Pavilion. They've still got something to cheer about.
I would say Suffolk Coastal will be a very big game for the Greens.
I wonder if let me look up Suffolk Coastal, reacquaint myself with the seats. Suffolk. Oh, it's Therese Coffey. That's Suffolk Coastal.
To answer Naz's question, Jeremy Corbyn won Islington North. Sorry, there's some random dude in the chat.
Oh, right, yeah. Jeremy Corbyn won Islington North by a decent little majority. Blue Guy says, when is the Green Surge happening? I predicted them 5 to 6 seats. Well, Blue Guy, I don't think the Green Surge is happening quite to that level. I think we're now probably looking on course for 2 Green seats altogether, as the exit poll probably showed. But hey, they've increased their number of seats by 100%. They've had a 100% increase on where they were before. That's something. Naz says, yes, thank you very much. There we are. We were quite pleased that Jezza won, to be fair.
Well, I will say, as a member of the Labour Party, I have to support, let's see, the Labour candidate.
Therese Coffey is gone.
Ooh, the former Deputy Prime Minister.
Coffey.
Coffey, you know what it means. Coffey. And it's all starting to come together now. So I'll wait until it zooms in on a nice little shot of it, and then I'll pause it so we can take a little look. So look, here we are. Labour, 234 seats presently. Conservatives, 43. Lib Dems, 26. SNP and Reform on 4 each. 1 for the Greens and 7 for the others. That's how we're shaping up with nearly half of all the seats declared. Labour's looking pretty
this is 2 more seats than what I believe Ed Miliband got in 2015 right now.
A 232, I remember.
Sorry if I interrupted you, Swiss. I just want to
No, that's all right. I'm so tired. I'm forgetting the things I'm meant to be saying at this point. Every now and then something flashes through my mind like a good subject or observation, and then it just goes.
Suffolk Coastal correction finally on board.
There we are. And look, it's ticking up in live time as well. When it's what's Mordaunt got to say?
Let me cheer you up. Democracy is never wrong. I want to add my thanks to all those who have facilitated this election, the count, the police, those who man polling stations, the electoral team at Portsmouth City Council, and also to all candidates who've run in North and South, and in particular my running mate in the South, Sina Biddle. Congratulations, Amanda. You have my assurance that I and my team will do everything we can to assist you in setting up your office and having a smooth transfer of our casework so that the people of Portsmouth have a good service throughout that period. Amanda, you will know that you are now working for the best employer ever, the people of Portsmouth, our wonderful, hard work.
It's quite a dignified speech.
In many ways, it's something you never hear Trump say.
And note how she's quivering a little during it and delaying. It's obviously very emotional.
Wait. To be fair, it's a massive insult to compare her to Trump. Like, I don't like Penny Mordaunt, but she's not Trump.
Sorry, sorry. No, I'm not comparing her to Trump. I'm not comparing to Trump. I'm just saying it's a very amazing speech that it's just the fact that, Trump, just refuses to accept the result. And it's like, this is such a stark contrast to when you see something like that.
But this isn't the United States.
Next, you'll be comparing Piers Corbyn to Joe Biden.
I think the more accurate thing to say is rather than her being compared to Trump, she was being contrasted with Trump.
Contrasted, sorry. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just saying polar ends of the spectrum, how to lose an election with dignity.
Yeah.
Steals the future.
Yeah, but go on.
No, that was it.
No, I was going to say the difference is, though, is that kind of way of doing things doesn't really work here, to be honest. Not to mention the fact that she's never been like that before. She's not one of these people who's like, oh, the election's rigged and all that nonsense. So I don't really get the comparison, to be honest.
It's not a comparison. It's a
contrast. Or even the contrast is just a weird one to make.
I know. It's just what just came up to my mind. It's like, let's see, because it just came up to my mind. Okay, it's a long night. Sorry.
I think we're perhaps getting a little bit hung up on the minutiae here. Where are we? Let me go to the BBC website for a second and see what their headline numbers are. Not quite as far ahead as Sky News, it's got to be said. I'll take a few comments here as well. Johnny Mercer is gone, says Frank.
Yes.
Oh.
Looks like his military record wasn't all it was made up to be.
Turnout's seat is total Tory. He will win. I don't think Turnout has been called. Thank Christ Simon Clark is gone. I'm free, says Drew. Jack James says, I get what John was saying, but yeah, she's a nice person. Kind of feel sorry for her.
Yeah, I did kind of feel sorry for her in that moment. In the let's see, yeah.
I don't think she's one of the bad Tories as far as Tories go, with your usual caveats. It's not like she's a Rees-Mogg or a Suella Braverman.
She was a bad constituency MP, but she wasn't a terrible person, and her speech was dignified.
There we are then.
Tom, are you whispering now or something? Or
yeah, I do.
I'm just wondering, is there like someone you try not to disturb, or is it just you're whispering because of the time?
Because of the time. It is very late.
I was going to say, guys, I was looking for a good time for us to kind of jump off from here, because it is now 4:00 in the morning. We're nearly at half the seats in. I feel like I need to stop at some point soon.
I'm going to see what happens in the next 15 minutes, and then you can end on the 7:30 hour mark.
That's That's reasonable. Not least because when I say I'm going to wrap the stream up, it usually takes me a good amount of time to get there anyway. So that's fine, right? I'll stick Sky News back on the screen share on mute, just so we've got that in the background there. Okay, question then. What have we got left to come in terms of big important seats or toss-ups or cabinet people who could go that we haven't had yet? We've got Rees-Mogg still to come, haven't we? Truss, of course. Blue Guy says, if you go to sleep, you'll miss Rishi losing his seat.
Yeah, I don't think Rishi will lose his seat. I mean, despite everything, I think he will. Okay, Bristol Green gain from Labour. Bristol Central. That's up on the board. A 28 swing from Labour to Green.
NA says, any chance you could throw a link to the stream in the chat, please, Swiss? Do you mean a link to join the stream? I'm guessing so. As I say, unfortunately, I think I'm going to be wrapping up quite soon. So it's probably not the best time to jump on, I'm afraid. But I will say, though, NA, you are absolutely welcome to come on future streams. It's not barring you whatsoever. It's just me wanting to sort of...
Yeah, I mean, speaking on the same lines, it's just occurred to me that I'm meant to be up and awake for a buffet breakfast in less than 3 hours.
Oh, God. And they said that the Greens won Bristol by over 10,000 votes. Oh, so we've actually got the numbers in for that now. Let me have a look at that one then. I'll do Bristol Central. Bristol Central. There we do. Have we got it filled in? Here we are. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, they did good for themselves in Bristol Central. Take a look at this, guys. Bristol Central, Greens, nearly 25,000 votes, 56% of the vote share. Labour in second place behind them, less than 15,000 votes, 32% of the vote share.
Proper plurality.
Yeah, that's the Greens getting over 10k more than Labour in second. It's the Greens getting 56% of the vote that's over half. It's them putting on 30% of the vote from last time. They've done bloody well for themselves in that seat. Well done, Greens.
According, this is what Robert Peston says. It's, I'm hearing from Liz Truss count that she may have lost. The piles for Labour and Reform are apparently larger.
We love to see it.
Is it possible we will get to see Liz Truss lose a seat before we end up? Or
I've got no idea how close we are to that. If they're still talking about piles at the counts, then I think they're still a ways off.
Okay.
Rather than if they were talking about checking the ballots and getting people towards the stage or blah blah blah, we might be close. But if they're just doing it on the sizes of the piles at the count, then it's probably further to go, I'd imagine. NA says, okay, no worries, Swiss. Thank you for your understanding, NA. I'll do a few more comments and then I will look to bring this to a close. What else have we got here? 82 seats till the Labour Party wins, says Makuta Pterodax. Has Yvette Cooper's seat been called? Did we have Yvette Cooper's seat? I feel like
it's expected quite soon.
Oh, we haven't had it yet. But is it set to be? Is it set to lose? Did I hear something that she was set to lose it? Maybe
there's some rumblings about Reform doing well.
Okay,
but
all right,
there's no really good sources on it. But there's rumours.
Average Joe says this is the most interesting general election I've witnessed. I've probably got to agree with you, to be honest, Joe. There's a hell of a lot of unexpected. Well, there's a lot of expected and unexpected stuff happening in this election.
So many variegated machinations.
I'd say between this and 2017 election has been the ones with surprising results.
Oh yeah, this election's just been shocking. Like the amount of people the amount of results we've seen have just been crazy.
I mean, this is like the season finale of the Tory government. It's been a TV show that's been on the air for 14 years, and it's finally coming to a close.
If you want more craziness, Ranil Jayawarden of North East Hampshire has lost his seat to the Lib Dems.
But this is another expected result, and this is read this one out. West Streeting has held on to his seat by a margin of 1.2%.
500 votes.
Oh.
Yikes.
Yeah, against some per Gaza independent.
that would have been a hell of a scalp. That would have been a Portillo moment and a half.
Yeah. It means
That means
someone had to get a new House Secretary. So go on, Tom. Tom, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So I thought you would. I interrupted you. You were gonna...
No, you didn't. You didn't interrupt.
Right, guys. I'm going to do one final tally of where the seats are at, and then I'm going to call it a day.
Sure.
Well, call it a night or whatever.
A morning.
A morning, whatever. I'm going to go get into bed, fall asleep to the sound of Sky News on my laptop, and then wake up.
Go back to your constituencies and prepare for breakfast.
The final standings as we have on the BBC website, and literally as I refresh, it continues ticking upwards. Labour 550. Wait, what? Labour 252. It's time to go to sleep. Up 114. Conservatives on 44, down 128. Wow. Tories are. Tories are. Are the Tories going to make it up to 100 seats? It must be more heavy Tory areas yet to come. I would guess maybe.
Yeah, rural Tory areas take a long time to count.
Yeah,
they tick up a lot towards the end.
That's it. But the Lib Dems, they're having a good time for themselves. Very healthy amount they've got so far, and they've got more yet to come. Reform on 4 seats. Again, like before Farage entered the race a few weeks ago, you could not have seen this happening. SNP on 4 seats, down 22. Again, they're doing a hell of a lot worse than imagined, for that matter. The BBC forecast, as it stands at the moment, is Labour will end up on 405, Conservatives 154, Lib Dems 56, SNP 6, Reform 4. What a turnaround of fortunes for this is like reverse 2015. If you look at the Lib Dems and the SNP, considering the fortunes of those two parties 10 odd years ago, where the Lib Dems absolutely collapsed and the SNP soared, we've had a total flip around in this election now, only a decade or so later. All right then, last little refresh. Right, there we go. I'm happy enough with that. Right, last few comments then. SG says, I can remember all those Sunday streams, the late night streams back in the days of the Tory reign. It feels so long ago now, doesn't it? But I remember them too. Blue Guy says, breaking, Rishi Sunak seen for the first time tonight. Jack James says, happy tears. Oh, no, I would cry if Streeting lost. Happy tears. Drew says, West Streeting seemed smart. Sky Echo 7's Bathgate and
John Lithgow. That's what it is.
Labour gain from the SNP. Apollo TD says, I think the Tories finished on 120. Right then. Frank says, thanks, Swiss. God bless you. Hope you do a recap stream later today. I absolutely will. That is a guarantee. You will get a stream from me at some point on this Friday to cover more results if they've come in. I want to say a massive thank you to John Cooper, Tom, to Tom, my sat nav, who guides me through the electoral waters. I want to say a massive
Garmin. It's Garmin. That's who you got.
I want to say a massive thank you to John, Tom, Cameron, Lee, Callum, James, Dan. Is that everyone we had on?
Yeah, that's everyone.
That's everyone I had on, and to all of you lot in the chat as well who have stayed with us throughout the night, because I've seen the numbers of viewers and they have stayed strong for these many 6 hours. So congratulations to you all. This has been an exceptional election. We've got more of it to go. We've only got half the seats. So, go to sleep, wake up, find out what joys await you. Maybe it's Jacob Rees-Mogg losing his seat. Maybe it's Rishi Sunak. You never know. And I'll see you all later on. So thank you very much,
rabbit out the top hat if Mogg loses.
See you later,
Goodbye, people.
Take care.
Bye.